Watching the Citizen Science Podcast, the one and only twin solar system podcast featuring Samuel Hofman, along with his team of experts as they discuss the very latest information about our binary twin solar system. Welcome to the show.
Okay, hello everybody. Sorry we're late, but welcome to the show. Welcome to the Citizen Science Podcast. I'm, of course, happy that you all are here. And as you can see, I'm Rebecca. And let's go ahead and get everybody on here with us because I haven't seen most of them yet myself. We got a late start, all of us. So it's one of them days. But hello. Let's go ahead and add Sam on here. Hey, Sam Hofman, how are you doing?
I'm fine. So, yeah, we are all a little bit late today. So I was outside briefly, and now it's like I lost track of time somehow, magically. But we're here.
I know. I feel lucky that it was only by a couple of minutes. So, but
I was
regardless,
headed towards the computer, and I was like, normally I'm here a half hour early, and I don't know where my brain was at, but
yeah, well, that's all right.
I was looking at sunny day outside, I guess, listening to the birds.
It's a beautiful day here too. I would love to be outside if I could. So, but anyway, you know who else is here? We have another person in the waiting room. So let's go ahead and add our good friend, Gillian Watson in Scotland. Hey, Gillian. How are you today? Oh, we can't hear you.
Muted.
Uh-oh. I don't have you muted. It looks okay on my end.
You might have to go out and come back in.
Yeah, I know. Oh, here we go. Right. Oh no.
4 times.
But okay, we'll go ahead and I'll exit you out and I'll be looking for you. All right.
See, drama everywhere today.
Yeah. I'm like,
stumble.
Okay. Well, let's go ahead. We have somebody else here waiting to join the show, and it's our good friend, Christoper Kuchuris in Las Vegas. Hi, Chris. How are you today?
I'm late too.
We're out doing yard work again, huh?
No, I had to go get snacks, right?
There you go.
Yes, you got to have a little, a little row of
our show runs a little long sometimes. You got to have a little snack while you're doing this. So
right. How has the skies been in Vegas?
It's awesome. Today there's nothing going on, but yesterday morning, oh my gosh, it was incredible. We'll talk about it.
Yeah. Awesome. I can't wait. I saw you shoot me a bunch of pictures a few minutes ago, so I can't wait to see them. But yes, it's awesome to have you here as always. And we have a guest on the show today. I wouldn't say she's more of a guest host. I mean, obviously, but she's going to be a regular.
Great.
That's how I want to say it. A regular, monthly regular. So we've had her a couple of times before with us, and it's a treat to have her again, as always. So let's go ahead and bring on Miss Carla Max. Hi, Carla. How are you?
Good. How are you guys?
Good. I'm good too. Yeah. So it's great to have you.
To be here.
What about your skies? I got some of your videos, but how has the sky been where you live? You're in Minnesota, right?
Well, the last couple of days we've had just heavy snow and light snow, but no accumulation.
Yeah.
And then today it's just Clear as a bell, not one cloud in the sky.
Wow. Okay. It's been like that here. But last night we had a great sunset. It was really good. I made a last minute decision about 7 o'clock to go up the street, and I went live on TikTok for an hour and a half. And it was a really good show. I have some screenshots to share for that.
TikTok lives. I don't know why.
Oh, shoot.
I'll have to pay more attention.
Well, I'll make sure to let you know next time for sure. I thought I did, but I don't remember for sure. But anyway, yeah, it was great. It was worth it. You know, if I'm going live, it's special. So anyway, but it's good to have you, Carla. And also, I see Gillian is back. Hey, Gillian.
Finally, can you hear me?
Hi, Gillian.
Yes. You're working now. Okay. How are you today?
Oh, fine. Yeah.
Yeah.
Tired, but fine. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, good to. I know it's always good to see you. So
Thank
it's been a
you.
few days since we had a chance to visit. I had a phone situation this week. I had to. My phone last show, you maybe remember, my phone died right before the show, and it never came back on.
No.
I charged it. I tried every outlet, every cord. You know, I don't know what's wrong happened, but I had to. You know, I went 2 days kind of without a phone while I was in transition.
That's okay.
We have that background
Okay.
warble going on again.
Yeah. Who is that? Who is it? It's not me, or maybe it is.
Is it,
I hear it no matter what.
is it me?
No, I'm,
It
well,
doesn't-
you know, turn down all your other devices.
Usually it's me, but everything's off.
Yeah, turn mine down.
Mine's
Mine
turned
didn't
down.
even want to go on. Mine didn't want to go on. Never mind anything else. I mean, the tablet's at 11. It won't charge.
It usually goes away. Like, you know, it sticks around for a minute and then they're gone. I get bored.
Okay.
And
You
leave.
get bored.
I don't know. But let's go ahead and check our comment section and see who all is here, because I see a long list already. Wow. So, and you know what? I think this might be a very first for who is first in line in our today. It's Miss Amy. I don't know if I've seen her here first in the comments before. So that's awesome. Congratulations. So no, I'm kidding. It's like, get
Wow.
a trophy. No, but anyway, hi Amy, and it's good to see you. Happy you are here. Yeah, she checked in early this morning. So
Hi.
nice. And then we have Mr. Marcus. Hi, Marcus. He says, good evening to all from the Netherlands. Okay,
Great.
awesome. Like I said before, we actually have a lot of members in my different groups, you know, from the Netherlands. So I get to see their skies often. So
Yeah.
perfect.
Well, you know us Dutchmen.
I know. They got it. They got beautiful views. I know that much. So
Yeah,
anyway,
yeah.
good to have you, Marcus. And here is Mr. Dennis. Hi, Dennis. Dennis Glass. Good evening to you. So always good to see you as always. And then we have Experimental Elemental. Hi there. How are you today? I'm happy you're here. So good to see you. And not far behind is T. Racy. They seem to travel in a pack. I've noticed. You know what I mean? Where one is, I see one right behind it.
We
So.
should call them the clumps. Yeah, the old clumps. Everybody the clumps
Just
together.
regular people here every time, you know.
I know. It really is. It's like a reunion every show, you know? I mean, that's kind of fun, isn't it? So I always look forward to it. So, and then it's Miss Esther. She's one of our newer members. I met her in the Biru Watch Africa group. She's in the Netherlands, I see. So, you know, and she's in my group as well. So I'm getting to know Esther more. And I know she's wanting to learn. I've seen her comments on Facebook. And so it's good to have you, Esther. So we can help you. And before you know it, you'll have all the answers too. So, and let's see who else we have here. Okay, good. It's Karen. Hi, Karen. Good to see you.
I've been sending pictures to you for ages now because all I can see is half-round orbs.
Going
It's amazing.
Yeah.
I was busy taking pictures this week, but I didn't realize until now when I'm looking back at them, like, wow, every second we're like, oh.
I know. I do know.
It's hectic when it gets like that. I want to send them to Christoper so he can make them into a pretty video.
You know to send them on over. I'll get
Yeah.
set up.
Like a slideshow.
Yeah, I was trying to surprise everybody by finding an app that could make my own slideshow, and then I got all frustrated with it because I couldn't find a way to merge the music and the pictures. Now I got all the pictures as a video, and they're all going boom, 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 and then the music wouldn't go over it. And I thought, I need to find somebody that's going to tell me how do I put the music on.
I know. You'll get there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can help you too.
I made
Well, it just
like 30
seems
minutes.
like every app wants you to pay for it, though. As soon as it's your 3-day free trial, and then other ones are 7-day free trial, and then you pay £10.99.
Yeah, that's the new normal. Yeah, that's how it is. Yeah,
I have in and then they kick you out.
But let's get back to our comments a sec and see.
Yeah.
Who else is
Hi,
here.
everybody. Sorry about that.
That's okay. But yes, as always, I knew it. I knew Brandon would be here. Brendan. I want to say Brandon, as you can see. But Brendan. So
is he from Ireland?
I don't know. I don't know.
No.
Brendan, you'll have to tell us
Brendan?
where you're from.
No.
I need to get a map and with little pins on it so I
Little
can
pins,
where everybody's at. Yes.
Look at that, but I've got
We
pins
are
in it.
worldwide. I mean, we are just like, literally all around the world. This is that's a big deal.
I had a big map, like a big world map, but it was really big, and it was under the skylight in the flat, but it actually got slashed by the cats.
So, well, okay. Sorry.
Sorry, sidetrack.
Just
Hi, everybody.
Maria's here. Hi, Maria. Good morning.
Hi, Maria.
Good morning, Maria.
She is in Alaska. So good to see you. Always is. We haven't had a chance to visit lately. We need to message again and get caught up. So good to have you. I'm happy you're here. And it's Miss Lana. Hi, Lana in Arkansas.
Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
long time member. Way before I was around, Lana was there. Always has been. Chris. You're okay.
Well done.
Okay. Yeah, hi, Lana. But it's I'm sure it's kind of similar there. It's kind of cloudy here today, but it feels nice. So I'm sure Arkansas is similar. So, and just so you know, my mother is from Arkansas, so I probably we might be cousins or something. Who knows? But it's good to have you. Good to see you. And it's a Facebook user. It's a mystery. I don't know who you are, but
Go to Rebecca.
to reveal yourself, you go to this website. Okay, StreamYard.com/Facebook. And you can make it to where it will show your name and you don't have to say a mystery unless you want to say a mystery. So anyway, but it's good to have you. Let's see here. 1 second. I just want to acknowledge that we have a nice donation from Karen. And
Thank you, Karen, very much.
Really,
Karen.
we really appreciate it. We really do. Because as you can tell, we are making a work towards taking this to another level, and that doesn't happen for free, obviously. So we definitely can use and appreciate your support to make all this happen. So, because it means that, not only can we have shows and see what we're doing with a new website, but it also means that we're getting this information out to people around the world that have no idea. They don't even know this is existing, So I run across people like that every time I go live on TikTok. There's somebody new that's never heard of this, and I mean they have like this aha awakening moment. They're very thankful. They're very happy to know this. So, and you could be a part of that, by helping donate and making our expenses be able to be covered. So, speaking of, 1 second, I have a slide for that. Yeah,
After 14 years.
Yes, Sam. I know. We're to this point, where we are making, it more well known. I had a meeting yesterday with this man. His name is Jason Tice. He's from a channel called J Dreamers.
Okay.
And he is like an expert at website building. Basically, I mean, he can do almost anything, it looks like. And anyway, he's helping us with our new website.
Awesome.
So what it looks like now is going to have an overhaul. Basically, it's going to change from what it is now even more. So It was great connection with him. His channel looks really cool. That's why we found him. I've been a long time. I've subscribed to his channel for years, so I liked his channel anyway. I was telling Rocket Man about that, and he emailed him. Rocket Man emailed Jay and asked him if he would be interested in working with us, and he agreed. So it's perfect. It really is. So he's going to be helping us and he's going to help train myself and Jesus on the new Streamlabs that we'll be switching to on new software. So he's going to, help create the design, the look, and train us. So we're fortunate to have him. So I'll be, keeping you all informed on how all that, goes, because it's going good. So we're getting there. Let's go ahead and get back to our comments section and see who else is here. But thank you so much, Karen.
There were an awful lot of comments today, more I think than we've ever had.
Right, I'm going to start at the bottom and work my way up because I can't find where I left off. So, but let's check in with Miss. No, that's not it. I see Aaliyah. Hi, Aaliyah. Good to have you here. Happy Saturday to you too. I'm happy you're here. And here is S.V. Colette. I'm not sure if that's right. Good to see you. Does anyone else watch Pastor Paul Begley podcast? Every once in a while, he has Mike from around.
Yeah. I get Andy sends me a copy of his stuff every once in a while. Are you serious? He has some interesting information, but unfortunately, he's a little bit skewed off of our area. We'll leave it at that.
Yeah, I was going to say I'm big on Mike Around the World, but Paul Begley has a lot of catching up to do.
Oh.
Yeah, and every once in a while he does come up with a really interesting tidbit that embarks in our area, and he's occasionally pretty good at it, although he has not, of course, come to the summation and reality of what we've been proving for well over a decade.
Exactly, and I feel the same way about it.
I wonder,
no ill will against him.
Has anyone tried to connect with these people and talk to them and show them things?
You know me.
Right? Okay.
I mean, I go all the way. I tried to talk to Marshall Masters. I talked to the Money Boys. I talked to... God,
So they know who you are. If I were to say something, they would be like, "Oh no."
Yeah. Because I'm the nut. I'm the nut job. I'm the crazy one.
Me and Sam are the nutty ones. You guys get a free pass on that one.
Yeah.
I love it because they act like I'm the strange card in the deck or the rotten apple in the barrel or whatever you want to say it, and yet we are accurate, and everybody else is just sort of throwing rocks in the mud puddle next to the pond, and it amazes me how unbelievably boy it is. Listen to the background behind me. Wow. I'm going to turn my volume down even more a little bit. I doubt serious because I have a setting on this microphone. It's a top of the line microphone. I don't hear it now. Cool. God, I really, I really think that we are absolutely under-respected for what we do, and I'm saying we because it's all of us that have done this. Because I couldn't be anywhere compared to where I am without everybody else out there from around the world. And I really think that we're underestimated, and I drastically hope that everybody that does listen to this program now and in the future will give that a little gold star or whatever next to the category. What we do is accurate, and nobody else has done what we do publicly. And if you're not going to listen to us, I couldn't even imagine who you would listen to.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Right. I mean, I understand. I mean, with all the pictures, I keep going back, to seeing is believing.
Yep.
And how can they deny what we can show them, and not just what we show them, but also how your drawings. I mean, I went over your drawings yesterday with this J Dreamers, and explained what a big deal that is, because it's more than just a coincidence or something. It's like magical to me, because they're so accurate. So there's something going on, I mean, it's something huge happening, and we're at the very, I want to say at the very top of it, because we do have information that is being
right. And these people out there that are doing this, and they're getting donations from folks, and it's great that they are. But when they're rolling on in gossip and supposition without any comparative time, like we've spent, over 14 years now on this topic publicly alone. But also recall the fact that I knew about this for 40 years. And, former insiders do not grow on trees. They do not do weekly podcasts generically. So, I've spent the last week sitting here feeling completely underestimated. And it's kind of insulting on one hand, sad on another. And yet, me, I'm going to, trod through the swamp, whether I have my boots on or not, doesn't matter. We're going to go forward. But I'm kind of feeling a little underestimated, and I'm not comfortable with it. What I'm going to do with it, I don't know. But
I know. It's like, what do you do other than believe that it's going to change, and it's going to, we're at a point where, Yeah,
and the swing back point that I would come back to is my precog beforehand drawing and knowledge of this. And who else out there has handed you the binary system and the planetary count and the planetary names and the descriptions and the base clouds and the location for the last decade? Nobody.
So what does the J Dreamers guy think about it all? What was his take on all the planets and stuff?
Yeah, I mean, he was really fascinated with the photographs, and it was a idea that he had never thought about before. He does believe in electrical universe, except he believes that we are, I'm not going to say it's, I mean, I guess it could fall in the flat earth category, but it's more of a U shape. We're in a U, but it's all electromagnetic. So he does a lot of videos about it. There's one he has called Plasma Apocalypse, and I meant to send it to Sam. I want you to watch it just so you can listen to him, because I find him super interesting, but honestly, I don't know what he thought completely, because he was kind of quiet, only because I know his background, but I know what I was showing him was, you can't deny it. I said, look at all these shadows. Look at him.
He's living in a state of firmament, where when you talk about the U shape, that's a firmament. It's an area separate of a larger area. That work comes through religion and through the Bible, and that's been developed into a pseudo semi-science, which it isn't. A really good example is the new telescope, the James Webb, and the breakdown of what NASA has been running up for decades, all saying, oh, we know what's out there. And now all of a sudden, they're going to have to rewrite the Big Bang and everything, because they're discovering things now that are completely inaccurate according to that premise. And they're hopefully going to realize that they've been working off of physics since the 1880s. And the Heisenberg Commission of the 1880s and everything's just carried over and dragged its feet through the 1950s all the way along with Einstein. And there have been many scientists that have been highly discounted and underrated, disproving some of Einstein's stuff. Some of it's good, some of it's total wahoo, and they've never been given the credit that they rightfully deserve. And it just blows me away that we're still stuck in that almost Hollywood definition of what astrophysics is. It's spooky.
It's true. Sam, I have a question for you. I don't know if you've heard anything about this coming September for a supernova explosion.
As long as it's far enough.
Anybody
I've heard stories about Betelgeuse doing something and turning into a different star. I have not heard anything particular about September, but I will I will keep it in, me. I always try to keep all of that in my head and look for stuff. I haven't, but I know there's stellar activity going on out there, and they like to throw in that big fear factor, doomsday is coming, and all.
right,
But I have to remind people that because of the nature, and I don't think we discuss it enough, because of the nature of factory planet Earth, and the fact that there is larger systems incorporating Earth and running the show rather than us running the show, because we do not own Earth.
right,
There is a level of protection on one hand, and on the other hand, there's a level of this has been going on for so long that we don't see a catastrophic change coming from their point of view. From our point of view, it's a different story. Yes, there is catastrophic change coming to us because this is climatary and cyclic, and it happens every cycle. And once you
yes,
start to take that into account, then a level of that fear A drops, but B, concern goes up in the other side of the spectrum.
absolutely.
Now,
And
we have to
Beetlejuice,
realize we do not have control. There are people this week, even in some of the comments on last week's show, somebody mentioned the Lizzies. Now, I'm promoting that Pleiadian message on Rebecca's YouTube channel, in the Pleiadian message, and I suggest if you have not watched it at least twice by now, go back and watch it again. There is a very large truth to that message. However, it is written by someone who has a political agenda that is not exactly centered true nor Pleiadian. So I think there's a lost translation issue going on in the video. However, it is highly accurate up to a point. And in the moment you start finger pointing, that's when you know you cannot follow that. That's the politics, is when you start blaming anybody else, because it's all on each and every one of us to go forward into the future, because that's the difference.
absolutely.
And you start blaming one faction or other, and I absolutely do not ever advocate pointing fingers at the Lizzies, because they're a faction, or the Dracos, or whatever you want to call them, or the lizard people. And I say lizard people because I have personally met one, and I'm standing here still alive today. And the way that some people out there would have you believe is that you'd be instantly dead, and that's not the case. You give back in what you give, and that is the prime directive of space. And there are a set of rules that are governed by even higher races, and there's higher races, and then higher races above those higher races, and then higher races above those higher races. So there's this huge hierarchy that exists that I don't think people fathom or take into account. And I'm part of something that is here to inform people, and I think they're just chalking me up as another guy behind the mic trying to make a few bucks on YouTube. And that's not the case. And if you don't listen to me, well, then this is where my little bit of hurt feelings comes in. If you don't listen to me, you're a fool. And I have been working drastically for 14 years to tell you people this reality. This is not a theory, because we've proven long time ago this is a reality. And you either get on board with the reality, or you can dip your head back in the sand and go back into watching the Kardashians or fart commercials on YouTube or whatever, or the one chip challenge from Pocky and the hot sauce people and Beard Meets Food and all of that, or Travel Channel. I mean, but if you want the truth, then the best way to get it is to join this movement with these people who are citizen scientists, and they're not trying to sell you golden tennis shoes. However, we might get a marketing line for coffee cups or God only knows what, just so we can keep our channel going. But it's not to be rich; it's to keep going. And we are not making any money yet. There's a level of urgency that people listen, because we can't do this forever.
Right. Unfortunately, I think we have a very limited amount of time left to make people, or not make people, but hope people will want to become more aware of this.
I'm not trying to spread a further gloom and doom saying that,
Right.
because you must do before midnight tonight, or what?
Right.
None of that. The urgency is important, but we don't know how long. I mean, we could get a Carrington event, and then suddenly, right in the middle of our message, be cut off. And so you have to prepare for that. We don't know if, tomorrow I'm not going to wake up, or next week suddenly the black trucks roll up and blame me for something that I didn't do. And I keep reiterating to everyone I know out there, I do not have any hidden information. I don't hide anything in encryption. I don't back channel anything. You guys hear every open book. I do this on purpose for a reason. That way I'm not committing any crimes. I have no suicidal tendencies. I have no porn on my computer, blah, blah, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I have no intention to jump off a bridge or light myself on fire in a public square. So, which sadly happened this week, and we don't need any more extremists, but we need some reality, and we need some real science. And all those people out there that are running some of them are really great shows on YouTube, and and behind their mic and doing their thing, but you are not going to find the information that we already have collected anywhere else, and so this would be the place to do it. And I'd like to keep upping our game. I'd like to keep giving more information. I'd like to keep sharing the crazy crap that's going on above our heads right now, which is not, we haven't seen anything like this, and it's sort of kind of like whole new set of rules going on before us over our heads right now. It's weird. There's some soft disclosure going on around a bunch of this stuff now, and discussing of the orbs and the cubes and the ships, and wow, there are people that are learning and embarking on the new edge of this. And then I also in the same week last week saw a whole bunch of people completely lost in speculation and gossip and disconnect and going, what is that, when they should already know. 14 years, people. 14 years. How come you haven't found this information yet? I can't be scientifically that advanced and superior above everyone else around me. I'm sorry. Something is either distracting you guys, or maybe I'm good at this, maybe. But wow, 14 years, guys, and I keep grinding on that.
I know. How long? I mean, did you ever think it would just be something? I remember having a conversation with somebody early on back in like 2017 when it was just sinking in, how close things were, okay? Or just starting to. Anyway, and I remember thinking we had maybe a few days left. I really did. I was just like, oh my God, the world is ending this week or something. I really did.
Yeah, that hit me in 2013. And when we saw the asteroids coming in, I thought for sure we were going to get pasted. But then you got to take into account, you got to remember that this has happened 83 times in the last in this management. You had something to say, Christoper?
No.
Oh, okay. I thought you were raising your hand, sort of like at school, but yeah, this has happened 83 times, and each time we have a climate change. Each time there's a whole hell of a lot less of us afterwards. And I was directly told part of the serious message was do not go to certain camps to have other people save you, hint, hint. And I have to be careful on that topic. Go ahead. Carla,
FEMA.
were you talking to me?
She said FEMA camp.
Oh, well, yeah, I wasn't going to mention that. But yeah, I guess.
Sorry, I thought I was. I guess you can.
Yeah, I was avoiding.
I'm sorry.
You know, it's okay. Obviously, it was meant to be said because
No, I thought I was right on that one. I apologize.
the cosmos made you utter it aloud, so therefore it's out. The little fishes in the pond.
Right. I think most
Right.
Usually it's me saying stuff.
yeah.
Well,
I mean, I
anyway,
think most of us already know that.
so you know, I had the
Yeah.
opportunity to learn all of this information through many years of self contemplation, trying to understand the things that I was told from off world. And this is part of why we're here doing what we're doing and how we're doing what we're doing. And I think people should drastically not chalk us up as the guys on Facebook behind the mic, because this is off world information. And you tell me who else gives you that.
That's
Absolutely.
what I was telling Jay Dreamers yesterday. I was like, that's just it. Because he's done very thorough videos about Nibiru, as far as, you know, what Nibiru is given to us, that information, you know, the red planet, etc. So he's done his homework in that aspect, but this is something he's never heard of. He didn't know you existed till yesterday, you know. So I feel like I don't know what to think. If it was like a culture shock, or if he believes it or not believe, I don't know. I haven't heard back from that.
Well, you know, we know there's a level of suppression going on. We know that
Yeah.
our feeds on Facebook have been drastically downgraded. Even my dear friend Gillian says, yeah, I don't even see your notices anymore. Meanwhile, I post every day. Yeah, we talked about this picture. That's the green asteroid. You can see little.
Wow,
little
look at that
dot.
thing. It looks like a
Yeah,
monkey
that's
face.
the green asteroid. And it's not a face. It's an asteroid with little orb. In this case, they're dark. They're not illuminated, which is weird. We still haven't figured out what the hell it is. And you see, that's me saying I don't know. And if I don't know, I will tell you that. The
Okay.
green asteroid is unusual compared to all the rest of the asteroids, like the red and the blue and the spiral and the lead object and it's Poppy, by the way. The name of the asteroid that Leander wanted me to name is called Poppy, Popi. So we're gonna correct that and amend that for next month, because I've got it in my head now.
Hey,
And
you
there's
know
a whole
what?
bunch of asteroids coming in on underneath this. This is what prior back to the 2013 thing, where I thought we were going to get pasted. And we watched them reoccur day after day, month after month, year after year, which completely aided to the fact that they're electrically attached to them and not us, and they're not in the same orbit. A lot of people all expect that all of this is going on within Earth's normal orbit. No, the other solar system has a complete separate orbit. You got to take it into account. They're bigger, we're smaller. They're tight together, we're spread apart. We are passing through them. They are the stable. We are the smaller. And our sun is smaller. We got to remember 2 stars. We're a binary solar system. 2 stars, two sets of planets. Excellent example of it. Everything blue above the sun. You see 2 different planets there. You're looking at the side of Atu and the side of Nepesity. With Stetson Shell moon in the far corner on the right-hand side. Actually, we're looking at 3 planets plus a moon. And an asteroid or 2.
Yeah. Wow. Or 2.
Yeah, a
like all
spiral
of those-
asteroid going through dead center on the left, all the way to just above the sun.
Those dragging, streaking effects going across the sky, especially to the left. That was like in my sky yesterday at sunset. It was heavy like that.
Notice on the lower left here, this sort of whale-looking cloud. That's the red asteroid with its little fingertip that comes out of it usually. Notice how it is now closer to the horizon and bigger. We did some drawings on that. We did a video last show. Today's Saturday, so it would have been Tuesday's show. And we showed it coming over at an angle. And this is the onset of the 180-day cycle, where all of this crap underneath Uri starts coming in at us and gets a whole lot closer and a whole lot bigger. That is a double lens flare.
I was going to say, what is that? Because it's in this picture up here.
Yeah,
I
look there.
can't show you, but it's up
double
there.
lens flare. I don't know why.
Yeah. I just
They're
wonder.
matching, and they have the exact same shadowing. So
Yeah.
they're just one flare.
Yeah, that gas thing across them.
Right. I meant to go back to the comments. There's several people that have showed up while we've been talking, and
well, hello, and thank you for coming to listen today.
There's still others here. I wanted to, here's Audrey. Audrey is here in South Africa.
Hey, Audrey.
Thank you for staying up late again, Audrey.
Hi, Audrey.
Yeah. I can't find her original message, but good to see you, Audrey. And there was someone else I saw a minute ago.
Freezy Peach.
Of course. Freezy Peach. Yes. I can't find her original hi, but hello, Freezy. It's good to have you as always. And Avengers is here today. I don't know if I've seen you in a little while, so good to see you, Avengers.
Got to get me one of those little sound buttons that I get to push.
Yeah, you do.
Hey, I want one.
Yeah, the question is if it came over my mic or not, or if I'd have to electronically add it. I don't know about those things. It's all so new. I can imagine it, but the question is, does it work?
I
need to upgrade.
Your new laptop, you could install a soundboard.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to learn all kinds of new stuff.
I believe the laptop is on the way as of today.
I wasn't going to say anything. I knew that I was conscious of it, but I wasn't going to say it out loud. Didn't want to jinx it.
Sorry. No, it's all good. That's good news. It's exciting. So I'm anxious ready to try it out. So it's
hi everybody out there, and welcome to us crazy people on this star watching channel. But
for those that don't know, I'll just fill people in that Rocket Man is sending Sam a laptop and it's ready to roll. He's out, he's got you accounts set up for everything. You're on TikTok now, and you can join. Even if I have to take and mail you thumb drives to get shows out, I will, Rebecca. If I can't upload it and then I have to just throw it on a thumb drive and drop it in the snail mail, that's what we'll do. We could do that. But you know what? There's actually a good way, because I use a service called Dropbox, and you can just send something to me, like a video or whatever.
Yeah, but if my computer doesn't let me upload anything, that's the problem. And this is why everybody's looking at my full face.
I know.
My upload speed does not allow the camera and the microphone to work at the same time. It will, however, take a still picture of me and send that, and then the microphone works. But when I tried it the other way, all I did was go and then I would freeze and freeze and freeze and freeze. So, and nobody wants to stare at that. Nobody wants to hear that. So
I know.
It has to do with there's a monopoly in my area, and I can't even call. I have been trying to call CenturyLink to even cancel my service, and I haven't even been able for months now, and I have yet to get hold of a human.
That's terrible.
Now it's weird. It's like, what the heck is going on with these people? And it's like I couldn't cancel my service currently if I wanted to, unless I get somebody else to do it for me through, one of those new app things and all that stuff I don't know anything about. And I guess if you have a cell phone, maybe you could send them that app where they would do that. So they've obviously stepped away from customer service over the telephone. I don't know. Because I'm trying to contact them for like 2 months to figure out why my service sucks so bad.
Maybe I could find a way to get a hold of these people.
Anyway, we'll worry about that when we come to
figure it out.
that bridge when we come to it. But we'll see what happens, and we'll go from there. And I don't want to jinx it, but we've already dove in that pond. But do you notice the rainbow this week? It's been cool again. And I haven't. I will refer you while we're looking at a picture of it. From this week. I remember this picture. And if you have a copy of this month's site drawing for everybody to see,
I should have it.
I will explain it. And then we'll come back to this picture again, so don't lose.
I need to crop that picture, but yes, there it is. The new drawing.
All right. See, just above the sun. And this month I left the sun white and I didn't color it yellow, and I typed in sun. And just above it is the blue asteroid. And if you look just to the left of the blue asteroid, you see illumination and micro asteroids in a rainbow. I should have made it bigger, but in a rainbow illumination. Now, if you go back to that picture, the picture before.
Oh, she's on the top.
She's on the phone. Okay. All right. Well, anyway, the illumination that you're seeing there, that rainbow illumination and the blue asteroid in the drawing before you matches exactly that picture that came out this week. So another example that I drew. Rebecca, if you could go back to that other picture and unmute yourself. If you look just to the left side of the sun in this picture, the blue asteroid is cutting in and all that whole area is rainbowing out. Just as drawn ahead of time on this. Now, we didn't have that drawn in last month, so this is new. And then, ta-da, here it is again. And I watched it happen. I went, yep, I knew it was coming. And that has to do with the blue asteroid and the debris that is coming behind it, which I have been watching for a few weeks, and I knew that it was going to do this. Because little things tell me things, and my eye catches what I'm supposed to see. And I share information I'm supposed to share with you guys, because you're supposed to hear it, and you're supposed to be here, which is why you are here. And I'm not trying to brag. I'm not trying to sound silly or crazy or whatever, but that's the case. That's the bottom of necessity.
That's some of my favorite appearances of necessity. You know, that reminds me, I have a little clip I can show you all.
Go right ahead.
I had that Nepicity experience myself over Tulsa, Oklahoma, not that long ago. And it filled the whole sky, these stripes. Let me get it.
Zigzag stripe.
Too late to skate by. Hi, you crazy sky watcher, back at you. Yes, we are all crazy sky watchers. And we're a different group of people because, believe it or not many people look up. That's really weird. That's all I do is look up.
I'm not sure if this is it. That's not it. Actually, it's like an old video. It's like one of my very first videos, like early. But look at that. Look at that Nepicity.
Green sky. Speaking of green skies, did anybody watch this week that happened? What happened to Iowa through Pennsylvania, through Missouri, through Kentucky and northern Tennessee, and all of that with the weather and the unprecedented number of tornadoes a month early. And I actually,
Dubai. I was busy watching Dubai's airplanes swimming down the runway.
Oh, by the way, Dubai got a grand total within that 24-hour period. They got a grand total of 10 inches, which is 2.5 years worth of rain.
Oh my!
Earlier report was saying it was a year's worth of rain, but it was 2.5 years worth of rain in a 24-hour period. And they, of course, cannot mitigate water because they don't even have the setup for drainage in their streets. They have drains, but they have nothing in comparison to what they need.
I was going to say, let me get my videos since we're on the topic.
There you go.
I have a video.
Look at the green.
Anyway,
The green is unbelievable.
For its
what I watched this week, I really
skyscrapers
truly
and
believe
desert
it was
landscape.
Nepicity close past. It was a little higher up, so it was less devastating, but it was very green. And even the storm chasers were going, "Oh my God, look at the size of this storm! I've never seen anything like it in my life." And that's because it's a damn planet. And I'm in awe, and I'm amazed that they're watching these storms, and it hasn't crossed their mind that they're unbelievably massive. And then they go, "Oh, it's a supercell." No, it's more than that. And the electrical storms that went from Texas all the way to Wisconsin yesterday alone should be telling people that this is not just a normal storm. This is here we're going to use that term again, a bow storm, which is literally the bottom of the open core, and it runs a couple or 1,000 or 1,500 miles across, electrical rolling storm front. And we're going to see more of them, and people need to listen. It's way more than just weather.
And Sam, I'm glad you brought that up with what's going on in the U.S. and Missouri and different parts, because it seems to me not enough people even are aware of that. Let alone
Right.
are
They
they
not be
even
aware.
seeing the signs of
The
it.
same country. It just seems strange. But is that because your country is so big that people
Well,
just
That could be
you
a
got
big
to connect the dots. I mean, we talked about that storm that went over you, Gillian, and also got Germany in the same effect, and it also got the top of Spain, and it rolled all the way across the planet to China, and not anybody out there and any of the news services connected that this was the same storm that literally went across from Europe through Asia and created havoc. Now, in these close passes, they may not be right next to us for a great period of time, but they dip in and do a quick, brief pass, and this section of the Earth gets it this week, and then next week it happens over Europe, or the week after that it happens over China and Russia, or the week after that it happens just in the northern hemispheres. And I often ponder side passes too, and I try to keep that in mind that it's possible, but we have, of course, seen the transition of the side passes go on in the years before, and now they're above us, and all of that information is actually panning out. You know, all of this stuff is it's not debunking itself; it's actually connecting the dots all the way across the board. It has not quit. You know,
yeah, it's like Earth is in a pinball machine, and it just,
yeah. I noticed we lost Christoper. It's continuing to prove itself. And I just absolutely don't understand why people aren't running to their nearest neighbor and going, hey, man, you guys got to connect with this information. Because, I mean, that could be your car right there. You want your car to do that? And people have to prepare. And if you live in an area near the river, or if your house is a block away from the river, you need to rethink your you know, how high you are above the riverbed. And you know, possibly mitigate, or you know, and I don't want to prompt people to move, like some uncaring people do. Well, maybe you should just move to another state. Well, you know, that's not an easy thing to do. Nobody can do that I know of. I don't see rich people right now. I know.
Well, this is just insane amount of water, and it just suddenly 1 minute it's like beginning part of the day it's not there, and then by the end of the day that's what you look like.
Well, this is one of the richest countries on the planet right now. They're
they're an island, aren't they, Sam? I mean, they made themselves.
Yeah, these people. Remember that video that came out about everybody thought it wasn't real? Oh, that's got to be Photoshop. That one that I posted, and then everybody and their brother sent that around the world this week. It was like day before yesterday. The one from Dubai, where the cars were just, the wind is actually pushing the cars down the street like they were leaves. And everybody says, "Oh, that's Photoshop. Oh, that's got to be Photoshop." I've seen the most amazing
videos from Dubai this week. I mean, the one with the dude on the plane.
100 gusts of wind, you guys. And then when you have a wet, slick surface, the rain-soaked surface allows the tires on cars to hydroplane under heavy wind. And yes, they were blowing those cars around like leaves in the yard. And I am not kidding you. This shit is real.
The lightning striking that building.
Oh, and remember, somebody, who was it that was, oh yeah, it was you, Gillian, that mentioned that they were chalking it up to cloud seeding. It's like,
cloud seeding. They're quite pleased with themselves, going, you know, it's our cloud seeding.
That's cloud seeding.
I was going to say, I made a video the other night on TikTok saying that it wasn't cloud seeding, it was a planet. And at first I got a warning, and then they removed the entire video.
Are you serious?
Oh yeah.
Wow. I bet you that they actually fund a lot of this, so we better watch what we say. It's like,
because you're the conspiracy theorist, not them.
I'm misinformation.
Well, and I have to put my 2 cents in here because I'm so close to Michigan right now, but I wanted to say when it was snowing, you can tell that was from cloud seeding. I think they're cloud seeding to try to hide some of these planets, but I'll leave it at that.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. They don't have to do. They don't have to do any of that to hide these planets. That planets are just fine hiding themselves. The only thing that they're putting the sea trails up in the air for mostly they will break the eye. That's the icing on the cake. The cake is that they're putting it up there to block the incoming light. So that, look, they can afford to put their car on a boat.
Oh, wow.
It's mainly cloud seeding, the sea trails are to block the incoming light. So if they had not done that, we would have fried years ago. We would be far worse off than we are now.
That's true. I've always figured that because I don't know about you guys, but when you're taking pictures, do you guys have such problems when you take pictures that you can't see and you literally got to put the camera down for a while?
Yeah,
Yeah.
you've
Am I
been
the
blinded
only
by
one?
too much light.
Right. So that's really what this is about, is keeping out the light.
Yeah, and also it disrupts the view, and you don't see the big side of that rounded planet right there, and it breaks the eye. And
Right.
but it's always, I've always said it's a two-edged sword. It is mostly, and this is of course over the G7 countries and not over the smaller countries, because they don't have the budget to pay for all of this and do it with the planes, etc. And I'm sure that if you went to some tiny little country and stood on top of a mountain, you would have an unbelievable view of the passing planets. Unbelievable view. And I mean, look at some of the cultures, and you go back on the rock carvings and all the pictographs in the Southwest, and they're all showing these spirals and everything. And this is how the planets have arrived. They came up in a spiral. You got to watch them, and then they went right, left, right, left, right. And so all of the shaman pictographs and drawings around the world pretty much match for a reason. And this is far more cyclic. People have to get on board with this. And you have to realize that we're in for a tough ride in front of us right now. As of this year, we are going to see dire heat warnings like we've never seen before. And it's going to kick people in the knee really hard. And they're going to be bouncing around on one leg wondering what the hell's going on. And when that happens, people go, oh, crap, it's really happening. They're all going to go, oh, it's climate change. Well, yeah, duh. Well, this climate change happens every time these planets come by. Our climate changes because our planet tips. We're way tipped. We partially rolled. I don't expect a full pole shift. You've got to take into account these other planets are real. They come in. They mess with us. They push us out of the way. We don't crash into each other. The asteroids don't hit. However, the micro debris probably can come down and hit us. We've been seeing a lot of smaller asteroids or fireballs come in the last month or two than they have been. And you show me any part of the world right now that's currently untouched by what's happening, and I will laugh at you. Because everybody's been affected by this. Talk to people in Australia, talk to people in Spain, talk to people in France, talk to people in Germany, talk to people in Norway and the UK and South Korea and the United States, Mexico, Canada. Everybody knows that this is not normal. We just got to get them into the normal so that they realize, yeah, we are far-fetched. Oh, my God. There's other planets and another star, and nobody even expects that. I'm sorry that, it's a rude, dire awakening, but, yeah, look, green.
The
See that green
that
underneath
got me
there?
as well. Look at that green.
That is Nepenthe close pass. That's why it's green.
That's just like that video I was showing before this one, my green sky from Nepenthe.
Yeah. And
Yeah,
well,
I've seen it coming in over the ocean
skies
on
are
a
always
video.
green with tornadoes. No, they're not. They may have been for the last decade.
Oh,
Yeah.
look.
Do you know why? Because for the last decade, literally, I can't say fully a decade. I'd have to say the last 8 years or so, Nepenthe has been doing close passes. And that green sky comes from green Nepenthe.
Well, and Sam, you brought up a good point too. A lot of these people that are chasing or taking pictures of this, meteorologists, whatever the case may be, it
Yeah, they're
seems
young
to
guys.
me they're oblivious of what they are watching.
Yeah, they're in their 20s.
Right.
Their entire lifetime looking at the sky has been based on, say that, they were aware at age 12 and they're 24 years old. So they've been watching, their normal sky has been passing planets their entire life.
Oh, that's true. Never thought of it like that.
Yep.
With the exception of their early years growing up where it wasn't happening. And these planets have been physically affecting our out view since 2011 when the second star got into the upper northeast sky. And so to them, this is a normal thing from anybody from 2011 on. And
I wouldn't be near
look,
that.
we never in our lives ever saw this happen in when I was a child anywhere.
No.
Once a year even, instead of every week around the world.
Look at that.
Who was it? God, I read somebody wrote something somewhere on some comment stream is going, well, why haven't we seen any of the effects right now? And I'm going, well, because you weren't looking.
Right. I get that all the time. People are like, you're crazy. You don't know what you're talking about. And I'm just like, all you got to do is look up. That's all you got to do.
I mean,
Yeah.
seriously, when is that normal?
Right. It is
Yeah, look,
normal.
see the sky? That white area is the sky. The rest of it was close passing planet Nepesity. Why it's green. Nepesity is a small planet. It may even be smaller than Earth, but being it's right next to us, it looks, of course, massive. It's like, if you have two trucks park up one next to the other, and then you walk in between them. They're maybe not that big, but it's everything you see because you're standing in between. It's your out view. And look at this, the desert. Okay, they got 10 inches of rain in one night.
Oh man, look at those cars, those
Yeah, every one of those cars is going to turn into a mildew nightmare because in Dubai, you cannot leave your car parked for very long without having a dehumidifier inside of it because they are very humid and very hot because they are close to the water.
Oh, those poor cars. I mean, everything.
Yeah, they're toast. And do not buy a flood-soaked cars because your electrics will never work.
Right.
And of course, God knows what's going to grow black mold inside the interior and toxic and yeah.
Jeez, I can smell it already without even being there.
Yeah, and you know that people poo is floating there and bodies and you name it, and industrial waste and
everything's gonna be up from under, if you know what I mean.
You do not want to walk in any of that. Look, turds.
Gross.
Oh, fooey. Yuck.
Yeah. Yeah.
What are they going to do with that? I mean, I seen a video where they had all the street sweepers and they all try to look really nonchalant.
I know. Invest in the stock market under bleach. That was a joke, not a stock market tip. I got to clarify that.
Everybody will be on the stock market tomorrow, Sam.
Yeah, nobody do not take my stock market advice. Yeah,
that's funny.
Well, I with my increasing celebrity, I have to be a little more careful of what I tell people to do or what not to do. Yeah, look at that. If you got money, if you can afford a boat for your car,
right?
No, look at that car.
So my question is, why are they taking their car?
Right.
Why not just take the boat? But no, you got to show that. Oh, hey, I'm driving, a Toyota Land Cruiser or whatever, or
So where is all this water going to go?
Oh, it'll flow out to the ocean, of course, but it'll sink into the ground in ways that they've never experienced, and they'll have erosion and sinkholes and stuff that they've not ever experienced. And then the whole area is going to suddenly grow plant life that they've never experienced, and it's going to change. It'll change their climate for better and for worse, both at the same time. Yeah, there's one I don't recommend. I wouldn't recommend taking a cruise ship anywhere out on the oceans right now because of the weather. If you think the weather's bad on land, see what the weather's doing out in the ocean. Holy cow.
You don't know anything about that because it's not like we've got any sky watchers out on boats.
Yeah, which is amazing to me that we don't have more sister sites.
Sorry, but you don't.
I wish we had live feed people that would actually, send in shows to us.
Let's see if we've got anybody that's going on a cruise, man.
Yeah, take a little video, send it to us, and say, hey, Sky Watchers, we have this, and here's a little clip of this. And, the only trick is we like to have current information, so it can't be something that you did, 5 years ago. Well, although we occasionally do old videos. And I keep reminding myself we need to go back on the old early pictures of the planets. Where you guys can get an opportunity to see some of the smaller stuff, which much easier discernible as a planet, and then we can talk about why and how we came to the information that we have by identifying these. Because the site of Uri hasn't changed since 2013. It's just gotten so much bigger, and we see the same Uri time after time after time, year after year. Always has the same stripes, the same spatial markings. And this is how we know what we know is real, because we've watched it for 14 years now. 14 years now. Oh my God. I'm palm on forehead here, wondering how. Yeah, the
There's a
flooding will
lot of
come no matter
places
what.
that's got like sinkholes and cliffs coming down and
Well, yeah, everybody is subject to the possibility of flooding, even me here. Yeah, I mean, if we get a rain bomb directly over the top of us, there's no way any area can handle a foot of rain in 12 hours without having it. Look what happened to Ohio last week. They got tons and tons of rain. Their river system handled most of it, but it overflowed all over everywhere. Anybody that was near any of those little water river towns, they all flooded all the way down the way. Now, it's good on one hand for the Mississippi because the Mississippi's been really low. They're talking the Panama Canal is literally dried up. So, yeah.
I don't think so anymore. Maybe hopefully it also got some.
Mexico is attempting to spend billions of dollars to put in a train system to actually physically cart the goods from one side of Mexico to the other, and then they'll actually end up with a tariff fee over that, and they can actually get a lot of money for it. But I wonder why they haven't switched the Panama Canal to seawater. And yes, it would have an ecological effect on the area and the plant life in the surrounding area of the actual canal. But I don't know why they have not switched to seawater to fill that puppy. I mean, yeah, it would be a huge undertaking. I mean, massive. It would be like something that, a large scale like the Japanese build, really big, huge aquifer things. But it amazes me they're using fresh water still, which is a huge ruin of resources, because then they're pumping and floating those boats on fresh water, and then they send that out into the ocean. Why can't they sequester that last tank full and then fill the next one with seawater and then pump that fresh water back into the system if they have to? That would be a way to do it. Maybe they're listening. Okay, scientists, just add another chamber or two and sequester the fresh water and filter the thing out, and then fill the last couple of stages with ocean water, and then you won't be so short. I don't know. It's my guess.
Wow.
They can build their way out of this, but they just have to spend the money.
Salvatore.
I'll be back in a minute.
Okay, Gillian. Hey, Sam. Salvatore is asking. He's nervous about the planets crashing into us.
Yeah, they do not crash in. We live in an electrical universe. The planets have polarity and magnetospheres. They have a little electrical body around each of them, which is why they're planets, and not negatively charged asteroids.
Well, they push themselves away from each other.
Yeah, our atmosphere and their atmosphere bump into each other, and this is where the discharging comes in. And the asteroid field in between it is sort of like a buffer zone as well. Yeah, you'll see all of these electrical discharging going on. This is part of the 180-day cycle we talk about regularly.
You have a good picture I can show him too.
Yeah, go right ahead.
Pushing itself away or something like that. Let me get it pulled up. But yeah, a lot of people say that.
Now remember also, this has happened.
Planets crashing.
Yeah, this has happened this isn't a one-time pass. This has happened 83 times in the last 300,000 years alone. So this happens over and over again. We're still here. So, we are still here. And it's cyclic. It's not a one-time passing event. Now, I chuckle about all of those people who go, yeah, the Nibiru system complex. There's a whole new bunch of people putting out disinfo on that. And they're showing these little red thing pictures out in space, and they're all thinking, oh, we found Nibiru, and like, and I kind of have to, I try to help them, and I try to answer a few of them, or I chuckle, and I'm not rude about it, but yeah, there's a lot of people out there putting out a whole bunch of new batches of fake information. The solar eclipse was planet instead of, it's pretty much damn near proven that we were lied to. It was not the moon. I'm very certain of that now. We've seen evidence coming in even before it happened that it didn't line up according to celestial computer charts, and everything else we've seen in the last 2 weeks I'm still of the belief that it was either a fabricated eclipse because it was supposed to happen, yet they made it happen with either the Empire Orb or Saturn's yellow moon. Now, I'm still on the fence as to which one of those bodies, because that's the only two bodies that I know of that are large enough to be able to do that. And it was not Attu's moon, because Attu's moon was far over into the upper left as well, and it wasn't in proximity. But we watched Saturn's yellow moon coming in 2-3 weeks prior, cutting off the upper hand of our sun. So because of that same nature of the pathway, and this was different, we've never seen a planet do that. They always stuck to their side, and then they changed slowly. And this time we saw the event with Attu's yellow moon, and I believe the possibility is probably 60-40, that it was Saturn's yellow moon 60%, 40% that it maybe that they knew that the eclipse was supposed to happen and people had it on paperwork. So they facilitated it with the Empire Orb or the Norway Spiral Orb, or what do you want to call it. And it is a huge, huge, huge Death Star-like craft that people are on and they fly around. They could have done it with that quite easily. But I believe it was probably a natural. So, you know, I'm 60-40, but I am, when it comes to our moon, I am really, really way, no, that was not our moon. I mean, the percentage chance on that is like less than 10 that it was our moon, because everybody around us found flaws in the pattern, and we saw it coming too. And
Sam, I totally agree with you on that.
This isn't right, and we knew there was a fly in the ointment, but we didn't know how big of a fly.
Wow. Right.
Okay. Guys, I want to jump in here a second, and I have Nicolle in the waiting room, and I wanted to bring her on. So let's go ahead and get her added.
No celestial body from Nemi will.
Hi, Nicolle.
Hello, everyone.
Good
Hi,
to see
Nicolle.
you.
Hi, Nicolle.
Good to see you again. Her and I had a meeting yesterday. We're businesswomen now, you know. We have to have meetings, and anyway, it was fun. But actually, it was just fun getting to know her better, you know. Just to visit as two ladies, you know. So it's nice. So I want to start doing that. I told her at least weekly, you know, but maybe more often, because she's been a big help already to me, and I have some ideas on other things that she could do to, you know, play a role in all of this is what we're doing, you know. So, because I'll tell you why she was just talking to me, and I was sitting here visioning. I was like, that would be perfect for a video. Like, this lady's like a teacher, you know. I mean, I could use that. What she just said was so simplified, and I'm like, all I could think about was needing that.
She's always timely looking things up just at the right time too.
She's
a perfect little info scroller in the background. I feel like a congressman standing there, and then one of these people comes up and hands me this piece of paper. Oh, thank you, Nicolle. And just in, ladies and gentlemen, direct from our news source, Nicolle.
Yeah.
Skywatcher PA.
I was going to say, expect to see Nicolle videos coming soon. So
okay, I gotta stick my 2 cents in here. I apologize for interrupting your startup, Nicolle.
No, you're fine. It's perfect.
We have a gentleman, it's Nelson, and Nelson, your point of view is a little inaccurate, and I suggest that you try listening to some of the time-proven information that we have for you, so that you can embark into the truth rather than into gossip, because you're talking about nemesis and you're talking about crashing into each other, and that's not what's happening. So you need to probably pay a little bit more attention before you say something that's going to make you come back and later say, well, I was inaccurate. And I'm not trying to be mean. I tried to phrase that as politely as I could. Welcome that you're here, but your information is unfortunately very human.
I don't think he understands. I think I was going to say, hi, Nelson, and welcome here. And I feel like he does not know who we are. I've never seen his name before. I feel like he found us, and I'm happy.
I'm glad you're here.
And what I was going to show him, let me get some pictures real quick. Because what we're talking about is something that is very different from the mainstream Nibiru Planet X. You type that in and the same stuff comes up over and over, red planet, right? When in actuality, that is Nibiru. That blue area, that's how close Nibiru really is. It's a whole different solar system. It's another solar system of multiple planets that are all around us every day. So,
and the term nemesis is a arch enemy, and so therefore you're running off of the information, which is a fear tactic. And I apologize, I'm not trying to say you're wrong, but the information that you've been fed is inaccurate, and there's more to it. And we welcome you on board, and I hope you take the time to listen to our facts, not our supposition, nor are we talking off a base of generic human information, internet human information. Our information comes from off-world, which has set the premise for the guideline for discovery that Montana Skywatchers #1 is entirely based off of. And we've spent 14 years public, and I've known about this for I'm going to be on my 45th year here really soon. I've known about the binary solar system according to math equations in atomic chemistry. And that was why the government stepped in and put a 30-year non-disclosure agreement on me. And our information is completely scientifically proven that every one of these bodies is quite real. We've watched them for 14 years, every day. You're not guessing. Nemesis is a term of internet mislabeling. It is not red. It does not crash into us. We do not get destroyed. Now, the fleas on planet Earth have to worry, but planet Earth does not have to worry because it's cyclic. It'll happen again, as it's happened 83 times since the last 300,000 year management change on those who own planet Earth. And I'm being far stark and very graphic here for a reason, because the system of what we know is real is much bigger than, unfortunately, the average person knows about, which is why we're doing what we're doing. And go ahead, Rebecca. You put it so much kinder than I do.
It's okay. No, but I have a feeling he has just not ever come across this information.
I get a definite sense of fear and urgency here. So I'm glad that you're aware of the information, which means that you have done some homework. Nemesis is the twin sister. It brings 3 planets and 2 moons. I'm terribly sorry it does not. Wow, where to begin with you, sir? I'm glad you're here.
Look at this picture.
I would like you to take everything you learned on the internet and throw it out the window or in the garbage pail.
The sky doesn't look like that normally, and the sky has
Nibiru, Tearu, Uri, Atu, Isatum, Nepesity, Matim are the 7 planets. The 8th planet considered in the system, which is not necessary, it is a planet, but it's not actually part of the system. It's part of both of our systems, and that is Immeru. And Immeru is a massive gas giant, so big you wouldn't believe, and it holds the 2 stars. We have 2 stars. Our star is the smaller star. So you have to reassess all of this. This information has been documented for over a decade.
Some people say it's a 3rd star, don't they?
Oh yeah, there's a lot of people who talk about 3 stars and the tri-star. Yeah, and it's not. We've only seen 2. We did not see a 3rd star, and this is all. Go ahead.
Forgive me for jumping in here. I think that I could be wrong, but I think the Nelson new guy could be referring a lot of people, especially over the last couple of months, I have noticed have brought up the question of, with all the shifting, of everything on the planet, I think a lot of people fear Apophis or whatever asteroid is going to hit us. And I think that's where a lot of people are being misguided, if that makes sense. I don't think they're understanding.
And that's you got it. Now that's another NASA tagging because the actual Apophis is, we are seeing the real legendary, according to the Egyptian gods. Apophis is literally the salamander asteroid group in the OCG. OCG stands for Object Cluster Groups that we have been documenting and watching. But we actually saw them come in before we really knew the planets well. And because they self-illuminate, and the lead asteroid especially, and then all of the tinier stuff compared to the lead asteroid, which way back when was this thing that we saw, and it wasn't very big. But we have been watching it since they came up, literally, and out and closer to us, and bigger, and documented all of these asteroids, the lead, the blue, the green. We even know what's inside, what they look like, the shape of them. We know where they are. We know where they are every day. So if you're new to us, there is so much information that you have to catch up on. It'll take you quite a bit of time. So don't write us off right away. Do, however, like I said, unfortunately, take a bunch of what you've already learned. Otherwise, it's going to taint you. It'll mislead you, and it'll distract you. And the example of what we're looking at we're probably looking at Nepesity here directly over the top of us. What was this, like last week?
Wow.
I think it was recent. Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
this was like last week.
I think so. Right.
And
Look
this
at
is welcome to the 180-day cycle.
I just wanted to take a side note here with the echo noise.
See the dots? Those dots are on the planet.
I put a mute on Carla just to see what would happen, and it seems to go away when I mute her. What I was going to say, Carla, is how about you mute yourself while you're not talking, and then unmute yourself when you want to say something?
Okay.
Let's try that.
I will do that. Okay.
See if that makes
How many devices are you running right now?
She's muted. Oh, wait.
Sorry.
She's muting herself.
Well, I was just wondering if you're running multiple devices, you'll have like 2 phones and a laptop sitting next to you. That might be doing it. Mm-hmm.
It seems like when it's muted, it's
one of your microphones is picking up the sound of the other one, and it's cycling it through a second and third time.
You wouldn't believe.
That's why you always have to be careful about the volume level in front of you, and including the direction of your mic. If you point your mic away from the sound, it won't get that loop. If your mic is in that, go ahead.
I was gonna say, if she has headphones, usually when you Bluetooth to headphones, it all goes away. Any feedback. Okay. If you have headphones, you can Bluetooth too. That's an option, maybe idea.
I will try that quick. I know I've tried it in the past. You guys said I was louder, so I will try it one more time. Quick.
Okay.
Sorry.
All right.
Don't mean to harass you.
Right. No,
I don't take it that way. Don't worry.
Going back to the new folks.
Look at that, Nelson. Sorry.
Yeah. These planets are, and they're not. If they would have crashed into us, they would have done it by 212. And and then the Mayan calendar and all of that would have been.
We're talking about something that you're not going to hear about anywhere else. Is what we're talking about.
Yeah, and we've worked out, the time log on the Mayan calendar. We've worked out the back science behind unbelievable amounts of ancient lore, legend, and history through these 14 years. You wouldn't believe the stuff that people send me. And not only that, that's Atu. And Atu's moon. You can see Atu's moon in the center.
Is getting.
Now the lightning on the right is wrapping around the side of Atu's moon.
Right. And this is Chicago. I mean, this makes Chicago look like a little
baby, right? A little miniature,
like a Walmart parking lot.
And they electrically repelled. They see gravity is not what the force is that Einstein told everybody, and he was wrong. WRONG afterwards, and I'm terribly sorry, and this is why I got slapped with a non-disclosure agreement, because I wrote a paper that said we had to have a binary solar system. We had to have 2 sets of planets and 2 stars, period. In order for us to atomically exist the way we do in our solar system, the way our planets were placed and laid out, gravity just doesn't answer the dinner plate model, period. We do not travel in a circle around our star year after year in the same place. We follow our star in a static spiral behind it as it travels through virgin space sideways, alone with all of its little planets and another star, and we concentrically orbit each other, and then every 3,654 to 4,000 years we cross paths and go through each other, and then we centrifugally orbit each other again. It's sort of like a capacitor. The whole overall system builds up a static discharge, and then we saw a static discharge when the two stars came close to each other in 2012, and we had all the backblow CME
going now, Sam.
And we found inspiration. Excuse me.
You're cutting out pretty bad, so you might want to repeat that.
Oh, of course. I was describing the important stuff. Of course.
I know it was the CMEs.
Well, where did I start cutting out at? I know where to start.
At the beginning.
Backflow. Yeah.
Oh boy, really?
The backflow CMEs is where I lost backflow.
Okay, and it's all documented. The 2012 backflow CME activity. We believe that the sun is separating now from the other sun. We are seeing some evidence of that where the jury is still out. So we'll keep you informed what's coming and what we see. And I'm going to add that I am not average Joe Facebook, and I am not some guy sitting behind a mic in Montana. I'm pretty good at what I do, and I'm going to let you guys talk from there.
Right. I mean, you do have 80 interviews under your belt, and across multiple YouTube channels.
80? No, you better triple that.
More than that? Oh, okay. Well, I mean, on Radio Wasteland.
Right.
Yeah, I have
channel, right.
radio.
But
I have 87 videos on Radio Wasteland on YouTube. Just type Samuel Hofman Radio Wasteland, and you'll find a way to get to my videos. I have Understanding the Sky series going back years and all the way to 2000. I think 12 or 13 is when I started that. I have, I dare not really want to mention other sites because some of those, they were great interviews up to a point, but a lot of it was gossiping about stuff that's not in my area. So I don't promote those. But I have hundreds of interviews.
Or non-disclosure agreement. I mean, they don't force people into non-disclosure agreements for nothing. I mean, that says a lot.
Being wrong.
How many people do you know have that happen in their lifetime? Obviously it was something important enough.
Oh wow, what is that?
And don't even get me started on my little visit with our government that we all love and trust.
Right.
Oh boy!
Look at that! Look, Nicole's got. That's cute.
What is that? What is that? It's a tree. Is it?
This is called the
slingshot effect. There again, you're talking gravitational pull, and that's not how things work.
There's
manly pee hole.
Okay, I see it now.
I do believe
all ages.
I do believe that this is probably kind of what Jade Dreamers is kind of it's a little interesting to it's pronounced
that's a reference of a firmament
tree.
Right, I believe that's true.
I mean, even what Sam talked about being the magic circle,
galaxy,
that's in here too. But
our galaxy is a cell.
Book is accurate, right?
Yeah, everybody thinks of our galaxy laid out like a dinner plate, and it's circles, and it's got the mass in the middle of it, and there's the black hole in the center of our galaxy, etc. But you also have to take into account there's a magnetosphere to that galaxy. It's a big bubble, like as if you put it in a snow globe. There is a snow globe around our galaxy. There is a snow globe around our solar system. There is a snow globe around our planet Earth. There is a snow globe around each and every one of you.
Wow, that's true.
And we live in an electrical body all the way out to, and our galaxy is a cell. It's one cell of many cells of a larger whole. And it's all electrical. There is no separation between any of it. It's all connected. All the way down to the minutia in the tabletop in front of you. That's why your finger cannot go through the tabletop, because you have an electrical lightning storm. When you put your finger on the counter, you don't actually touch the counter with your microscopic subatomic particles. There's a lightning storm that comes up, and it's blue and white. And when you touch, your finger comes down, it's purple and red. And this is the color harmonics and the separation between the bodies and the positive and the negatively charged everything. It's all atomic and subatomic chemistry. Subatomic chemistry, astroatomic chemistry. Our dimensions, we are a smaller part of a larger whole, and there are smaller parts of us in the subdimension. This is why we talk about watching Ant-Man in Marvel. There's so much more going on than the human basically fathoms. And they go, oh, they're trying to terraform and the aliens are going to land here and they're going to invade and take us over and we're all going to be killed and eaten. No, the system is so much bigger than that. We have been owned for our entire existence that we are what we are. Our version of who we are have always been factory planet Earth workers. We have to grow out of that. No, the sun simulator does not exist. Oh my God, Nelson, please throw away that stuff you've been reading.
There's no proof of a sun simulator.
We would have seen it. We have worldwide daily submissions from around the world. We would have seen the sun simulator. I personally, with my abilities, would know about it.
Right.
I would know it was up there.
It's a cover-up. It's a cover-up.
Yeah, it's a distraction. That way you'll believe anything. If they give you enough crap to believe in, you're going to believe in anything.
They have to explain away all the reasons why our sun, our sky, our clouds all look so dramatically different. They're trying to explain all these reasons. And they're like, oh, the government's doing it. They're changing our sun. They're spraying our sky.
They're out to get us. It's a government plot.
The government's doing, and that's what they have done. They created all these conspiracies called the rabbit hole, which is nothing but a hole. If you just get out of it, you're better off, because they're all distractions. They're all cover-ups to keep you from really knowing what's going on. It's to hide, these planets, for starters, the sun simulator, to hide and explain why our sun looks so different now. It's because we have planets all around passing nearby. That's why the sun looks different.
They're pinching off the light, and they're changing the shape of the light, and they're running in front of the light, and they've got base clouds around them. And you have to realize these planets all have atmospheres. And most of the time, a huge portion of time of what we're seeing in the sky, with the exception of our normal lower clouds, anything from 45,000 feet and below is ours. But if it's above that, and all you have to do is look at some of the shots in the planes nowadays, there's clouds above the clouds. And those are planets. And yes, they're so huge you can't even fathom it. And that's why you're not seeing them right now, because they've been here for, visibly in the northern hemisphere since 2012. And we've documented them, and we've had thousands and hundreds of thousands of pictures since. And I know, because I saw them. I was expecting them to come. I knew about them. I have information from the government. I also have information from my abilities, because I was recruited for the Far-Seeing Project, which is remote viewing. And frankly, I am very good at it. I'm not horrendous at it, but I am very good at it. And a lot of my friends and people who know me can, they'll tell you. I'm not bragging. I am not bragging. And I feel horrible that you're running all of that stuff through your head and missing real information.
More open-minded, honestly, because we have information that is so special. It just takes somebody that is willing to be like, okay, I can at least set aside what I think I know and what I've studied years for, and at least look into the options, look at the research, and look at the proof that we have to offer, because you haven't even seen anything.
We've never seen anything remotely captured out of the millions of pictures that Rebecca and myself and our other sister sites have all viewed. We've never had anything remotely resembling a sun simulator. Now, you do bring up a valid point that, yeah, they could bring it in closer to hide what's behind. True. That's the first valid point that I've ever heard, and nobody's ever told me that except you. Thank you. Great. It would be a great way to hide stuff. But we already see past it. We already know what the shadowing effect, we've already learned what the base clouds of these planets really look like and how to tell where they are. And Rebecca's got a whole bunch. Please go to Nibiru Followers Anonymous and view her shorts and her live shows. We've got, we're on 54 now, right?
That's it.
We got 54 shows.
And I have 499 videos. I saw I'm one video away from having 500 videos. I gotta make a special one to celebrate.
Yeah, and there are combined we have so much information. And it's all based on information
I'm telling you, we're right. I'm telling you. I can prove it. You just gotta give us a little bit of time and be open-minded about it.
Yeah, our information is real, and we have gathered it. We know what the colors of the planets. We know what their facial surfaces look like. We know what the asteroids look like. We know where they are every day. We know their full orbit model presumptively. I'm highly confident in that. We know, I know a lot of information from other races. You're not going to find that anywhere, and this is why we are the live show that we are. Citizen Science Project is not. We're not playing games. We're not running a psyop. We're not doing this to make money selling you survival gear or the best knife on the planet or a new tent. We're doing
spending
this
our own money to help people understand what's actually happening.
Month. We're doing this well, and we know what the hell we're talking about. And nobody else, unfortunately. Oh my God, I would love to find somebody that knows more. And I think I would, shine his boots and bathe feet, as they say.
Please.
Wow. I'm terribly sorry that some people, because obviously you took the time to learn all what you know, and I'm horribly saddened that you went down the path. But then, a lot of people had to do that. You have to find out wrong before you can find right. And I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying the information was wrong.
That's right.
Welcome to the new show and the new day and the new real info. And we are not guessing. We are not guessing. Because we've never formulated our information from a pool where we could, we're not scooping soup here. We're scooping the real whole potato. And if it's simple and it fits, it's the truth. And if it's complicated and doesn't fit, then it's a lie. And we've gathered this information through comparative science from around the world. We didn't just take somebody's one picture and go, oh, we know what this is. No, we did this because we've done it for 14 years.
Yeah.
And we have never seen anything that can constitute the remotest thing that could be even one thing that was the sun simulator. And we argued with people for how many years over that.
Still.
Not one picture. Not one live video, nothing. Just because there's a patent doesn't mean it's up there. And the one that China's working on is only made to illuminate a very small area over China to help with their agricultural growth, and that's it. Just because they make something doesn't mean it's massive, and how the hell are you going to power it?
Right.
Yeah, you can put a nuclear reactor up there, but you're still only going to get so much light. Not a star. You can't make it. I mean, the Nibiruans or the aliens above them, because there's higher races and higher techs above them. Yeah, they can make a star. They know how to make a mini protostar.
Incredible.
And that might be part of the disinformation base, and as to why your brain would be leaping to it.
They do just enough to make whatever it is believable. So they'll spray just a few sprays. Last night I was out live, and I usually keep a running total of planes I see, because we talk about that, and I saw one plane out in 2 hours, and the sky looked crazy. I got pictures. I'll share in a minute. But anyway, and I had somebody in the comments insisting it was all sea trails. And I'm like, okay. So I said, you're right. I like, one of these lines is a chemtrail, and there was like millions of streaks out there, so but they sprayed just enough to make people think the whole thing, 1 or 2 planes will convince anybody.
And afterwards, that stuff spreads out, and it makes it like it's harder to see through.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, you get that haze, so you don't see all around the sun.
Right, it gives it. Well, the lower you are to sea level, the harder it is for you to see the passing planets. Christopher, did you feel the earthquakes around Las Vegas yesterday?
No, I did not.
Oh, you're having a whole bunch of stuff going on down in your area.
I heard about it.
Yeah, there's cluster quakes running up along from Vegas all the way up to Pahrump and up into Sacramento area and everything. There's a whole lot of quake activity around, and that was that water weight. Remember, we were talking about water weight around the San Andreas.
Right.
So now everything around, and there's a huge cluster going off in the Gulf of California, Sea of Cortez. They've got a whole string of and the Americans are not reporting it. The European models are reporting all the quakes, and the Americans are barely reporting it. So that that's another huge thing that people have to take into account. Just because you're not seeing the information coming out on your local source news,
right,
or what people are talking about, doesn't mean it's not happening. And you actually have to go out there and look for this information yourself. And you let the source be your guide as well. There's that old saying, let the source be your guide. And if you're in the right path, you will find the right information at the right time just for you. So you will learn and grow. Nicolle, this week you posted some interesting information. I did review it. Interesting. I haven't chewed through it yet. I'll have to watch it again, but it was an interesting sidebar topic, which is nice to find once in a while. Stuff I didn't see before. Usually a lot of crap is stale, and it's like, oh God, this again. Sorry, I'm divesting off of topic, but what do you got for us, Rebecca?
I'm working on getting some pictures that Corey sent us some pictures in our.
Thank you, Corey, and yay!
Yeah, can you think of our email address? Okay. Anyway, I have them ready. I'm just having trouble making them load. I might have to back out.
We really have to do a show with old pictures only. Go back to the early days I
have a bunch. I thought after the ones I'll go over here, I have a lot that you've sent me. Every time you send me a picture, I put it in a Sam folder. So I have 3 Sam folders now. So there's some good ones in there too. So we can look through there if you want.
Yeah, I'm reminded of, even the smallest of examples is that one Nepesity shot where Nepesity first comes in about 2014, 15-ish.
Oh, yeah.
And I say that, I don't have a date on it for sure, but I remember when Nepesity first, we'd seen her and she was small and green for years, but then the right to left started after because they spiraled up towards us first, off in the distance, and then they went right, left over time as we got into proximity with them. And then the teeny little things that we thought were, oddly bright, really cool objects, maybe asteroids we didn't know, and then they turned into planets because we've been staring at Nibiru and Saru and Uri and thought, well, these are planets, they're generic planets of generic size. And then we found out how much massive they are compared to Asatum and Nepesity and Atu and Matim, and how vast Nibiru and Saru really are. It's mind-boggling.
Yes.
And I still, I thought the cavity with water type way bigger than rock, and a rock type planet, which is what Earth is. So you guys out there need to learn all of this stuff and do a planetary size comparison on YouTube. They've got millions of videos on it. Well, not millions, but dozens.
What was that word you just used, Sam?
What? Millions?
No, before you called it
planetary size comparison models.
Before that, you said something about Loctite or something, or I don't know what I heard. Maybe I'm going deaf. I'm sorry.
Okay, you lost me.
Tidally locked.
Oh, tidally locked?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, something like that. I'm just thinking.
No, I don't think I brought that up in recent conversation.
Maybe I'm just hearing things because I'm like, I know.
Okay, I know I'm talking 300 miles an hour. I'll quit.
We're just, I'm just learning English. So
we're here to listen to you talk.
I mean, we all feel like that today. It's like.
I know, right?
Yeah, we are having a weird day, everybody out there.
Yeah.
Hi, and welcome to our weird day.
It's like time dilation or something.
I don't know. I think it's the heat.
Well, you
are you
were
hot,
very well
are
when
you?
you got your.
I walked to the grocery store and it's just like 2 minutes from my house, and I think I'm like already getting like my brain is getting cooked already from the sun. It's already
It's so hot. Uh-oh.
Yeah.
It's weird here because I was peeling potatoes today and all I felt was genuinely cold. Which was
Well,
weird.
it is 60 degrees outside here,
Yeah.
so.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it's 62 here. 62 is nice. I had to turn the heater on earlier for a minute, so.
Yeah, it
It's
was
chilly.
sunny, no clouds when I was out last, but boy, look at that.
I know it's going to be hot. Yeah, these are from Corey. From
And I believe you're looking at Atu
Me
Natu's
too.
moon directly up.
Yeah, it's been doing that a lot,
Yeah, look at that.
and it's so cool.
And then on the right-hand side, just next to the, there's more here. Just next to the sun, you see a dark line. That is the side of his Saturn. And then his Saturn's yellow moon is over about 2 inches underneath Atu's moon, along with lead asteroid.
Right.
Weird.
Yeah.
Wow,
yeah,
that's
You're drawing.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 major objects here. And the blue asteroid is coming in from the left, right just on to in face of the sun, which is why it's getting cut in. On the left of the sun. That's where the blue asteroid currently is. That's the white blip with its little sisters behind it. Exactly as I drew it in on this month's
Exactly.
site drawing.
Yeah, I would show it
And it
if I
wasn't
could.
happening
I'm
when I
trying to
drew it.
fix
It
it.
was happening now. I stepped over somebody. I didn't hear what you said.
No, I would say I'm trying to fix your drawing so it's fits the page. Anyway,
You see the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 little ones on the upper left. You see those they're all leaving little white trails behind them. And that's the micro. And I knew they were going to be following the blue asteroid.
Wow. Now to identify the blue asteroid, it's the one with the single dot in the middle, right?
Yeah, on the right, directly up in above the sun.
Okay.
There is just slightly to the left of the center of above the sun is the blue asteroid.
Right.
And then
I
the little
think that.
7.
Yeah, that's what I caught in a cluster. I sent it to you, Rebecca.
And I'm looking at it on a 43-inch screen, and there's a little that one dot has a rainbow effect to it as well that you can't probably. I've noticed that at even the shows, I see different colors on my screen than on other screens. So I think I see more. Yeah, see those little dots in the yellow, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I drew in 8 of them, but there's 7 visible in the shot previous. Wow. And I knew they were coming, so I drew them in.
Wow.
And I don't know half the time how I know these things, but I just know.
Right.
And there they are.
And here we are capturing
I know. I'm just
in all parts of the world. It's incredible.
Oh, you gotta show Sam the one I took then.
And for the new folks, I don't copy the monthly site drawings off of any picture on the computer. I'm not even in the computer room when I draw it. I go out in my living room every morning on the 15th at 5 a.m. or so. This month it was like 9 o'clock before I drew it. But I got up. I get up really early today. I got up at 4:30 this morning, and so I sit down and I draw what I see in my head. And a lot of the times they are I try to advance them just a little bit in time, knowing what I know, and they come out to be highly accurate. And this is why we step across that line of science into the almost super cosmic cool information shit, extra secret special, secret squirrel and all of that, because we are that good and we have worked, and all of these people are experts because they've taken the time to learn all of this stuff. And every one of them went through what some of you are going through now on the newbie aspect. And it's got to be weird and uncomfortable. And what the hell are they talking about? Oh, my God. But anyway, go ahead, Christoper. I'm going to go get a Coke.
Okay. I'm just still so excited about this, because every time Sam comes out with his monthly site drawing, either that day or about a week or two later, it all will just line up absolutely perfect. I'm kind of disappointed that Saturn's yellow moon isn't crossing over the sun like it has been for the past couple months, though.
Yeah, I haven't seen it.
Right?
Like it was.
I know, right? Now it's just like
no, I just saw a cluster of those little guys. That cluster, right. I keep seeing that cluster, and not it's yellow moons, like it's appeared from here too, and you just see the cluster thing.
Yeah, definitely.
Like you're talking about that
crossing over the sun anymore, and
it's not like that.
I just thought that was the coolest thing. So cool. I got so many cool pictures of it. And
maybe it's gone down, like under us or something.
Why is anybody seeing this object crossing over the sun? And it did it. It went all out, crossing all over the sun. I got so many.
It must have really done itself out when it finished doing the eclipse, and then that was when they knew it was going to be the closest. So they called it the eclipse.
I know. It was so perfect, isn't it?
It is so amazing. Look at how accurate Sam's drawing is with this video. It is incredible. That is not normal. Sam,
hello, Ion Tail of the Saturn.
See, there it is. And there it is.
There it is.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that cluster group that I can't believe I caught it. Right. I suddenly realized what it is now, because you just said, oh, well, there's a cluster and there's 7. And I thought, oh, that's what I got. And then I still highlighted it and sent it to you. And I thought, what is that? And then I must have gone to work.
You cannot make this stuff up. We knew that his Saturn's yellow moon was coming in from the right-hand side since all the way back in 2019, and I started drawing it. I was really tickled pink that it was going to happen and all of this, and then we watched it happen. And you're back to it again. If you are
making this up, then you're the greatest author of all time. I mean, that's just...
Well, what's cool about it is that I know what's coming.
Right.
Because I've been watching it for so long, and then whatever else that is guiding me. God, look at the illumination in the upper area to the upper left, right? The difference between the white and the black,
right?
Or excuse me, the light and the dark blue. That we have to teach new folks. Don't be looking at the sun. Don't in this picture. Right. Keep it here for a minute, Rebecca, please. Don't be looking at the sun. Look at the dark areas first. If you look at the dark blue, and then the clouds, and then the sun. And see the pathways, the things moving through there, leaving trails behind them. And you remember that there are clouds in space. Big important part. There are clouds between the planets that reach between the planets because they're so close they actually electrically affect each other. They're like, this just atomic structure. And that's what we are as well, but we're spread out farther, so we don't think of it that way. We think of gravity. We're gravitationally affected. No, we're electrically connected to our star, which is why we always see our sun. And that's why we have eclipses rather than complete eclipses, which would instantaneously drop us into an ice age and we'd all die. Okay, that doesn't happen. So we're connected with a thread connection. It's electrical. We're placed. We don't change our placement. Otherwise, we don't transfer planets between each other or anything else. But what you're looking at is the light beyond, and these are these objects in front of us that are leaving trails in the darkness of the shadowed backsides of these planets. And here we're looking at a number of objects. We're looking at a Saturn's yellow moon, which is the ion trail. The finger is pointing underneath to the side of Uri, where the asteroid and the salamander asteroid group is coming in from the left in like 4 fingers of a hand or a fist even. And then yet on the right-hand side, you're looking at the ion tail leading off the side of Saturn in front of Saturn's yellow moon. And behind that at the horizon on the right-hand side is the planet Nibiru, dark blue next to the building. When you get to the center and you look at the horizon color of the light below, that's the normal sky. Everything above that is planets and asteroids and moons. There's the tan asteroid right there, the whole big dotty thing. And there's your drawing. That's what you're looking at. Yeah, pause it when you can get it. Pause it with the overlay once real quick, if you could, Rebecca.
Okay. Wait. Oh. Like that.
And and you can even see the yellow moon is, and we watch this, we documented it, I draw it, I give you this information every month. You can either believe me or don't. And there is no way I could make this shit up.
No. You know, unless you're a time traveler, you know, and you time travel to Tulsa.
Yeah, and even then, man, I have good notes, man. Let me revert to my red notebook and then the green one. This will happen, you know. And if I was a time traveler, I'd tell you that. But no, I am an integral part of this information. And I am here to give you guys the names of these planets. I'm here to give you guys the binary solar system. I'm here to pass on this information because it's innate in me. It is normal. It's something I've known since I was 17 years old. And, you know, that's the time where, and I'm joking here, that's where neurological disorders come to prove. And Nicolle, this is the point where you should be laughing because you probably studied that.
Oh, I didn't.
Development of the human brain at age 17 is beginning of neurological dysfunction or atypical neurosis in the human brain. What? You didn't study that?
No. I was.
Oh, okay. I'm teasing you. I'm putting you on the spot. I thought you knew everything.
I got my debit card out to get my mail.
Oh, okay. We know where you're at. You are suffering.
Use this to open the door, the key thingy. So that's where I'm at this week.
Okay, you're in Mercury retrograde, aren't you? You're riding it hard.
Oh gosh, like I've
never seen you disorganized. You're always organized,
right?
I will actually, since it went in, which has been like the first of the month, right? But it actually has a shadow period, which is like a week to 2 weeks before, which is why my lovely, beautiful, wonderful daughter, blessing of a daughter, brought me a drink with a straw because Mercury retrograde.
I lost track. Does anybody know where the moon is right now? What phase are we in the moon? Gillian, look up what phase of the moon we are.
Should be just over half, if not closer to full.
Okay, well, tidal. We need to watch the tides and look at the earthquakes. Me too, Sam. My sky journey started 12, 13, 2. Yeah, okay. Hi, Surfer Girl. We didn't say hi to you yet. Nice that you're back.
So it's 92.
Guys, all this planetary stuff and all this mystical voodoo stuff. A lot of it is real. I know that for a fact because I have studied Buddhism my entire life since I was 9 years old. Rather than speak to me, my parents are from Holland. They're European. They're educated. I have a minor title. I'm an Esquire by birth, but meaningless in the United States. I have dual citizenship. I'm educated European. I was not educated by America. I was a pain in the ass to the American school system. Anyway, I'm not trying to brag. I am trying to point out that our excuse me?
Rebel.
Yeah, well, yeah. I'm considered an indigo. Please look that up. We
I know what that is.
In my day it was called hyperactive or whatever, or I don't know what they call it now, but they give you an medication.
ADHD.
I actually had a neurologist doctor say, well, we're going to write you a prescription for this pill so we can slow your thinking and overthinking down to the rest of us. And I laughed and I said, in a pig's eye, And I said, why would I want to drop down to your level? And I actually insulted him at that point, and he was not.
Right now you're non-compliant.
Well, not only that, he double billed me. I'm not kidding you. He double billed me.
Hey, Sam,
They
just for can I ask you, is scooping soup versus scooping the whole potato, is that a Samism, or is that just like a saying I haven't heard before?
No, that's a brand new Sam metaphor.
That's a Samism. All right, I've got that noted.
I talk in metaphors all the time, and that's why we talked about last week where I bombed everybody with music.
Yeah, that was great.
Let's
do it again.
My atypical neurosis. Yeah, please close the door. My point of view, the way I view things, the way I see, I pattern watch. I exist in patterns, and which is why I'm mini Sheldon Cooper, except his character, which is a TV character, had his IQ rate was 1 point higher than mine. Mine's a government rated IQ, and I view things in patterns, and I do things in patterns. And if I break up my pattern, it screws me up. I'm a chronic hand washer, blah, blah, blah. I love my T-shirts. I'm a germaphobe, you name it, and all the other crazy shit that my era went through to create my own personal idiosyncrasies, whom I am. And then I went through the restaurant industry, and so I'm a clean freak, and I like to wipe everything down with bleach and be sanitary, etc. Okay, having that said, I look at things in a certain point of view. And I follow pathways, and sometimes I get on the stages where I'm in metaphor zone, and so the only way for me to express my words when I'm stumbling for the word is to throw a metaphor at you, including music, because that also has another part of the link to the brain of how I view things. You guys talk all the time, and I have song names and song titles popping up in my head all the time as comparatives.
Agreed.
And
just
I just want to share that connected link. Well, it's like when people are like, if they're sitting down at the table, I'm going to read their tarot cards, and I'll go through my performative where I'll take my scarf off and my protective barrier off my cards, and then I tie the scarf around my knee, and then I look at the cards, and I'll go through them real fast, thumb, and make sure they're all dust free and in the right, not mixed up in any weird way, because they're not supposed to be, because nobody touches my cards but me until I let them. And then I will do the reading, and the moment I start going out into source, where I start focusing on what I see inside my own head, so how I can read these cards from my knowledge, I get that body rush and the tingle, and all my arm hair stands up. And then what's really cool is everybody around me within about 15 feet starts scratching and itching and wiggling in the chair, and then they start scratching the top of their head, and they're shuffling, and then they're rubbing their fingers together, because when you reach for source, you elevate the electrical field around you, and it becomes much larger, and you envelop them into it, and they're feeling that electromagnetic charge. So you perhaps pulled your debit card out for the key, because you value your debit card. And that's why you heard in the 70s they used to take photographs of money in the 80s, and it's called an horoscope. And things that people value and covet. It's a bad word, but it's also a good word, signifying things you value and try to keep, gain electrical charge from all of us, like our car keys. And that's why in the 80s and stuff, we'd be at parties, and some of my friends would go, hey, let's do the party, give Sam your car keys, he can tell your future. Because people are always looking for their car keys, they're always losing their car keys, and so that's a coveted, valued item, and they put their charge and their essence in that. And so you probably did that with your debit card, because it's connected to you in ways you're not even aware of, because you use it that you're adding power to that item, and that's why you pulled it out, because it's powerful. It's like a talisman tool. And you went, okay, I'm going to open my box with my magic talisman, and yet you were disconnected from Mercury.
Yeah,
right.
Certainly didn't.
Yeah, that's crazy left field. Not part of the whole story, but that's what I see. But The trick to all of this, including sky watching and seeing the planets, is getting within yourself and trusting what you see.
That's right.
And we all have to believe that this is not absolutely batshit crazy. It is absolutely happening. And that's a very long moral to the ending of a spinning story, but that's
Come on,
kind of where I was going with that. Now I will open that Coke I got, 5 minutes ago?
Here's a video, a series of clips from Carla in Minnesota.
Wow.
Yeah, there we have Atu's moon. And asteroids below it. And there's the sun. And the reach in from a Saturn yellow moon on the right-hand side of the sun. And then Neptune is above the sun. Sarah was to the lower left of the sun. And there is Saturn is the blue circle in front of you there, with Nibiru behind it. And then we'll go all the way.
That makes me drop.
Gerp. Okay, the carnival ride. Thank you.
I'm on the roller coaster. Oh.
Wouldn't it be easier just to point the thing up? Sorry, we're teasing her filming style. Yeah, everybody out there has got their head tipped now.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's like
those are planets above us. There's several of them, and which just blows me away because the outview, they're not close to each other like that.
Sun. Look at the sun's like red lights. Just
Thank you, Nova.
its atmosphere. Oh, look, pretty. Whose is this?
These
Carla.
are from Carla. Uh-huh.
Sorry, my brain's in time retired mode.
Oh yeah. Wow.
It's a nice guitar.
Like ripples in a pond, man. Woo! What's that? Yeah, exactly. Freaky.
Used to have a nice guitar. I had to sell it to put diapers on my kids. Anyway. Planet on either side of the sun. Atu's moon and asteroids going vertically away from us past the sun because the sun is behind, and that is Saturn right there, and it's Saturn's yellow moon. And over here, that right there is the tan asteroid and the salamander asteroid group on the side of Uri. And Uri base cloud, and then we scroll around, and somewhere in this whole mess is Neptune. We haven't seen it. It's probably above us.
No.
It almost looks like the skull. Yeah. The skull should be, that should have been the skull where she tipped. The skull is to the left of this. That literally, okay, Atu's moon with Neptune somewhere in the mix.
Back.
And then, the 3 seconds are always so fast. And that's its Saturn's yellow moon. And you can see the ion tail.
Looks like it's
in front of a
right
Saturn.
in.
Yeah.
Oh, that's perfect.
And Saturn is much bigger this week.
Ooh.
Notice
that
the
V?
angle change. We're
Yeah.
getting more to a V now that the Saturn is very large. Indeed, we're seeing more of a V pattern over her. Which is that 30% graduated outview to creation. Get to see it's not like looking through glass. It's like we're looking through a water snorkel.
Definitely.
Look, our moon.
Yeah.
And if you look in the upper right corner here again on that, that was the blue asteroid and the asteroids behind it coming in. The second illumination of what we see on the monthly slate drawing. You see it there again. This is Uri on set right there. Yeah, and then sadly, that is what everybody normally sees is these really clouded up, thick, foggy, murky skies, and that's all the crap they're pumping in the air. Don't forget all the volcanic activity that's going on. that one in southern Indonesia, Malaysia area, really pumped out a whole bunch of nasty this week. There's a whole bunch of volcanic activity going. The one next to Happy Floor, I still can't pronounce it, and every week I get it right by myself. The moment I'm on mic, I can't say it. Anyway, Flagria, yeah, there we go, Capi Flagria.
Well, I asked what phase of the moon we were in tonight over the UK. It said the phase of the moon is waxing gibbous. Crescent.
I've got 92% illumination. You too?
Waxing. All right. Yeah, meaning almost full.
Today's moon is 82.26% visible.
Okay. That too. Also, the building of the moon does affect people emotionally as well. And if you're a water sign, then by completion of the moon, your cycle will come to either an emotional or a logical conclusion.
Or you may or may not sleep at all during new moons or full moons. And eclipses might make you off pace for a little while.
Oh yeah. And then your biorhythm.
And it doesn't mean the sun sign.
And then that can mess up crosses in your biorhythm, and your biorhythm can mess that up back and forth depending on your biorhythm, which is your astral charts. It's a wonderful astrological world out there. And I look up a bunch of that all the time, especially when I go. If I start to feel weird, I'll go and look.
This is a video Freezy Peach sent me, and it's not hers, but I just know we've all probably seen this video. It's very popular.
That central light that we talk about on the backlit illumination of planets. Rebecca?
Yeah, we've all seen this one.
Remember that illumination on the far side of a round ball we call the backlit illumination?
Yes.
This is what we're looking at. This is the light is coming from behind us directly. And at the end of planet Earth, the light is going through the atmosphere, and it creates an actual illumination in space that looks like that. That's why it's not a rainbow.
Right.
Wow.
This is a backlit illumination on the backside of Earth away from the sun, under the planets, and behind us, or up in the upper corner, is Attu's moon and Attu, by the way.
Wow.
And the lightning is coming from Attu and Attu's moon and the object cluster group discharging next to Earth, because all of that crap, the reason that it's focaling this way is because there is so little light actually hitting Earth. This is a backlit illumination. And the electrical discharging is from the asteroids and Attu and Attu's moon. Because we're under the planets, we're in the dark. And that's why that's focaling out. That is the viewer's version of the backlit crescent flare of Earth. Going away from us.
Wow. I did not know that, really.
I've tried to point that out. Everybody kept going, what is that? What is it? What's with the light, and the lightning? But it's the bodies that are close to us as well. And we know that the discharge of the object cluster group happens way more during the 180-day cycle. And that is what's going on in this shot as well, because Attu is over on the left. You can see purpley green, weird Attu. And that discharge actually hit an asteroid between probably the lead asteroid and the red asteroid was that leap. And that is what goes on in the 180-day cycle.
This is my little video. I made this, you see, 4 years ago.
2020. Yeah, those are asteroids in there. Yeah, you're right. Exactly right. That is Attu's moon. And the Texas cube is up there, and the asteroids are there, and lead asteroid and red asteroid and blue asteroids in the middle back. That's that little dot of white in the center of the orange-pink area. The gang's all there, over and over and over, and we've documented them for years. And new folks, this is all the stuff you've been missing all of this time, and I'm being silly, and I apologize, but yeah, you guys have missed so much. Oh my God, we've been doing this for years. And the accuracy is just absolutely beyond reproach. I've drawn for a decade where all the planets are for you guys.
I can't believe
And
you
it-
actually see the big purpley color thing
And
on
it
the
boils
top
down. It boils down to whether or not you're going to listen.
Right.
Because most of us had to be willing to just let go of what we already taught ourselves by watching
Not
videos and whatever. We spent
Yeah,
years to study.
Not easy.
Yeah, you got to be just willing to be like, okay, I was wrong. You know,
The kicker has been where I draw it ahead of time, and then you guys go, "Oh shit, he did it again,"
Yep.
yeah.
and that has pushed believers into supreme believers. And you're right, Rebecca. You were pointing out you were exactly correct. Yep. And see, this information goes back, and this is time after time after time, year after year after year, you guys. And when I say you guys, I don't mean the panel. I don't mean the experts. I'm talking about our folks out there listening. And all of this is all old backwork from Rebecca. And she's taken my work, and then she's cut my work in half. And that's why we've got together. We started doing sister sites. Attu's Moon is time proven over and over and over. And the drawings have matched year after year. I don't think I made a couple of minor errors in the drawings over the years, but I don't think the drawings have ever been inaccurate. And people are still using James's depictions, and I wish they would stop because they are now inaccurate. But when you post a picture and you're showing people the placement of the planets, they should be current. Otherwise, they're lost. And I hope actually everybody, gets the opportunity to, save a copy of the site drawing somehow. Even if you have to get a screen capture, it's worth it. And then you can take that, print it up if you have a printer. I do not. I don't normally run printers off my computer because they usually argue with your computer and they usually screw up your system really bad. So I don't do printers. Although, anyway, great series. Do you have any of your shorts available, Rebecca?
I'm sure I do. I mean, I'll pick one out. Let's see.
Pick out three. Get a couple of shorts going here.
Yeah.
Then I can walk away from the mic and go into the kitchen.
Go ahead. Do what you need to do. Right. For sure.
Right. Well, I just, get out of my chair for a second.
Honestly, I need to label some of these a little better. Because it's a mystery for me when I click on it. I'm like, I'm not sure. Oh, that's that one we started to watch, which is okay. What I will point out,
the green one, yeah,
the sky really was flashing. I mean, it wasn't the camera doing that. The sky was doing. We know it does that, but it was hardcore.
That flickering that it does.
Yeah, I had just got out. I had a good friend ask me to run him on an errand. I was going down the street. Alan was driving, but that's what the sky looked like. And I'd never see either. My jaw was just down. I was hanging out the window the whole way. But
yeah, you like that?
Up here in a minute, you'll see it gets even more green in a minute. I don't know. This was early on, like 2018, I think it was. I still didn't really understand what I was capturing, but look at that.
Well, that the illumination is wrong. You can see that the illumination is wrong. You're seeing a yellow on one area, and then you're seeing a lighter, whiter down below, and it looks weird and odd. Because that is the very yellowish occurrence of back when Attu's Moon was really big and very close. Karina is asking a question.
See?
And getting up out of the chair did help. My ears are ringing really bad again. Do the cubes and orbs purposely cause magnetic stars? No, but that's why they've parked where they've parked. The object cluster group on the left-hand side generically has a lot of electrical activity, and that's where the Texas cube is. And there is less electrical activity going on the right-hand side, but the immense ionization activity off of Saturn's yellow moon perhaps does have something to do with the static charge scenario. I do not know. But no, they don't have to purposely do that. They are aware of the conditions that cause it. And yes, they do use the static electricity. And that's why the cubes have side orbs. They have an orb It's this little. It's a diode. It's an electrical. So a lightning rod basically is the best way to describe it. And we've got many pictures actually with the cubes, both of them. Couple of the pictures show both of them at the same time, but many other ones show single captures of either the cube or the long box cube. But yes, they get the orb, the side orb gets zapped by the atmospheric lightning around it, and then you see a different colored beam transfer going from the side orb to the craft itself. So we do know that they do use electrical. Not only that, I knew that before from my talking to the Pleiadians as well, that they use the electricity gathered from static discharge off Earth to actually separate from orbit. It alleviates a huge issue of breaking free of Earth proximity. I hope that answered your question. And I could go. We can. Do you guys want to talk more about aliens? Do you want to talk about the planets? What do you want to talk about?
What are you allowed to talk about?
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Well, every time I run into a topic that I'm not allowed to talk about, I garble out, and then they let me and all of us know that I've gone too far, and so let's bend the spectrum a little bit. I can talk about what I know from the Pleiadian message again. And what did you get from the Pleiadian message, Nicolle?
Put me on the spot. Thanks.
Well, if you'd rather not say, you can pass.
Well, it's not that I'd rather not say. I just most of it I was already very familiar with the
right. I expected that. I respect your educational level.
I didn't. I mean, it makes a lot of sense. So, I kind of figured that I already am on that path, and I find a lot of validity to it.
Did it expand the volume of your premise space? Did it show you a new timeline larger than just what we live right now?
Well, I
watch it again. I'm kidding.
Right. What? No. It did make me feel more comfortable with. There was. I hate to admit that there was a time where being an eternal soul or peace or entity. I mean, I just wasn't very enthused with that. So I've gotten more comfortable with that and going forward, right? And so it just made that a much better, more palatable kind of thing.
Coming to realize that we're an own species is not comfortable. I agree. Yes, the Earth used to be something different than what it is. We all have to also realize, and completely, the trick is we have to absolutely let go of all hate, anger, and discomfort and judgment, because we are here because of the grace of the demigods, not the grace of God, but the grace of demigods, and only in our perfection of forgiveness and knowledge, which is the original sin, is that we were created with a limitation. That is the original sin. We are limited. And only when we let go of those limitations, which part of that has to do with anger and hate and malice and all of these negative vibe connotations that it is said that some species feed off of. When we release those quirks, those connections, those attachments.
That's called loot, yes.
When we break free of that and we become comfortable in what we are, no hate, no anger, no hope, no desire, and you just exist as. When you are as what you are and what you've been given in the now, and the butterflies flying around your head as you're sitting on the top of a rock, and the grasslands on the top of a mountain, and the wind is blowing in your face, you are. And that is the greatest freaking gift that ever was. And when you can achieve the now and listen to what Earth has to tell you and listen to that story that that goes back 300,000 years, even including the servitude of mankind as we know it now. And then if you take into account the millions of years of transition of the geology and the grasslands and the mountains and everything that we could see around us, and how wonderful the existence of what we are now, then you're free of it. And then you can go forward. But only then, once you achieve the now, can we start to move forward in the knowledge that we have, that we're learning here today, that the planets are here, and we're not the only ones, and there's other life forms here. And that answers so many questions like, are we alone in the universe? And does God really care? And does he hear us? And all these other questions that, mankind throughout time has wondered and worried about. But it's so much bigger. So much bigger.
We saw that one.
And it's happening right. And that's why all these people and all of us.
Question.
That's why all of us are here to know this information is happening right in front of our faces. That's why all of this is accurate, because it's correct. This is the right path.
When I shared this, before we get to Audrey's comment question, when I shared that Pleiadian message on my page, I have like close to 1,700 people that are on my Facebook, and it's because I've done a lot of dog rescue, and I have Boston Terriers, and I mean they're very loyal fans of Boston's, and Boston owners are usually guardians, are usually really good people. But anyways, let me get to my point. When I shared the Pleiadian message video, sorry. Those new Tesla trucks. I just saw something that said I got cut off by a refrigerator just now. I actually commented. I quoted Mikio Kaku, the theoretical physicist. He's a professor, but he starts off that video saying 100 billion stars in the galaxy, 100 billion galaxies in the known universe. And you'd have to be an astronomical number is what he says. You'd have to be supremely arrogant to think we're the only game in town. I mean,
correct.
That sums it up in a
nutshell. I have met other races face to face, not channeling. People go, he's a partseer, or he's a remote viewer. Oh, so he's channeling, and I've done that. I can look in the mirror, and I can do mirror magic. I can do other magic, and my friends have asked me not to do magic with them in the forest anymore. I've had numerous witnesses as to my abilities, and my friends, my close friends here, my experts have seen my other abilities because I do things ahead of time. And, kind of that, a little bit of bragging going on there. But point what it is. There is so much going on, and this is now the time that this information is supposed to be presented to the masses. And I've taken 14 years to get to this stage, and we've tried to raise up the right people at the right time. And I certainly hope that each and every one of you people hearing the sound of my voice today take that into account. And that was part of what the Pleiadian message was all about, was trying to expose the rest of the story, because there's a larger thing going on here as to the ownership of mankind. And we are now embarking into the 6th stage, end of the Mayan calendar. And they knew what they were talking about, and the harbingers of the Mayan calendar. You need to look that up. We are now entering the 6th age, where, and even Nostradamus says this is the age of man. In 2024, we will all develop new horizons and new abilities of psychic understanding of each other's feelings around the world. And this is the time for connection. And this is part of the message part of my message that, and I'm kind of like peeling off one of the layers here recently on purpose, which is why I asked everybody to post the Pleiadian message, because it is time. We've gone through a new stage, and it is time for new folks at a new level to learn this, because this is a conscious effort from a process that has been in play for thousands of years. And we just passed the mark with the eclipse, which is the opening of the 6th seal. And now, with the contrary note of the negative connotations of opening up the sixth seal, there's also a positive connotation. And that is what the Pleiadians and other higher races have been working for. And that is part of me meeting and getting in contact with other races. And it is now time for that information to come forward.
Wow.
So help me God.
Wow.
Right. I know. I was like, what do you expect's going to happen?
I know what's
I mean,
going to happen. I know that 95% of you guys are not ready for any of this shit.
Yeah.
So where do I start? I mean, this is why I always talk
I hope
about.
we're in the 5%, Sam.
Excuse me?
I hope we're in the 5%.
Oh, we're in the 5%.
You're here, aren't you? Well, aren't you here?
We're here.
Yeah, if you guys are here.
We're in the like 1%.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
1%.
all right,
Yeah.
I'm going to tell on myself here. Rebecca, Nicolle, Gillian, how many times have I sent you, and this is for our listeners out there, Christoper, you may do this as well. Go look up Celtic Women.
Homework.
It's a song. You know me, I'm always posting songs. I
Yeah.
believe it's called The Voice.
Yeah, it's The Voice.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now,
Okay.
Nicolle, did you take that as me bragging when I sent you that video?
No.
Rebecca, did you take that as me bragging?
Oh, no. Never.
Okay. Let's talk about the Pleiadian message. The guy talked to me. He said, Sam, you are going to do this. And I argued with the guy. I mean, I for the record, never argue
I
with
can
a higher
imagine you
race.
arguing with a guy like a really important
I'm arguing
thing.
with the 7 foot tall alien going, I don't believe you. You're full of shit. Come on, man. How could I possibly do this shit? And look what
Only
You were
Sam
like
would do that.
How old were you? Like in your 20s or?
oh God, excuse me, you're playing on the map here. I was in my early 30s when
Okay.
this happened. Right when the human brain comes to fruition for the adult male.
30s.
That'd be the prefrontal
Guys,
cortex fully
I
formed.
studied the brain. I the medulla oblongata and the frontal lobe, and neuron receptors, and I'm a scientist, you guys. I mean, I can't do anything else. I am atypical neurosis. I study. I am frickin' Sheldon Cooper. Sorry, but in the hippie version, rock on, man, Led Zeppelin. And I'm tweaked. I'm weird. And that's a great day to me. Instead of going to the ball game, is studying physics, or watching some scientific or Star Trek or Star Wars. Atu's moon. Yeah, look at that.
Hey,
Ribbit.
this is a series of videos from Zane Berry in
All
Oklahoma.
right.
Are they recent? Is it recent? What's the date of that?
This is
That's Atu. That is the bottom of Atu right
Look
there.
at it.
these go
And
back
that's
from
light illumination in the bottom atmosphere of that gas giant.
yeah, these
I've
date
only
back
seen that old,
to
January, 50
all of
times in
these.
the last
Goes
14
in-
years.
Yeah.
I've seen that with my own eyes, so I know what that looks like. It is so cool to see that. You never forget. You're like,
And I do go over into the crazy, over mystical from time to time, just trying to let people know that, yeah, I am a crackpot, and yeah, but I know a lot of shit, and I did a lot of studying, and I earned my ass all the way to where I am today. And I'm here struggling, trying to tell all you guys this stuff, and coming on microphone and being public, and okay, I'm Joan Arc volunteering to be burned at the stake, that all that crazy crap. And I'm not trying to brag. I'm trying to communicate. And look at that. When was the last time you ever saw that in the sky?
Never.
The other
Actually,
day.
yesterday morning.
Yeah, I agree.
I have the same picture, kind of like that without the
Yeah,
tree.
me too.
Never and
Hey,
always.
Sam.
Never and recently. Yeah,
That's right.
that is, again, asteroids coming in. That is, the spiral asteroid is on the right-hand side going vertically down, and the lead asteroid, red asteroid, and little sister, etc., including the Texas Cube, are going vertically down over the dead center middle left. And Atu is behind. And then, of course, Uri occupies the far left side with Saru as well.
Wow.
Hey, Sam.
And his Saturn is on the bottom edge, right-hand side next to the trees in the window. It's just a sliver of his, what did I say, Saturn? Nepacity is back there, and his Saturn, of course, is farther over. Yesterday, I saw at sunset, I saw the ion tail of his Saturn, but it was actually below the horizon of my mountains in the north of me. But I saw the trail, but that means that his Saturn is really huge right now. This is Uri, and Saru in the background is the orange.
Right, this
is Uri. Base clouds of Uri, and we got to be hopeful. Yeah, that could be the 10 asteroid right there on set. And now it's going away. Yeah, that's the underneath as well. Atu's moon and asteroids.
Stuff, man.
And we lost Rebecca.
Like a spider upside down. Like a spider upside down.
And I've drawn a diagram model of it going back, 4 or 5 years ago, where we show that the asteroids orbit underneath the bottom of Atu and Atu's moon, and sometimes you see them on the left, sometimes you see them in this shape where they're sort of left, yet almost vertically going away from us downward. And then sometimes, which is more rare, we see them on the right, coming in from the right, and that's way more rare. And that has to do with your location on the planet. So yeah, these are the asteroids orbiting underneath Atu and Atu's moon. And you can see the little tails and the pathways that they leave behind, and the shadowing, the dark areas. Remember, look at the dark areas first. That dark purple dead center in the middle is Atu's moon. And then, of course, lead asteroid, red asteroid, spiral asteroid, etc., all right there. Underneath, time after time after time after time after time. And we've been saying this for, over a decade, and boy, it gets old. It does. I'm kind of chuckling. And we've lost Rebecca again. She's got them Wi-Fi new fancy scientific headphones, so she can probably hear us all the way across the house. So we cannot talk behind her back because she'll hear us.
I want to say something about that really quickly.
Probably a small fuzzy creature went meow.
What were you saying,
it is
Nicole?
really something to consider about the wireless headphones, because they're already bad enough. These are bad enough being next to your face, anyways.
When you got a wrap on your head.
If you look up the iTunes manual that is actually on the phone, or the iPhone, the settings, it actually will tell you to hold it a foot away from your head when you're talking.
Right. Yeah. That's Saru and Saru.
Anybody read that? Guaranteed nobody reads
Saru
that.
And the sliver edge. The sliver edge is Saru behind Uri.
So be careful with those.
And the white clouds are the asteroid groups coming in. Salamander asteroid group is the white cloud area. Yeah, you're exactly right. And when you were talking about Wi-Fi headphones, I immediately cringed and thought of exactly that. We have too much of that electronics going around us, and Tesla warned Edison. Electronic fields are not healthy for you. Don't put them around your head if you can help it.
Right.
I went and got an anti-Wi-Fi beanie.
That we wear them is
she wasn't wearing her.
Really bad.
We could have gotten away with talking about her behind her back.
You didn't know, Sam.
Rebecca, what I was mentioning was that I was voicing concern for anyone, including my own child, who wears the AirPods, right? But and all of this Wi-Fi, non-wireless, you actually want to have air tube. I don't use air tubes, but I have a pair of air tube, which is even more healthy. But it can, especially with extended hours upon hours of use, if you're listening to music, doing a podcast,
the field is not safe.
It can really cause problems and create tumors in the brain. So something to consider. Something to consider, especially with
causes
starseeds.
Degradation within the cells.
Right.
Just
They
going
do
back to
have
the old school
products you can
headphones.
buy that can
Yes, yeah, that would
help
be.
dissipate that electromagnetic field. You can get like these stickers on Amazon. They look like little golden stickers. You can like stick them to the back of your phone or to your like Wi-Fi router or whatever is emitting electromagnetic frequency, and it will substantially lower that field. You know,
Okay.
they're really cool. It's cheap. You could just
Huh.
go,
You have to
yeah,
send
like
me
on
something
Amazon
on
or
it.
eBay.
I got
I'll
a
post it in the group. It's like,
I've never heard of that.
yeah, they're
I'll-
just these
Or
I
little,
got
down
an
in the
anti-Wi-Fi beanie.
yeah.
I
and
got
it-
one of them beanies that you
Yeah,
can
oh,
actually wear
see.
as well.
Yep, they got
Wow.
like clothes you can
Yeah.
wear to, but they got
Yes,
blankets that you
Shungite's
can
also
cover
very
yourself
good.
with. Like crazy, right? We have to wear blankets now to cover ourselves to get away from all of this stuff. It's just nuts.
It is.
Crazy.
The weighted blankets are for, a better sensation. But
Yeah, you get weighted blankets as well.
My son bought one, and he thought he'd want the heaviest one you could buy. I mean, because he's gonna get his money's worth, I guess. So I don't know, but that's what he did, and I thought I might like it. It was so heavy. I mean, you really can't move. It was that heavy. You just
I don't want it
I couldn't
suffocating.
move my arms
It's
or nothing.
it's just they're made for people with sensory issues. It really can help with sensory issues. But
I think a lighter one would be ideal, like a light
absolutely,
blank, but not. It was too
because
heavy.
you're gonna have to dry clean that.
Can you imagine? I can't even pick it up hardly. So
No.
it's terrible.
If it can't go in the washer, it's out.
Okay, I'm
My
lost.
cat said something
Yeah,
that my cat
what's
said
going
something
on?
disgusting to mine.
The weighted
Bye-bye
blankets you
blanket.
mentioned. Yeah, you
I walked
mentioned
back in the middle of
blankets,
this
but,
story, so what are we talking
Organite
about?
is also a really good piece. I sent
Organite.
Sam and
Yes.
his girls little pieces of Organite crystals, which
Love it, love it,
is
love it. Yeah.
an epoxy combination of metals, gold, everything's ground up, and then they put quartz and protective shungites, all that kind of stuff. So you can also use those for EMF protection.
Yeah, you should
Yeah,
see the
it
collection
takes
of
a
stuff
while.
I have on my shrine from all the wonderful people out there over the years that have sent me little pieces of rock and stone. I got some from Gillian. I've got some from lots of people. I saw this the other day. This is the volcano. God, I
Brewing.
forgot.
Indonesia.
Yeah, I
Brewing.
was trying to think of the name of the volcano, and I have it written down in the other room. And did I bring my notes today? No, we were behind the times when we started
I
today.
got you, Sam. I got you.
I
It's
know.
Ruang.
Yeah, Ruang.
Yeah, Ruang, that's the one.
In southern Indonesia, and that puppy's blowing like crazy and creating small tsunamis, and this is from an island next to that island, and
Look at all the electrical interference
that
going on
puppy
there.
is going to yet blow one more big time. It's going to shock and amaze people.
I've never seen one that was electrical like that.
Look at
Yeah, well,
that.
that's showing you the level of static discharge from the breakup of the rocks. And see, this is the thing. We're in an electrical universe, and rocks have frozen electricity trapped inside of them, just like crystals do. And there's crystallizations in the substructure of all these rocks. And this is breaking it down on the subatomic level, and it releases all the electricity. We live in an electrical universe, not just gravitational. And this is an example of it where it's breaking it up. It's almost an atomic reaction, but these rocks are being transformed, and all of that energy is being released, and it creates a static charge between the hot air and then the dry air, and then they meet and they discharge. All kinds of chemistry is going on right before our very eyes, and this is what goes on between the planets as well as this astral atomic destruction, breaking down of temperature exchanges. And that's the one constant centrifugal motion machine in the universe, is the transfer between hot and cold, and how they always switch places. And that interaction is the natural chemistry of everything, divine creation, all tied up in one big bow.
Look at that radar of it happening. Oh my God.
Wow.
I went by quick. Sorry.
Anyway, that puppy's going to blow one more big time. I just foresee it coming. I expect more from this one. This is going to be big.
Wow.
And I've been watching it. Yeah, look at the size of that explosion.
It's not done yet, obviously. If it can do that
Well,
on the
it's
radar.
one of the most volatiles of subduction plates on the Ring of Fire. There's that chipped plate, and it is direct in the middle of the activity that's coming in across from all the way from the western coast of North America and South America, and all that pressure from the major plate is pushing up on this one chip plate, which is right there, that whole formation of the Indonesian plate, and is highly volatile. And we're going to see a major reaction. That's part of what went on with the Tonga and all of that. And we're about to see we are going to see even more of this, especially once the planets go by and leave. I feel like we're gonna.
Which is going to be how long?
Well, picture it this way: you shove a lamp on a table one direction for 7 years, and then for the next 7 years, you're going to shove that lamp on the table the other direction for 7 years.
Right.
So what if one of those shoves is bigger than the other, and at the end of that 7 years, the plant falls off the table? Or the lamp. I said plant, but I meant lamp. A metaphor. So we're being shoved, we're being shoved, we're being pulled, we're being pushed, we're being...
Uh-oh.
Cut off. We're being cut off.
When they... Yep.
You're cutting out, Sam. You're cutting out.
Yeah, I know. I just watched it happen in front of me here. I was giving away secrets again.
Uh-huh.
Dang. My concern is what happens when the planets... My concern is what happens when the planets leave.
Right. Right.
That was the short version of it.
Hey, Chris, are you still okay?
Yeah, I'm just writing something down here.
Well, someone's asking because you fell off your chair.
I fell off my chair.
You did? I missed it.
Out your cam
Was
feed
it your
earlier.
phone?
They just wanted to know if you're okay.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, good. Well, they're checking on you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's funny.
that's
I'm
nice.
not allowed to tell people that we're in deep shit, everybody. Get ready for crazy.
Oh, that was earlier. Recollect.
At the beginning of the show, and I totally stepped in all of the wires that are. Yeah.
See, I'm not the only one. I'm not the only one.
No. Yeah.
He spent about 5 minutes laughing at himself over it. I watched it.
I know. It's like if I don't fall at the moment I wake up and get out of bed, then it's.
Oh, gosh.
I need to just throw myself on the floor as soon as I wake up, or
right.
Just to get it over with.
The morning by
Just
kicking
to get it over with.
or then I have like problems like at the beginning of the show. It always will either happen at the beginning of the show or whenever something important happens, or
It's just I've been a day like that. That's all.
Yeah. So I looked up the lyrics to The Voice by the Celtic Women, and no, I still don't see it as you being a braggart or anything. And I'm sorry that you feel that people are trivializing the information that trivial.
I've been avoiding, and I hope Lana's still here listening. I've been avoiding telling people. I've asked everybody 100 times. I said, "Well, do you know who I am yet?"
No.
How do you?
Not for sure. No.
What it is that I know.
When you ask me that,
I know.
It makes me wonder. Well, who could you be? But then again, I don't know.
Let's go back to the argument with the Pleiadian and everything else. Like, and me finding out who the greatest thing in the entire world.
Here we go again.
Two greatest things in the entire world.
What's that, Sam?
The two greatest things in the entire world is your birthday, the day that you're born, and then the day that you learn why you're here. And I learned why I'm here. And it took me a long time to get here. Yeah. And I have found that my information base and my accuracy level and everything else, it's not a fluke. It's not by chance. It's by design. And it took me a long time. And when I talk about this with my friends, I talk about this with Gillian and stuff and everybody regularly, my close friends, about you just know And when you just know, and there it is, and there it's self-evident, and it happens, and it happens, and it happens. And I recently, and this is part of the Pleiadian message again, why I insist it be released now. And I'm going to step forward a little bit more, and I have learned to trust the information that I'm here giving. And we are so completely separate of everybody else out there. From Mr. BB333, we love your work. Other people, scientist Dan guy that put out all the videos about Rebecca and myself that was downing and that we were crazy and absolutely out of our mind, all the way back to the Peanut Gallery and this certain group of people in New York State, and from other Facebook sites that are entirely devoted to downing me personally. And then they added poop hats on my friends, which was not nice or cool, and I don't appreciate it. Nor do they deserve any of that. But the point with it that I'm trying to make with everybody is everybody really needs to listen that this is a monumental process. Yeah. This has been going on. The stages that we're taking right now today have been in progress for over 2,000 years. The culmination of where we are reaching right now in your living rooms.
Right.
All of you guys are here for a reason. You chose to be here. You know you're here for that reason. And every one of you should have goosebumps right now.
Yeah.
Every one of you should have your hair on your arms standing up and talking to you going, this guy's right. And I don't care how crazy, arrogant, or stupid he sounds. This guy is talking about something I know that's inside of me. Because all of you that are here right now listening to my voice today or tomorrow or next week or a year from now are here because you're supposed to be. You are supposed to grow and change and move on and step forward, because not everyone will. And I have to, mandatory must, incumbent.
Thank you, Dave's Waffle House.
Share this information with people, because this is my job. And this is why I know what I know. This is why I've been led through. Oh, God, I went through the grinder. I mean, ask any one of my older friends, Rebecca. I have been through the grinder, piranha pool after piranha pool, to get here, to share this message with you guys.
Thank you.
And I'm limited. I mean, I went through, hey, Dave's Waffle House. I went through hell to get here. And over 30 years of brain-boggling chewing on the information. I mean, do you have any concept what it means to meet an alien?
No.
And I have met 3 of them. And you can't you can't even imagine what that does to your head.
Right. And most people don't ever meet one, right? Most people don't ever meet one, and you have 3. So
then you add abduction. You add abduction by the United States government. They offer you a job. You're kind of interested. You listen to them. They force you into a non-disclosure agreement before they even tell you what the job they're going to offer you is. Then they tell you, yes, they know about the planets that you're talking about in your paper, and yet there are people living on that planet. And by 1980, I was going, everybody should know this. So I spent from 1980 on keeping my mouth shut. And then in the late 80s, I meet aliens, another alien race, because I met one when I was 9. I met some during the government vacation, we'll put it that way, through my vacation with the Langley government. Oops, I dropped bombs. Anyway, and then later on I met the Pleiadian, and the Pleiadian told me that I was going to do something that no one else could do. So how do I express that to you people? How do I tell you that this guy from another planet came and told me that I'm going to do something that no one else can do, and not come off like an absolute jackass, insane nutball? Okay? How do I do that? Someone explain this to me.
But you are doing it. I mean, I was going to say,
bingo.
you've been doing it.
Right. And I don't seem to hear, you're totally genuine, Sam. You're not trying to create a whole different persona that you think people may want to hear. You're just yourself, and you're giving people the information as you see it, and it's incredible. You know, I'm still shocked every day when, you know, I printed out the monthly site drawing and I carry it with me when I go out and take pictures, and I look at it and I look at the sky and then I look at the paper. I'm doing double takes, and when it all starts clicking, and this is awesome. And if you can't take a week to just, you know, spend like an hour outside, you know, every day, see how these planets move in, how these asteroids, you know, look in the sky. Why wouldn't you want to do that? What is more important in your life than you? Why? I just don't understand why people want to suppress this. It is just not okay at all.
You know, and we are going. It will happen. It is, was, were. Now the Pleiadians. Let's remind everybody out there. The Pleiadians are from the future. Actually, they're from all time periods, because they can selectively choose to travel through time. And I was shown that by the student, as he asked me to refer to him, because he knew I would. I mean, these people know stuff, and they came and told me that I was going to do this. And it's like, it's the most insane, crazy sci-fi nut job shit you ever thought of. And yet, here I have this job, and I'm supposed to do it, you know, and I'm trying to communicate to mankind from my cave in Montana, which is a joke. I live in a house, but next to a volcano. I kid you not. And I constantly struggle trying to figure out how I can, and I'm using impress as in inform rather than make me look better. I don't mean impress. I mean impress the importance on everyone of the transition that we're going through right now, right in front of our faces. And look at our culture, look at our era, look at what people are living off of. Look at the television commercials that we're seeing on YouTube and on television now, where we're getting 15-second sound bites, and they don't even actually discuss the product they're trying to sell. Right. They're trying to give you their name brand only, and think something psychotic into your head. I don't get the, and I did actually take marketing and advertisement, and I don't understand what they're doing today. I don't understand the new current generation. I'm sorry, I don't get it. But the point with all of this is that everybody has to grab onto this. This freaking message has been in place for 2,000 plus years. And if you don't listen to it now, you are running out of time. And you're here because you took the time, because you knew something was screwy. You knew something was wrong. You looked and you're of the smarter group of people who have taken the time to find this information. And yes, it is that drastically important, because we all together, we do change the future. We change history. We change mankind. Some of us will grow out of this. And that's why I bring up that the Pleiadians are from the future, because they know that this is happening, because it happened. It already happened.
Wow.
To them.
I mean,
and that's why they came and they handed me all this information about my life, my children. I knew about my daughters a decade before they were ever born.
Wow. That's amazing.
You know, and more and more, and there, when we're standing across the campfire at our little Quonset hut, living through the shit that's about to happen, and we're having coffee together, I'll tell you more of this story, because I can't do it here, because you know what happens every time I do? I get warbled out and you can't hear me talk, and you guys go, Sam, you're cutting out. And that's evidence they're proving to us on a regular, every show they prove to us that we are being stalled in sharing information.
Yeah.
Because you are going to be freed because of this information. You will be enlightened, enhanced, upgraded. And everybody who is listening to me right now is getting connected, because there is no separation between here and the universe. Okay?
Nope.
Everybody that's listening to my voice is being connected to my power, my electricity, my gift. I don't ask for anything. You know, somebody asked, I don't know who it was. Well, can't you pull energy from other people? And I went, my God, no, I would never, ever want to do that, because all I want to do is give. Not only that, when I get too close to people and I look inside them, I can't get them the hell out of my head. They're there for 3 days. Go away. Stop. No, I don't want this. It's like eating way too many beans. You end up regretting it later. There's my metaphor.
Which crab will also do that to you.
Yeah, or too much cabbage. Or hey, does anybody remember old Burger King onion rings?
What?
Man,
Sorry.
you'd eat 4 Burger King onion rings back in the 80s, and you'd clear an entire bar. Bar clears. Bye. Anyway.
Could be the same today. I don't know.
By the way, I have to throw in again my. I'm going to taunt Rocket Man. One of my favorite fart joke is the Rocket Man fart scenes. Go to YouTube, type it in. Rocket
Why do
Man,
we gotta go there?
Rocket Man fart scene. You gotta go there.
Humor. Toilet humor.
It's my favorite space video.
Boys.
Rocket Man
boy
fart scenes.
I only have
You ever
one.
have a
I didn't
picture under
do
your
like you
bed?
did, Rebecca.
Guys, I raised 3 boys, and then all their friends, was always at our houses. So I've dealt with it all when it comes to that.
Yeah,
And
the
they
number
never
one,
changed.
the number one YouTube video count goes to
And
fart
still
compilations
changes.
and one chip challenges.
Toilet humor. Of low
Right.
class. I mean,
funny.
from a girl's perspective, it's just
Funny.
that's
Frankly,
not
I
like
think
life.
parts are very funny.
How did you not go insane, Rebecca, raising three boys?
Yeah, it was.
God, I head for the
fine
hills.
times. Right.
Yeah, Bart Simpson and anything that's gross.
Right.
Right.
Bart Simpson, but Hey,
Buggers, man,
Interspace
buggers.
is a good movie.
Hey, I gotta admit freely, there is nothing so satisfying in this planet as hearing the booger that you just rolled drop in the garbage can. That when
Are
it
you
goes
kidding
tick, it's the best sound there ever was.
Ew.
Wow.
Ew.
Gosh.
Really?
That's good. That's a
Ew.
good one.
That, of course, is a joke. It's a hyperbole. I apologize.
Of course.
Okay. All right.
Right. That makes it
Jeez.
different.
Thanks for clarifying. Interspace is a really good movie, like you mentioned
And-
about Ant-Man.
I like that. It's a
but
very good
in
movie. Yeah.
87.
There's an edge in the necessity.
Nicole,
That's necessity base cloud right there.
Yes,
Alexander in Germany. That's his videos.
Julia?
Yeah.
did you
And
watch Three Body Problem?
I started to. I've had
It is-
way too
uh,
much going on to absorb it. Sorry, Sam, what?
I love how he takes it from
I
just
love
the
it right out.
original to, how he takes the shadow into it. I think that's really cool.
You guys,
Gillian, I've not really watched it and seen. Oh wow, Sam's like totally, and so's Rebecca. They're both black screen.
It just zapped right out, man.
It's the spinning wheel of death. No, now she's back. Well, welcome back, Rebecca. The Three Body Problem. No, I have not yet watched it. I saw that you commented that you had seen. I don't know. You were a fair ways into it. I have not absorbed it yet. What do you think about it?
Well, it's just that it's really different to anything I've ever seen before, and the fact that it was using AI and the headgear and talking about this alien contact that you actually don't see their physical being, and they say that it's going to take them 400 years to get here.
Wow.
They're here. They're that's of
here.
course is more distraction. Okay, we had another wormhole event last week. Another large
Yeah, we must have
factional
had. That must have.
Yeah, another large. I did not get to see what it was or who it was, but we did have last week. There was another major spiral event during the eclipse, and that was what the Hadron was all about. And I'm not going to go into detail because I can get into trouble over it.
Yeah, some did. Yeah, well, got killed.
I think it may have been an exit. That was my first. The first thing I thought of was it was an exit.
Oh,
So beyond that, that's why I didn't see a crap per se, other than the one that left.
Jeez.
And
Big
again,
buck
this boils back down to me. You know, I guys, I know stuff that I don't get to tell you, and we just saw evidence of that happen again, where I started describing the planet that was before us, right? And they're reminding me that I'm going too far, and then when I start cutting out and I disappear and vanish and my feed is interrupted, it's right in the middle of the show. It's always right when I'm describing things, never when we're talking about, you know, current events, silly stuff, only when I'm giving descriptions am I cut off. Otherwise, I wouldn't jump on the bandwagon of saying conspiracy theory or anything like that, or Jewish space lasers or I'm not going there on that crap.
Right.
But when I start embarking into information that can be misconstrued into classified, that's when they stop me. And we see it evidence every week, which is, I think, partially why I can't upload crap. I think my IP is flagged and stalled. I don't think they're letting me post videos anymore.
Nobody has internet that slow anymore. I didn't think.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes, we do.
You do?
Yeah.
Wow.
They should be
dear.
paying you.
No, I have a top of the line. I mean, a top of the line computer in front of me right now. I mean, literally the best one anybody could afford. I use Hewlett
My data
Packard.
picture is so
It
bad.
is a
Yeah.
massive,
I can't even
massive.
get a word in here to get off, for Pete's sakes.
I missed most of that. Would you say that again, Carla, please?
She couldn't get a word in, and she couldn't get a word in. She needs to
I'm
leave.
sorry. I
You're
do
okay.
need to
Sorry.
jump off. I apologize for that.
Well,
I will be
you're always
listening to
welcome
this show.
whenever you're ready. I mean,
Yeah.
you know,
Well, I
I mean,
appreciate you guys.
For sure.
And I
The
just want you
cosmos-
to know that keep doing what you're doing.
Of course.
your cosmic path
God bless
is
you
always
guys.
accurate and timely. You are exactly where you're supposed to be. And if you need to leave, then go, by all means, do your thing.
Of course.
And we will very soon talk to you again. And we love you dearly. And thank you for being here.
Thank you,
I
Carly.
love you guys too. You guys be safe. I'll talk to you soon.
Okay. Sure thing.
Yeah, you be
Fine.
safe in your
Yeah,
day.
we'll see. We'll see Carla next time. I think she's going to be on camera next time.
There I go, doing all
I
the
will
talking
be.
again.
Stay tuned. Yeah, okay.
Bye, you guys.
Carla.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Yeah, I've already
She's
been
working
through one cough drop. I did not announce my first cough drop. I apologize.
Okay. So you what? Number 2 now? Is that it?
I'm ready for another one already. I am. I'm getting hoarse already.
I see.
Okay, I'm looking at the clock for the first time. We are at 3 hours, 7 minutes, 39.
No way.
On my
Yes.
time, Mountain Time, is 4:12 p.m. on 4/20/24.
I'm flying.
No, we need to mention the date of our shows at the beginning as well. I forget to do that.
Yeah.
We also
And the
should talk about our
disclosure.
disclaimer. This is all about. Did you say the same thing at the same time I just did?
Did.
Yep.
I think I was a second behind you, maybe.
Nice
But
thing alike.
Our disclaimer is that this is for educational purposes and entertainment purposes. We do not claim to have the only version of the truth. We ask that you listen to our information, enjoy it, and learn from it, please. And any copyright infringement is not intentional, and we only mean to share through comparative science. And we believe that the internet is a system of, once it's released on the internet, it is fair game for all those to purvey and observe. So we apologize if you feel any encroachment upon copyright, and we ask that you contact us so that we have the opportunity to remove it ahead of time rather than moving on to any logistic or litigious lawsuits, etc. We will remove voluntarily any information that you deem unnecessary or uncomfortable for you. And yes, I do talk about planet Earth being factory planet Earth, and that's my opinion. If that makes you uncomfortable, I'm terribly sorry. We do not mean to scare you or fear porn you in any way or have you change your world in any drastic measure whatsoever. We just ask you that you tolerate and learn for your benefit, not ours. Thank you.
Right. And any stock options Sam gives you are not financial advice.
Yeah, don't do my stock, although I do study the stock market and the farm report. What's the deal about gold? All of a sudden, gold is taking a dip, I hear. Maybe they've collected, yeah, look, whatever left, and all of a sudden the gold market goes down. Weird. Interesting.
Good.
Yeah, that is very odd. Do you know what it was in 1993? February of 93, it was around $300 some an ounce.
Right. This is the highest transfer of price of gold throughout history ever. Guess why?
That's got to make you think. It's got to make you think.
Okay.
Tie it back to Mesopotamia.
People talk about planetary invasion, right? They talk about aliens invading Earth, right?
Need it for the atmosphere.
And you can see what parts of the Federal Reserve Bank, when they purchased the gold and how much gold they purchased. They purchased a whole ton of gold like about a year ago.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
They have to play catch up and replace what is already missing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But it's all out there to be seen. Are you looking?
I am reaching into conspiracy theory here now, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
The inventory of the 9/11 destruction of the towers, inventory of the gold that was deposited with them in Building 7 would not be completed until the year 2025.
Wow.
So that's why 7 went down. Very interesting.
Guess what's happening?
Oh, it just, it had
the commodity, we know that the planets are here to pick up. We know that.
Pay the piper.
And then it goes bye-bye. And in order to meet their commitments, in order to give all of the world's supply of you-know-what,
back,
and then replace it before nobody notices
that it was ever gone.
And the big yellow pile that evaporated out of the ice in Greenland that was brought up from Agartha.
Okay.
Hint.
Mm-hmm.
A subdermal bring up pile that vanished in 2012 after a very large craft parked over the top of Greenland. And it was sighted from Norway, Scandinavia, Germany, and Holland for 2 weeks. This vast, excruciatingly large craft, triangle-shaped, just like a Star Destroyer intergalactic cruiser, for 2 weeks. And when that ship was gone, so was that big, massive pile of yellow taken by Google Space back in 2012. It was gone. So the point is it's going on right in front of our noses. And if anybody really wants to jump into all the other bullshit conspiracy crap that's going on around, that's distracting the crap out of everybody, then go right ahead. Or do you want to focus on the shit that's really happening? And this is part of my frustration level, where I'm trying to communicate to people and tell them this is all happening, it's all real, it's going on right now, and we all have to grow above it and better. You have to choose better leaders. You have to choose people who are fucking intelligent. Oh God, I dropped the F-bomb. Excuse me, world. Effing. Wow, that proves my intent.
Flip it.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
Penny
We're not
box.
family anymore. Oh no. Anyway,
you need another.
That proves my intent. We have to really change here. It's time. We have to. We can't do this anymore.
Can we address things?
Go ahead. I'm
I feel
sorry.
like Would you like to address the comment from Karen, the question from Karen Williamson at 4:17 p.m.? Because I have heard that before, being like it's some kind of military thing, but the thing that she's mentioning, I do believe, is much smaller than what you are speaking of.
I'm scrolling back now to get
4:17.
to it.
Karen Williamson with a C? Karen
Yeah,
with a C?
I'm almost there. Let's see. 4:17.
Yes, I need to scroll.
Let's see. I'm at 4:14, 4:16.
That's
Yeah,
4:16.
My children, where does the light come from in Agartha?
No. So
Good
I wonder.
question.
That's very odd that you don't see that. It's on YouTube.
No.
I thought.
And then it jumps to this one.
Triangle was up.
Well, was it where does the light come from in Agartha? I don't
Yeah,
have that
no.
information. I do, however, believe the possibility that Agartha does exist.
Wow.
And that they are a higher race of us humans who have not had to go through the cyclic devastation of each passing planetary cycle breakup every 3,654 years, because they were more protected than we were or are. So I don't have all the answers, but I do believe entirely of the possibility of Agartha, because I also believe in the knowledge of Dyson spheres. And that's a Star Trek term and also a science term. Look up a Dyson sphere. And then you'd add, if you had a Dyson sphere and it sat in one place for 4 million years, or excuse me, 4 billion years. And it's like we go back through the possibility of Tiamat, and because that's all it is a supposition. It's not a reality. There's no proof that Tiamat ever existed. It's only they went, well, look at the asteroid field between Mars and Jupiter. Well, I'm sorry, that is not exactly why and how it exists the way it does. It has to do with atomic structure and weight value, and not the destruction or decay of another planet. Although we know that Mars had a transitional, transitional occurrence, which burned off the upper atmosphere of Mars. So therefore, there is the possibility of dire change within our solar system. And yet, we also have to balance that between the fact that for 300,000 years, it's been static, normal, and 83 occasions of the passing of Nibiru. And the binary solar system has existed for over 4 to 6 billion years. So we know it's not catastrophic. We know it's not a breaking down of the structure, of the atomic structure. We know there's no degradation. We know it's stable. So, with minor exceptions. So we have to, tell ourselves we're cool, everything's okay, but I wouldn't jump across the Armageddon scenario quite yet. Although for some people, climate change is a level of Armageddon. It will be destructive to our ways of life. All of us will be affected by this. We are right now already. Mm-hmm. It's only going to get worse and worse and worse. And I pray that I'm wrong. This is the one occasion that I really want to be wrong. Of course. So, I hope we skate through it. This time it's different, but I doubt it.
Look at Dubai recently. I mean, it is just...
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
And we know the last, in 1650 through 1700 BC. We know that we went through climate change. We know that there was climate migration. We know that civilizations vanished. We know there was massive volcanic activity. We know there was tectonic plate changes. We know that there was ocean level rises. We know that all kinds of things happened. And we get all, from Zechariah Sitchin's clay tablets, etc. Egyptian mythos, Chinese mythos, the Pict warriors from England, the Northern Germanic tribes, the South American, South African, they're all there. It's all in their history. It's here, it's now, it's coming.
It it's already, yeah, it's been going on for years. I mean,
Yeah.
you know,
Right.
that's kind of what started to get my attention, was all the things I would see in the groups I was in, all this weather events. I'd never seen anything like cars washing down the streets before. Never. And now it's every day.
And we're in the middle of it.
video.
It's not just one event. It's thousands of events. It's around the
Yeah.
world where Earth is tipped. People are talking, oh, pole shift. No, we're already tipped. When the second star got here, all the planets moved. Go ahead.
Everyone, from 2018, 2019, how many of you actually stood your broom up and it stood straight up without you having to balance it or anything? You could do that then. You can't do it now. You couldn't do it before then.
Right.
But you could at that time. And I actually, the whole 3-body thing came up because I was at the now, before you get all upset, Sam.
Oh, I'm not upset.
I went to the hair salon the other day, and I was telling my stylist about, I noticed this like part there. It didn't seem like there was a lot of color there, and so, and I had told her, because I was messing around with my part because of the podcast, and she said, "Oh, you're on a podcast. What's the podcast about?" And I said,
"Oh, here you go."
Okay, well, so
are you sure you're ready for me to talk to you about the podcast?
Right, because the first time there's another stylist at the same salon, great salon, bleached in Westminster, Colorado. But anyway, I had told
you don't want to
her,
lose your hairdresser. No.
I told her about it because she asked, because she's on my Facebook page and she had seen all these crazy pictures of things that maybe they're in the skies, but I'm the only one who seems to be like highlighting them for the group of people that I know, right? And she asked when I went in there one day, what is this with all of the sky pictures that you're posting? And I kind of feel like it came out later on when I was seated in her reception, and she was talking about, being thankful for her maid of honor, her best friend, because she can go to her with anything. And even it doesn't matter how bad doo-doo crazy it is, she can get soothed. So I'm pretty sure that was reference to what I had shared with her. But, she's young, she's early 30s. Like, they're just starting a family, right? Who wants to learn that cataclysmic changes could be coming our way, especially if you have a baby.
I was handed that repeatedly with my people too. Is like, how can you have children when you know this is coming?
Right.
And yet I knew my children were coming as well. So.
Right. So that's where we're at. But yeah, she was very open to it. My stylist that I was working with, she asked, and I said, well, you know how we have always been told that the solar system that we live in is very odd because strangely we only have one star, and all the other systems out there are binary, trinary, or multiple stars. You look up into the sky. Hey, I asked her, have you ever looked up and seen like the elongated triangles where it's like there's 3 stars? And she said, yeah. And I said, well, those are those trinary star systems. And I really don't believe, I've never felt it was correct that we were just a 1-star system and that we were such an oddball. I really don't believe that. It never felt right that we were such an oddball, or we were such an anomaly to the rest of the galaxy or whatever. And so I said, so there is another star and it has its own set of planets, and every 3,600 years approximately it returns back. It's a cyclical event. And she asked, well, why don't we see these in the sky? And I said, well, you can, and a lot of them will have they're outside the Earth's atmosphere, but they do create a bit of their own cloud formations. And I'm trying to explain this while she's washing my hair. But she asked then what about gravity? And I said, well, we're more electric and magnetic, the magnetosphere, and when don't we see it on the magnetosphere?
Unfortunately, we're living on 1880 science.
I showed her like the picture of the Egyptian hat on the magnetosphere. One of it's Batsaurus. I remember it because I taught myself how to read these satellite images on ISWA back in the early 2000s because we had an X-flare back then. So I showed her that. I showed her pictures, and she said, okay, what about gravity? And so we started talking about electric magnetic, and that the planets don't crash into us because they're charged differently. Like we're charged to Earth and we stick to Earth, and gravity's the thing, but it's more electric magnetic. You have a big giant magnet, and it's your heart. Your heart's a big giant magnet, right? So she then said, oh, well, that sounds like this book I'm reading or thing I'm watching, and it's called the 3-body system or the 3-body problem. Have you ever heard of that? And I had not. I found Sam after finding one other individual, but that had similar information, but did not name the planets, did not believe they were already here, or anything like that. But that's where the 3-body thing came along. And but yeah, it was great to she was very excited, very happy. Oh, send me the link, I want to watch. And that had also, I do believe that you're right, Sam, that we are here for this. I believe that we ourselves, whoever's on this podcast and those watching, are those that we are the disclosure. You're not going to get a hard disclosure from the governments of the world. That it's us. It's us in our communities. I was telling
we are
Rebecca,
the disclosure. And this
right,
is part
if
of the
something
process.
happens, if calamity strikes, at the end of the day, no, we're not making a lot of money off this or anything. That was never the intention. To support it going forward, absolutely. Sam mentioned that we may have that product line, merch as the youngins call it these days, to support the furtherment of this information being shared. But I do believe that at the end of the day, I still feel I very much have to be here, need to be here, because when things do go down and it hits the fan, I'm going to be able to go out to my community, as would every single one that's hosting, as would anyone that's watching or on the at Facebook pages. If you know this stuff, you can, and I've actually begun to print out the drawings and my photos, so that way I have a field guide. Because and I have hard copy books, because if things happen, I can't rely that my electronic copies and stuff are going to be there. That's why all the records are in crystals. So I mean, that's going to something else.
When the darkest days of mankind come, and you're standing by the fire in the forest, and you're freezing your ass off, and the bears have been outside and the wolves are right next to you, you can hear them call. You know that the dawn is coming soon. And we are at that stage right now. The dawn has now started, the pre-dawn. We are right at the beginning of the transition of the 6th stage. We just stepped into it. And all of us here are listening to the thing that we are supposed to hear. We are here to hear this. I cannot stress that enough. It is the time, and we go back to the 5th dimension. It is the dawning of the age of Aquarius.
That's why I'm keeping everything in this. This is why I'm keeping everything in this.
That's beautiful.
Wonderful.
I like that.
I love it.
Oh yeah.
That is, and the power, because of how finely built that is. That's her. Those are her reagents. Her magic.
Yes.
Her magic book. And that's Gillian's job, and she's following her job, and Nicolle is following her job, because Nicolle is into mysticism and astrology, and she's a very wise, learned spirit, and we invited her here because she has her place. And Rebecca is the emotional female judge, a member of the group that will balance the coalition, the commission, with her opinion to keep us comfortable and relatable. Whereas I'm the science, and sometimes I'm a little short-tempered, but I am logical and scientific. And Christoper is our sort of a front man that he's sort of like trying to think of how you the guy that says, and now so and so is walking into the room, meet the commission.
The ringleader?
No, better than that. He's not the ringleader. Christoper is sort of like the Chamberlain. and
the lead band guy. He's the lead singer of the band.
He's the man about town, middle average age, that's going to attach to his group of people, and he's going to go, "Yo, dude, check out what these people got to say. It's time."
I don't know. He's got that biggest strip to hit, so hit the strip now. Come on.
He's our shining angel in Sin City.
TikTok.
It's just gonna be so hot, you guys. Oh my god.
Oh, come on.
You still need to buy your little umbrella and go down to the orb or the light or whatever, and ask people if they know about Nibiru. Ask people, do you know about the sun? Do you know about the sky? We want to see those interviews. You would be so good at it. You would be. You're natural, man. I'm telling you. I know. You, dude.
Waiting for him to start talking on his videos. I got some videos of yours to share, and I know it takes when the time is right. I know it's.
Oh, you think I should talk in the videos that I make?
Yeah, I think so. I would like to.
You don't even realize you roll yet, sir. When you
plugging, I've just been putting the pictures into the software and then just making like a little slideshow, putting music to it. I made one that was 30 minutes long the other day. I thought, I can't. I got to cut that up a little bit.
Yeah,
when you get comfortable, you'll be able to walk up to people and ask them simple questions that will get them to start to think. You don't even have to go into full detail. But you've got Las Vegas. You've got the orb, the dome, whatever the hell they call it, that light thing. Get your wife and you a microphone, an umbrella. Go down and ask people if they have heard about this yet, and just record 4 or 5 people, or 3 or 2, or whatever you can get away with without getting arrested.
Yeah, we got the microphone now.
There you go. Right.
We're working on this, you guys.
Awesome.
We are investing.
I'm telling you, dude. You have the opportunity. You will become a very, very well-known celebrity. You will become famous. How often am I wrong?
You're not.
I'm gonna say, Chris, do you know what your natal chart looks like?
My what chart?
Your astrology chart.
Oh, I
your
thought
natal
you said my
birth
natal
chart.
chart. I'm like,
guaranteed. If Sam is a way to verify what Sam says would be to pull up your natal chart, and you're probably going to have this big old 10th house. So it'll be much bigger than the other planets, aside from the one opposite it. That would be the true for all of us here that would be going big or sharing this. So I would assume that Sam and Rebecca and Gillian and Jesus also have those same things. I can tell you I do as well.
wow.
You know how Jay Leno did the Jay Walking series?
Yeah.
Right.
So this is
That's
Christoper Walking, which would be a joke on the play with Christoper Walken.
I don't know. You might
I'm Walking. I am with the Nibiru Citizen Science Podcast. Could you tell me, do you know about the Nibiru system? And then you put the mic in front of their faces and you let them talk.
Yeah.
And every week you could come back with our shows and you could share what you got off the street standing in front of the orb.
Mike, smile, you're on candid camera.
Hi, I am Christoper from the Nibiru Citizen Science Podcast. Could you tell me, have you heard of us yet? Or any of a variant array of questions that you dare ask, and hopefully no one will punch you.
I don't think so.
No, I don't think so.
I tell you, if you do this, it will be gold.
Okay.
Yes. You already have all these people here supporting you, Chris.
Oh.
I'm going to talk to
your personality is perfect for you.
And you haven't hit the wrinkle phase yet.
Well,
I know.
I set up.
And buy the umbrella so you don't sweat.
Do what?
Get an umbrella so you don't sweat.
Oh yeah.
And a little battery-powered fan.
Yeah, you can get something that goes on your shoulders and sits on top of your head.
We know how to.
Hands
Or
free.
whatever. Hey, and maybe a lab coat to go along with it.
Right.
Yeah, as long as it's
Hi,
not
I'm
brutal.
Christoper from the
Right.
Citizen Science Podcast.
Dr. CK.
We need to
Right.
get him an
Dr.
official
CK.
T-shirt, and some official gear. I'll talk to Rocket Man about.
Yeah,
you know,
hey, and some lensless blue glasses. And I'm Dr. CK from the Nibiru Science Podcast. Can you tell me, sir, have you heard about Nibiru yet? Well, it's only
Everybody's
been
gonna
here
wanna
since
be in the know.
2012. What's your excuse?
Well, I mean, I
Fuck
set up I set up a Facebook group already, but I accidentally set it to like private, so I got to start
Whoops.
all over again.
You're not. No, that's you start there. No, private works. That's what Montana Skywatcher is private already.
Oh, okay.
I don't think
So
that's
what I
the
should just
best
start
when you're
should I
trying to
just
become
start
somebody.
inviting
You
people
don't want
to
to
it,
be.
or
Huh?
Well, yeah, go public if you can, if you dare.
You can.
if I
You
dare?
can.
I
Well,
think
you're going to
I
end
think
up being, you're going to end up with a lot of people talking about a lot of crap that you don't want to go on.
Yeah.
So you'll have to,
totally.
then you'll end up being moderator for more. If you go private, then you can pick and choose the people in the conversation and the type.
Okay.
That way you have more control. That's all.
Yeah, but there's reasons I feel like it's better just to be, thick-skinned.
Yeah, and if you want to
That's
go
why I
public,
thought
and if
maybe
you,
I should just like
Because you want
start
this
over
information
and
to get
put all
out
the
there and not to be hard to find.
I agree with your base synaptic thought process. I agree with that. Yeah. If you want to go public, do so, and then but then be prepared for the grinder and the trolls.
Oh,
Yeah.
that'll be fun.
We know it doesn't matter because we know we're right. So it doesn't even phase you.
It started with the pictures, right? Like I had like 25,000 pictures on my phone.
Oh my gosh,
And I
I
had
totally
no-
understand
I
that.
had nothing
Yes.
left.
Christopher, is your wife
And you go, look.
Yeah, I
is your
started
wife
putting them
close
all
at
into
hand?
the group, and now I have space left on my phone again. So
Christopher, is your wife close at hand?
yeah, she's right here.
Christopher needs to buy a home computer.
Yeah, he does.
Right. Yeah.
That way you'll have the room to put all your information into without it crashing on you.
Yeah, the last computer we had kind of, went bust and-
Be sure to stick with HP. If
Yeah,
you buy
definitely.
anything else, it'll die on you within 2 years. So you don't want that. You want a 5-year or more computer. Buy a Hewlett Packard.
Yep.
And you can
Okay.
mail me that check now,
I know.
Hewlett Packard.
I know lately, 2 people have gotten laptops for $300 and something, and they're very nice HP laptops.
That's not bad at
I
all.
was surprised they're coming down in price.
That's not bad.
So
You can get a
Jesus
desktop
got
at
one.
Walmart for like the same price.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right. So they're coming down in price,
That's totally doable.
but still, even that's a lot. I know.
Yeah.
I'm uploading your video right now. I thought I had it, but I'm uploading some of your TikToks. So we'll do that in a second. But here are some pictures from Gillian.
Oh,
So I rounded some up, and Nicolle helped round some up. So these are from
Yes, we had some
Scotland.
issues with Chrome today.
now, do you live close to the ocean, Jillian, or are you more like inland, or?
Next to the ocean, yeah, but I'm up a hill now, so not right next to it now.
Okay. God, I would love to go see Scotland.
Mm-hmm.
You see, you could see like 2 big bodies on the sides, like 2 big bodies and something on the top. And then, of course, the line that shot through it.
That's the line. That's Nepicity. I'm sure. That line.
Probably, yeah.
That tilt.
Mhm.
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
because
the,
look, it's
that's,
got the little shiny thing, like the little
that's the
hat
base
thing.
log prior to the snorkel development. And it is lifting up and getting smaller. Now, although this last week over Illinois and Iowa and Pennsylvania
Yeah, they
was
wouldn't agree
really
with you.
huge.
Oops.
They're moving. They're moving in weird ways that we haven't really fully been able to document. Unfortunately, because they are so close, they're causing a more what we refer to as Uri whiteout.
Okay.
So it's like today, everybody around is like totally clear skies. I don't know where they went. but there's enough crap in our air that it's really hard to see when they're immediately near us compared to when they're really close to us.
Right.
And the
See,
closer
those guys, that's like a whole bunch of stuff there.
Oh, there's
Wow.
that one.
Wow.
I will reiterate, the closer you are to sea level, the harder it is. This is, of course, Atu's moon and the red asteroid Little Sister and Lorraine, very close. And probably that minor one on the lower left that goes from left down to the middle may be a sea trail, or it could be the away vertical version of the spiral asteroid.
So now, which one are you going to name Poppy for Leandra?
Poppy, if Rebecca can bring up the current monthly site drawing.
Okay. Let's see.
Where Poppy is. Okay, see the word Saru in the left corner? See the little circular asteroid above the U that has two little asterisks next to it? That is Poppy.
Poppy.
That's Poppy.
Okay.
How do you spell that? Is it
P-A-P-I.
P-O-P-I.
P-O-P-I. Okay.
I got P-A-P-I.
Oh, Poppy.
Wow.
I believe.
Like-
That is
like
the
Poppy,
wildest
like-
deja vu. Whoa.
Like,
Not like the
Poppy
flower.
Chulo.
It's the short
No,
version of a
no.
longer name.
it's
Where's
not.
Poppy?
It's Poppy. It's Poppy Chulo, and it is not like Poppy the flower. It's like Poppy is in like a dad. Like P-A-P-I is the
Right.
spelling. But
Is it P-A? You talked to
Yeah,
Leandra, didn't you?
I did, yes. Well,
Oh,
I
so
mean, you asked. You said,
Well,
well, I
no,
haven't been able
fine.
to. I know.
Hi,
I
Leandra.
don't know what
You-
she wanted to name it.
You, young lady,
So-
are allowed to correct me. I don't take it personally. You are allowed to correct me.
Sorry. Did you ever see the meme I shared when I did that before? It's like two ladies tied up to like, I don't know. It's like an olden thing, and they're tied up to with a stake in between them, and there's a rope around them, and one says, "What are you in for?" And the other one says, "I created this." I said, I corrected them during the podcast.
No, I absolutely, yeah. If I'm wrong, you are allowed to correct me. I do, but that's fine.
I
Thank
do
you.
believe it is Poppy.
Hey,
as
I'm
in
getting
P-A-P-I.
old. I put damn near 15
Yeah,
years
yeah.
on doing this for you guys. It's like
Yeah.
catching up to me.
Yeah.
Jesus,
Not out there.
help me, Jesus, help me, Lord.
You
No.
told everybody else their job. What was my job?
Help me.
You
Well,
look
I
up
think
stuff.
your
Oh, I'm
job is
sorry, I apologize.
also you're doing it
Gillian.
now, right?
Jillian, you're a study bug. Your background in the stuff you have learned is admirable. You
Who
know
knew
stuff.
about in winter?
You're good at
Who
what
knew
you do,
about
and
sensory body
look, you're being a
problems?
scribe.
Yeah, I keep
Who
putting
knew
it
about
in these
Lisa
books.
Royal? Who knew about all this stuff that I bring up? Who brought up Billy Carson? You did.
Yeah, you're very. Why do you think you're here?
But you're also
No,
on the
sometimes I know
disclosure
and
too.
sometimes I don't.
But
Jillian,
you're
you have
also
done your
disclosing.
homework. You earned your
Yeah.
place here. You've been our friend in Scotland. You were our friend in Africa, in South Africa, and you've earned your way on to this panel. You are an expert.
Yeah.
And you are
What about this? The
actively
longest, right? I mean-
disclosing stuff.
I recognize you as an expert. Therefore, you have your, here's
Well,
your
listen,
lieutenant stripes
It's
and
still
all
a
of that.
miracle. It's still a miracle. It's still a miracle. It's all a miracle. And it's just, how do we tell people about this miracle all the time?
Bingo. How do we
How do you
tell
get them
people about this
How
miracle?
do you get them excited and in
Get to
awe
that
that
point.
like we instantly, well, we fought with it. We had to fight with it because I cried for a week when I first heard. And you said
Oh,
the planet's repelled. I think I cried for a week, and my dad said, "What the hell is wrong with you?" I said, "They repel, they repel, they repel." And he's like, "What?"
What?
I said, "I can't explain it to you, Dad. It's just so amazing. I want
well,
you
look
to
at
know."
all the background research that you have done.
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
know,
the drive
you
has been
know a
phenomenal.
great deal. You have a huge library of knowledge, and I've
Anyone's gonna
respected
know
your
it's you.
opinion for many years now. That's why you're one of my closest friends.
Thank you, Sam.
Well, thank you. I have benefited from our exchange.
Yeah, I just feel like the goofy person that read too many books, and then I come up for air and go, "Oh, did you see the face on Mars?" And
But guess what? Guess what, Gillian? Goofy or not, with your Scottish accent and mid-African accent blended together, we still love the hell out of you.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
I love my Montana picture. It's up here on the wall. Did
Oh
other
well, I'm
people
glad.
see
I'm glad you got your letter and
it?
I
Hey, it's
just
even
got
got the
a feeling.
cowboys on it.
yep, that was the idea. You have no idea how hard it is to find a Montana postcard in Montana anymore. Weird.
Yeah,
Weird.
it's stuff inside, man.
Weird. I had to go to like 5 different stores to find one damn postcard. Like what?
Wow.
Yeah. Hey, this is not the world I grew up in. Somebody switched world planets on me while I was sleeping, man. I don't know what happened.
No.
This isn't what I know. And I'm in awe. I'm in awe. Incoming phone call for Nicolle. Okay. Rebecca,
Yes, Sam.
show us something amazing, please.
Yes. Let me. I was trying to get those videos for Christoper.
Well, thank you. Everyone says my accent. It sounds so funny because people say, "Do you come from Canada?"
I said
Yeah.
No, that's a cross
on
between a
Messenger.
Scottish
That might be-
accent and an African.
Sorry, Chris. I didn't hear you.
Oh,
I
I
stepped
sent
over you.
Sorry,
those
Chris.
still pictures to you on Messenger. That might just be easier.
Oh, maybe. Well, I'm sure.
Madre, ¿qué chingos es eso?
That's not what I wanted.
Válgame la Virgen
But
Santísima.
that's what we'll
¿Qué
do.
es eso, José? Mira.
That's the bottom of the Destiny.
Yeah, look at that.
Wow,
I was
Very
going to show you
close
my
path.
video like that. Let me try it again. I need to label it better so I can.
Destiny and you're blending into each other.
Wow.
Weird. Yeah, you tell me, anybody out there, is this a normal sky?
Right. And can you
Look at the
find
horizon
a
when it goes
picture
to the
like
light
this?
right
You
there.
can
That's
post
the
it
normal
on
sky down there. Everything above that is a planet.
Right.
We're actually 2 planets.
That's not it either.
Oh, I remember the soundtrack.
Yeah, I remember that one.
You see
Yeah.
that size of the sun? That's our normal sun. That's how big our sun should be.
Right.
Mhm.
Not like what it's doing now. It's
Some days we see it, and some days we don't.
Is this about 3 years old?
Yeah. Yeah.
folk-like base.
Back when Nepenthe was dead center over the top of the
See
sun.
those little lines, Chris? You can see them.
Yeah.
Like these little line.
Oh yeah.
Everything lighter
Yeah.
illumination is other
And
planet,
it's
and
tilted.
the dark
Yes, yeah.
area at the horizon is the normal sky. Everything above is
all the way
illuminated
across the
planet.
sky.
Wow. And it looks like Atu's moon, but it doesn't, you know?
Well, Nepenthe
Yeah.
is there, and if it was 3 years ago, Atu's
Right.
moon would be up to the upper
Somewhere else.
right.
Upper right. Okay.
Yeah, and Uri is right there.
Oh, wow. Look at that.
Yeah.
Totally.
Now, see the green? See the green
Yes.
above the open core illumination?
Wow.
Now, you have to remember the illumination of the bottom of Nepenthe has an open core, and it illuminates. The empty spot gets bright. Oh, I can't wait to see when we start seeing the open core illumination of Saru any day now. We will see it this summer.
Great.
Is she gonna pull us more, Saru?
It'll look like a bright yellow-orange supercell base.
You get from those? But only by the summer.
Yeah, well, when Uri moves further north.
Maria's just caught something crazy as well on her Alaska pictures.
Hello, Maria. How are you? I'm sorry, I'm in a silly mood. Getting tired. I get silly. Holy cow! I'm scrolling and scrolling. Somehow my scroll stopped. I was not reading you people's messages. I'm sorry. My computer did that to me. God, I'm still scrolling. You guys are talkative tonight.
Right.
Chatty.
Chatty Cathy. Definitely.
And there's no way we're gonna find pictures like this before 2009, before they got here. There's
Yeah.
No,
Go back
right?
to old movies. Go back to the 80s movies,
Right.
90s movies, old westerns.
You know,
This
so
is
many
not
people
the sky
like,
I grew up
oh,
with.
no, that's totally normal. No. No way.
I do have a question for everyone, real quickly. I just sent you a picture about it, Rebecca, but I have posted it in most of the pages on Facebook today. You don't have to show it or anything. But I have been noticing that, and it's a few months now, but taking a picture of the moon, the Terminator line is not fully straight, if you can see
Right, it's
that
angled.
at all.
Right.
It takes a jog at like just the bottom half of the moon.
Wow.
Yeah, and we talked about that when the moon was in the north sky last week, and it was being illuminated from the north angle beyond Earth, which would have been, I looked in the north sky and it was below Earth, and the light was coming from that side, and I'd never seen it that way. And I normally do not ever see the window or the moon in my north
Right.
window ever.
It's not in the
And
same
so it was
place.
like completely
and
off. So
it's like,
we know these are the signs in the sky, and everybody,
Yep.
you've got to attribute
That's
all of
right.
this together. If you add all of this crap up, it proves to you that this is all
Weather.
real and happening.
the sun and the moon placement. There's no such thing as high noon anymore. The sun
Right.
is like behind where it's supposed to be in time and placement and further south than it should be, right, Sam?
Right, and we've documented all of this for over a decade.
Right.
We are citizen scientists. We gather all of this information through a collective guided pathway. Well, the information that we take as fact has been only granted facthood only after multiple sightings from around the world. People have to realize that what you see on our shows, this is 5, 6, 7, 8 people talking, but we are actually millions, or somewhere around 1 million, 2 million people strong. If you add all of these collective sister sites together, and we're all getting people around the world sending our information, their information, our information. They're all on board with this. They're all experts in their own way, from Petty in Hungary, or from Andrew, or from Robert in New Zealand, or from Gordon, or Matthew Wee, or Deb in North Carolina, or Gillian in Scotland, or Christoper in Las Vegas, or Nicolle in Colorado. All of us, or Rebecca in Oklahoma, all of us are experts that we've gathered this information all together, and we all see what's happening. We don't make this shit up. It is all correlated science, fact, not theory.
Sam,
Yep.
we don't just see it, we feel it. Like
Oh,
when
yeah.
I
Oh
saw
God, no kidding.
when I saw the spokes, as we just saw that and mentioned, of Nipicity and Nibiru and things like that, like I was telling Rebecca that it was like some gigantic power reached down into the deepest part, not like your soul, like, it's like you're carrying your soul around with you and you're only like 8 inches wide or whatever, but it felt like so deep inside, and they just grabbed it and just jerked, like, look at this. This doesn't feel right. This isn't right. You feel it. You feel the planets. You feel it in your head. You feel it in the depression. You feel the anxiety. You feel the extra moons that are going by, especially if you're a moon sign.
Feel it in your
sun,
feet, in your
rising,
hands,
doesn't
in your
matter.
chest.
Your hands, everything. You feel it. You don't just see it. You feel it. And the sun is real because you feel the sun. You feel those solar flares. So
When you feel it and you don't know what it is,
Well, you roll
That's
down
it.
your window if you've got tinted windows in your car, and you've got the sun shining in your lap and on your left arm, and then in about 15 seconds you're frying. That is not our star. That
That's
is the
not for how it
second
felt.
standard
that
red.
color norms. So,
That's the bigger star
felt
shining on you. It's here. It's leaving. We believe it's leaving. We haven't. I'm 75, 80%
I
sure
don't know
right now.
about that. Why do we so why is it feeling hotter? Why I mean, I wonder about that, Sam. Just because
Well,
it
beforehand, our star was in front of the red star, and it was blocking it from 100%. It was only giving 73% more extra UV. Now, the standard red puts off a different spectrum of light than the dwarf yellow Sol. It's a different, warmer, almost the similar intensity, but of a different spectrum, which is why
the birds see it, right?
Why we're getting tanner rather than burnt. Why our plants are living through winter rather than dying. Even though they're freezing, there's good snow around them, yet there's enough red spectrum, infrared spectrum warming. And so now that we believe that they're separating, and I think that the dwarf yellow is not in front of the standard red anymore, why we went through a winter we had no snow, and why we think that the standard red is outshining the dwarf yellow, which we believe is currently in the 5 o'clock position just below the standard red star. So therefore we believe it's outshining and on the way out and leaving. But we haven't seen enough evidence. I'm pretty sure that's what's happening. We've been expecting it. So we just have to continue to observe and look for it and wait for it to see if it comes to fruition or not.
Gee, I don't know what Maria caught. Look at this thing. It's cool.
Pictures. Yeah, these are from Maria in Alaska.
Wow.
Yes.
We have asteroids under Attu's moon on the right-hand side, and on the left is the onset of Uri Salamander asteroid group.
Yes.
Beautiful.
It's kind of like you're drawing, just.
Yep.
It really all lines up just right.
Yep.
Just put it
Time
right
after
by
time
I need to do that.
because it's real, because it's happening. It is real. It is happening. You can see a Saturn's yellow moon just above the mountain, and then just below it is lead asteroid. And then on the left-hand side, you see that big white circle, and that's the tan asteroid. And then over to the right, in the upper right, you see that big dark area in the upper right corner, and that's the site of a Saturn. And at the horizon between the two pine trees on the right is where Nibiru is.
That's a busy sky.
Time after time after
It
time.
almost doesn't look real. It looks like a painting. It's incredible,
Also,
Maria. Wow.
Yeah, those were the two she sent
Beautiful.
me. And then, guys, she sent me a sneak peek to a surprise I was going to share.
Look at the circular of a Saturn's yellow moon.
Those are headed my way, soon
cool.
will be.
Those are awesome.
Yeah, she's sending me some earrings. So thank you, Maria.
That was nice.
I love them. Yeah, she
She's
said
a
they're
very kind, nice lady, and I hope her efforts are coming to a level of fruition, because I would love to hear the details.
Yeah.
I guess it's the little white parts. The white parts are porcupine.
Oh, wow.
Porcupine
They're
from
beautiful.
Alaska.
Look at them. They're gorgeous.
Yeah,
I
they're
love
hollow
the
and you can
blue.
drink them.
Right.
The color of blue is just amazing, isn't it? It's like the 5D blue.
Yes.
Cobalt blue.
So I can't wait. You're right. So soon you'll be seeing them on me. I'll model them for everybody. So, yeah, but
She said she sent me some too.
oh boy. Okay.
Well, I was
Where the
drinking her
McKinney?
coffee and using her pizza cutter today, so
yeah, she's this fixed up. So, but super
She's
thoughtful.
trying to give everybody a piece of love.
Right.
Louise Malaysia.
So very good.
And we
Maria.
better have one of them nights where we all wear something so we can all say thank you, thank you, thank you.
Hi, Katie Jo.
Hi, Katie
Hi,
Jo.
Katie Jo.
Yes. Some days it looks like a painting. Yes, it does.
Yeah.
Speaking of, I have that video from Chris.
Mhm.
Not from, but it's some of his videos he's been working on. So let's get that pulled up here.
Heck, Earth is like
Sorry about that.
Oh, that's okay.
You have to learn to look at the dark areas first, not the light. Look at the dark, not the light.
I try
Light
to
pinch between
like
bodies.
take a little video first, and then I just put still shots in the rest of it.
Okay, yeah, the pinching sunlight says a lot. You know, it's misshapen for a reason.
That is the spiral asteroid right there.
And I thought the blue asteroid was up there too. Somewhere.
Yeah, it is. It's crossing right.
With
It's
little dot.
That's the blue. That is part of the cutoff hue and flaring. Is the blue asteroid is right in front of the sun currently, regularly around the world, and it has very, sometimes it's beside it, in front of it, left of it, below it, but it's visible for about 2 weeks now. And it was in proximity a month ago, but it was on the far side, so it's a transition of the movement of the overall group. That is just Atom Jello Moon right there, in hiding back in the distance. There again.
Right, and you can see the dark parts Sam talks about.
Yep.
Look for the dark parts in the sky. Even if sometimes the clouds aren't there, you're gonna see dark spots in the sky.
Yeah, hit pause anytime, Rebecca.
Okay.
Okay, the white clouds at the bottom are normal.
Yeah.
But look at the light blue clouds. Then look at the dark blue areas. Okay, now we see the sun shining in with these two little bands on the upper right, so that we know it's on the left-hand side. So that we know what we are staring at dead center in the middle of the picture, that big round circle, is the tan asteroid.
Yeah.
Because it matches the drawings, it matches placement, it matches the grouping, it matches what we've seen for months and months and months. And that is the side edge, the stripes. That is the side edge of Uri and Saru.
Yep.
Yeah. Wow.
And then, like this part right here, where this, right above the sun.
You see how small Saru has become, and the tipped axis has changed?
Yeah.
Now it's moving further to the north, where Saru is actually cutting in to the light of the sun on the middle left. So now Saru is playing that predominant cutoff role that Uri has played for the last 3 years. And Uri is getting smaller, because you can see the stripes of Uri. And you can see the salamander asteroid group just below middle bottom part of Uri.
Because it is so big and it is tall.
We know there. And it matches and matches and matches and matches.
Yeah.
Oops.
And look at the rounding on that flare. That was this atom coming in on the right-hand side. Bottom of Nepacity.
Yep.
Bottom of Nepacity. Bottom of Nepacity. Ooh, that was a tough one. Spiral asteroid on the right.
Cool.
Spiral asteroid on the middle left. Spiral asteroid middle left.
Spiral asteroid was busy.
Well, it's close horizontal. That's Uri onset. That's the 180-day cycle shit, guys, that's coming our way. And it's only going to get worse this summer. See the light pinch?
And you will see it coming.
Color.
It is
That is
wild.
the side of Saturn cutting in, and that is literally
Form and
Nibiru.
build, and then all of a sudden, there it is.
The dark blue is Nibiru.
Wow.
And it is so big we can't even see it now. Light blue. Back to the sun.
Be back in a minute.
And there's the rainbow inset again, that from the drawing from this month, and that's where the blue asteroid is, and the little stuff behind it. Bottom of Nepacity.
I took these pictures at my wife's mom's house, so she's on the complete other side of town. So it was like a little different perspective that I got, which was kind of cool.
And they're more onset over the top of you than they were before as well. Looks a little cubey. Saturn's yellow moon. The Saturn's yellow moon. Saturn's yellow moon. Good job. Excellent captures. Again, that white area right there in the upper area was the Saturn's yellow moon. And it has a flame like clouds over and over again. QB. Yeah, then, we can bring up that, by the way, everybody who's listening, we've had extraterrestrials parked over the top of us in fleets, plural, more than one fleet group, for, since 2019 and prior. And yet somehow it does not go viral, and I do not know why. I'm only one person. I can only say this I don't know how many times. It's up to you to say, people talk about that Miami thing, Oh, we saw an alien, and they sent 300 cop cars. Well, how come people are not talking about the fact that, there's been fleets, plural, many craft cubes, star destroyers, orbs, small landing craft galore of many different factions above us for, a decade. And nobody's doing anything about it. Nobody's talking about it. Nobody's telling everybody about it. They are freaking here, as well as the planets. And the planets and the factions that are parked above our heads are two different groups.
This is crazy.
Or one of many groups.
One of many groups. That's
just ladies and gentlemen, you are living in Star Wars and you don't even know it.
Yes. That's even the hardest part to tell people. Oh, yeah.
I think the hardest part is the slavery.
Triangle craft.
Well, it's not. I mean, what is slavery?
No, it's the fact that we were not. So what I found hard to. I asked, do you know about Sumeria, Mesopotamia, anything like that? Sumeria. So I can at least link it to something that's like real. But yeah. Why did I go there? To explain, to explain that we were not created by God, the prime creator.
Does that bother you?
It's difficult to explain to people because I'm okay with it. I know where I'm from. But when you try to paradigm shift people, because this is a pivot from being in a comfortable little box, being comfortable knowing what you know, and finding out that everything outside of you is so different and truth is stranger than fiction. It's difficult, especially with people that believe that, there's God. God put the sun and the moon exactly where they need to be, so we experience these eclipses and things.
Well, I would point out prime creator at that spot, which is a larger role than God.
Right. And I think that the big G, little g, like capital or not capital, makes sense.
And I try to be as careful with that as well when we talk about factory planet Earth. And I try to and tell people that, the demigods are the ones that actually created. We are a created race. We are and I hate to tell you this, and I'm not trying to be mean about it or cause turmoil in any way, but the truth of the matter is that we are self-replicating biotools that were placed here to mine factory planet Earth by a higher race, requiring the commodities that we provide for them, which is why we exist.
So who answers that for you? What is the question that we all ask as humans? why are we here? What are we supposed to do? Now, of course, there's a bigger path for people like Sam, and if you're here, and I mean, you're here to disclose to people that there is so much more than what we are. I mean, we can't be in that little box anymore because we're about to be shooken the mess up, something fierce. And we won't be in that box anymore. But that's where I start to stumble because it's very uncomfortable.
You're looking
to
at it from
explain
start to finish. But what is actually going on here is a wheel. You're part of the wheel of the progression of rotation of your species. You are not you individually. You are the furtherment of all the generations before you. Every one of them. The only thing that any of them ever wanted throughout everything that they ever struggled through, every wheat crop that they gathered, or every bale of hay that they ever combined, or every pint of beer they put away in the cellar, it was always to further the betterment of their children. And that's what we are doing. We are futuring our bloodline, our memory, our core, our development. Whether it pays off today or not, we are part of the circle of the transition of our species and continuing our line.
Agreed. And thank you for that.
Well, there's no start and ending to it, because even if I'm done tomorrow, the things that I have already started today will go on. So therefore, I have not ended. I am just part of the continuation of the rolling of the wheel.
Of course.
We have already done this. We will do it, and etc. It's past, present, and future. It's a circle.
Sorry, did I miss something? I'm sorry, I had to let the babies out. Forgive me.
You're fine.
We have to move forward believing in correct. Because if we don't, if we fall in for the negatives and we let them still our progression, then they've won, and we can't. They don't win anyway. We do. Truth does always go forward, because time only moves forward in the correct path, and therefore a negative would not be correct. It moves forward, and that's what we're all doing. Whether or not this all happens within our lifetime is not the issue. The issue is that we're all learning and moving forward, because there's never an ending to genetic memory. There's never an ending to the connective species as a whole, because we're even the 100 monkey syndrome. What we learn as man, we learn as a whole, a collective, and as separate as we are and connected as we are. Even in our bloodline, even in the masses, because like people in the neighborhood, like 3 of you will all go to the store at the same time, and you drive out of your neighborhood and you go to the store, and all 3 of the people in front of you also go there, and you go, oh, I'm moving in a mass, because we do move in a mass movement. We're a collective species, and the 100 monkey syndrome does work.
Agreed.
Oh, you mean collective consciousness?
Correct. Bingo.
Yeah.
And as long as you trust and believe in the connectivity will serve you. That is connection to source. If you trust what you see and what you feel and what you understand and where your mind takes you, that is a source guidance as well as a pathway that you ask from source. And it's a two-way street. As long as you follow where you're being led by this desire to learn, then you're on the correct path. Even if we get crazy, shitty things happen to us, that is a learning process toward the future correct path. And it's never a negative. It's always a moving forward. It's always progress. And we can change. We can control our lives. But the trick is to understand the now and what you are and what you see and what you observe. And then you trust your level of science. I see the planets, therefore they are. So how can I argue? And oh my God, but everybody else out there in the world says they don't exist. And oh my God, I'm a crazy guy. What are they going to say if I tell them at the grocery store? Oh shit. So, you know, you have to follow what you are. And if you don't trust you, what do you have?
That's not good.
You have to trust you. So you trust you trust what you see, you trust your science. Don't say, oh, my level of science and education doesn't meet that. No, it does. The science is easy because science is observation. Sherlock Holmes, if you eliminate all the crazy possibilities that they can't be, and what you're left with, no matter how preposterous it is, that's the fact. And we have watched it for 14 years happen. I've known about it for 44 years. They don't come slap you with a non-disclosure agreement for being wrong. They wouldn't bother with you. You wouldn't exist. Why did government people come to me, 17-year-old kid in Montana, go, well, you can't, here, we're going to give you a job, but you can't tell people about this. Why would they do that? They wouldn't do that unless I was correct. And to me, it was easy. It was basic. It had to be. It fit in chemistry because we can't exist in, you know, chemistry and how we, you know, mix one chemical to another, which we make water from or whatever. All the chemistry rules in chemistry are time proven, and it works. And we see it. We see evidence of that. And why would that set of rules work on planet Earth but not out in space? And that's what Einstein missed. The unification model is that subatomic chemistry is also astroatomic physics chemistry. There is no separation. It's connected. It's that simple.
Yeah.
Electrical. Everything is electrically connected. Protons, neutrons, electrons, the atom, the shell, compounding, binary atoms, two electrons, you know, all of it's worked out. It's so simple and basic and easy that astrophysics and gravity makes you miss it. It's that simple. We're a binary solar system, two sets of stars. Every 4,000 years or less, we cross paths. Shit happens to us. They come by, pick up the commodities. Mine from factory planet Earth, you know, the backwater people were visited. They pick up their shit. They live on. We suffer. We regroup. Start over again. Because that way they control the herd. And they can genetically correct us as needed. They sample us, watch us. You know, just like going out and branding the cattle, you know, come spring, count the herd. And the new little calves, okay. Oh, that one's sickly. Let's get rid of him. All of that. I mean, you know.
Ew.
Well, you know, we are a commodity. And you can't look at good and evil. You have to look at factional agenda. We are a herd. We are a product. They own us. We are a patented creature.
They talk about your birth certificate that somebody owns you.
Okay, now the Pleiadians and other races above them long ago started a process. And they said, you have to allow some of these beautiful creatures to evolve because what you've done to them is cruel. So some of them have to. But they said, oh, excuse me, but we can't break our system, our economy. We have to have factory planet Earth to keep the commodity base to keep going. So there was a bargaining and a program set forward thousands of years ago that upgraded people over time through generations would get added puzzle pieces of the upgrade so that we can evolve at the change and the transfer of the sixth stage in the year 2024 and 2010. The ascension and the upgrade. So now we are embarking on the next stages of our breakaway evolution to be allowed into the Federation as a separate race, and we will be elongated in our years of age and be able to self-heal and get wiser and get smarter and read minds just like the aliens do. And we are upgrading. And ahead of time, many, many individuals around the planet have been placed that have harmonic upgrades above average mankind so that they may elevate them to aid in the stages of upgrade. And it's not a step one across the threshold, ta-da, I'm in heaven.
Right.
There are stages of development and growth, and we have to go through them. Some we suffer, some we enjoy. And many of those individuals are here to teach you. And the question is when you hear them, listen.
Absolutely.
It's happening now. And that's as generic as I can give it to you.
Right. It still feels like I'm in a movie or something, and then I had to stop and remind myself it's real.
Now, welcome to my life.
What?
I got 3 sci-fi movies in my head already. I'm just like,
yeah.
Help me, Wanda.
Yeah. Goodness sakes.
Yeah, I mean, it goes right back to the arguing with the Pleiadian. Like, how the hell am I supposed to do that? Who the hell am I? What the hell do I know?
Yeah.
And look where I am today. I even in 1978, I didn't even know the magnitude of that paper. I just wrote a paper saying that I thought we had to have 2 stars. I knew we had to be a binary solar system. Regardless of the outcome, I just said I just knew it. And it made sense to me, and I laid it out on paper, and I showed the math behind it, and then I showed one of the 3 possibilities and variants that it could be. And then 3.5 months later, I got the FBI and the NSA in my living room when I come home from school with having coffee with my parents. It's like, oh, shit. I'm 17 years old, and here I got half a joint buried under my box up in my bedroom, and I thought I'm in trouble. Oh, God, I'm in trouble. I got a joint in my bedroom, man.
Yeah. The FBI is there.
Yeah, I'm in trouble.
Yeah, they must have smelled it with a sniffer dog.
Yeah, back then they wouldn't have found it. That's how bad. Back in the 70s, weed was completely different than it is now.
Yeah.
Ditch weed.
Good or bad?
Hybrid. Anyway, so I was all paranoid and everything else, and then they offered me the job, and I got signed non-disclosure before I even found out what the job was, and I was selected for my viewing abilities, my bloodline, my race, my IQ. I fit a criteria that very few people fit, and I'm in the NIMSA and intelligent people. I have a very high IQ. Not that I blew that off right away. I thought everybody knew this shit. I thought everything I knew that was basic, everybody knew. I really did. I still do. And, you can hear it in my voice. I talk about shit that I think is normal. And people go, what are you talking about, man? And, oh, sorry. I thought you knew that. To me, it's normal. Anyway, it is officially cough drop time.
All right. Cough drop number 2.
Number two.
All right.
Okay, number 2.
Audrey wants to know if some of the others will stay here now after the passing. I guess beings from other planets.
Where are you going to go?
They going to stay here?
I mean, really, seriously, do you have any idea how hard it would be to leave Earth and step onto an entirely different... there'd be a few people that could do it. They're an entirely different ecosystem of everything you know. Now, granted, it would be awesome to be able to live 120, 130, 150, 200 years because you could self-heal. 500 years, whatever, 1,000, like the other races do. I'm not sure we're ready for that emotionally. Having known what I've known for 30 years or so, you get a little tired of certain things, and you also enjoy a whole lot more. It's always both sides of the coin. There's bliss, and yet there's also horror.
Yeah.
Because I'm watching a planet right now that is spending billions of dollars in directions that is completely frivolous, when there are starving children everywhere around the planet, and I see both of those. And my abilities and my far-seeing skills, I see all of it. and I'm not horrified by it, but I'm not pleased with it. And I judge my abilities and my view of trusting me, that I see well. I don't fabricate it as false, because we know that I can. That's why they recruited me also. So it's a little weird to be in my shoes right now, and I'm trying to, get through the stress of what we're doing. Every passing show, I go through another emotional level of stress. And that's part of why I mentioned what I mentioned earlier about being underrated or ignored. And I'm not just some idiot standing behind a microphone. And I'm also, weighing my patience level. And I'm not trying to be angry or brag, but my patience for this is kind of waning in ways, because I am getting tired of it. So I'm going to have to, view how we're doing this. And we've all worked our butts off to share this information with people, and we're still only seeing 500 people a show. So perhaps it is my own impatience, and I apologize, therefore, if that is the occurrence. And, guys, we're doing this to warn you, because, the shit is hitting the fan as we speak. We're watching it happen. And the planets are here. And it's rare, it's crazy, it's insane, but it is happening. We don't know what the second star is going to do. We don't know what's going to happen when they leave, and when the planets tip back, go back to normal. When our sun goes back to where it used to be, if it ever does.
Wow.
So and we're on top of this, and we've proven that this science is real, and we're not trying to hype you or drag you or have you set a coffee cup or whatever. Golden tennis shoes or a Bible. Anyway, bad joke. Anyway, I'm going to wander to the little scientist room and leave it up to you guys for a minute.
Fine. Go ahead, Sam. Sure.
And I get to do my cough drop at the same time. Be right back.
Perfect. Yeah. Well, I've been working for I don't know how long trying to get a 5-minute video sent from my phone to the laptop. It's not normally any time, but it's slow today. Maybe it's
weird things.
The internet. I don't know. It's everything is normal on my end, other than that. So that's why I wasn't showing anything. I was going to show you all what I saw last night when I went live on TikTok.
Oh yeah, I've seen that you sent me a message saying you were going to go live, and I was already in dreamland though.
Yeah, that's fine. It looked like this though. Here's some still shots. I had a couple of people send me screenshots of what I was showing, and this is what it looked like. And nice. I told somebody, I was like, if anybody's watching, take me some screenshots, because see that right here is this right there. See how it's Atu's moon and Nipicity? That's what this is. That's Atu's moon there to the left, and that behind it is the blue above our sun is Nipicity. So that's what we were seeing. So anyway, I have it on a video too, me panning around. So if I get it sent over, we'll take a peek, because it was really good. But yes, it always looks better too, I think, in photographs. You can see it visually and it looks good, but then you look at something moon and asteroid. Yeah, you look at your pictures and you're like, it looks really good. It looked better than I remember. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, even the little lines matches my drawings. I often ponder why people don't tell other people about this.
I'll be right back.
And there's like 4 different mechanisms that play in my mind every time I think about it. It's like, number 1, people are going to think I'm nuts if I tell them about it. Number 2, do I believe this? Number 3, do we really want to give this information out to people because it's mine and they don't have it? Number 4, has to do with, can I really do anything about it anyway?
Right.
And all of those premises cross through my mind regularly on myself, even, and where I'm trying to share this information with you guys. And we've all worked together as a collective group, and we've all become this family. And so there is that devotion to our family, each other, regularly, daily. where we always want to keep talking to each other. We always send each other the stuff. Hey, look what I found today. Blah, blah, blah. Here it is. Here's a copy of it. And I've said this numerous of times throughout the programs that it is actually, as you guys out there, the listeners, not the panel, you guys are already doing it. You as listeners, it is incumbent. I hope you look that word up if you don't know it. I'm sure most of you do. It is incumbent upon you to share this with people. We are just a small panel working our asses off to try and inform you guys of stuff that we took countless hours of devotion and obsession and love of the science and what we've seen and this exuberation of intensity that we can't wait to share with anyone because, oh my God, there it is. Can't you see that? And I drastically expect each and every one of you guys to tell 10 people. I dare you.
Right. That would, make a big impact. I know.
It's not for self-gratification. It's for warning people. We're not some sidebar cultist trying to sell you a cartoon.
No.
We're not talking about, oh, hey, please watch the Automaton movie that we produced here in Hollywood. Right. We're not trying to sell you a pair of pants. We're not trying to sell you a shoe or a chainsaw. We're trying to give you guys the information that we have spent decades learning. And everybody's always looking for, is ET real? Damn square, Mo Frere. Shit is happening. They're parked above our frickin' heads right now. Mm-hmm. Why the hell aren't you doing anything about this? What the hell? Christ, we worked it out. We see it. We see it every frickin' day. Hello. I'm putting on a voice, but I mean, Christ, they're here. What the frick are you waiting for? I can't do this alone. I mean, God, guys, come on. They're here. And the planets are here. And the shit's here. And the weather's here. And people are freaking out and dying. What's it going to take? When are you? I mean, I listen to the show, but what are you doing about this? And I'm not trying to be mean or rude or arrogant or any of that. I'm going, excuse me, but, if today was your last day, what would you do?
Right.
When do you start? When do you join? When do you take up the cause? When do you pick up the flag and run with it? What are you doing? What are you doing? And I'm not trying to be frustrated Joe here, but I am. I'm frustrated because we've been working. Rebecca's got years worth of hard daily work for hours and hours and hours to share this with you. Christoper goes out in the sun and takes videos for you guys. Gillian's watching and working. Nicole's out there working and trying to set up the website for us. All of these people are working to give you this information. Now you have to pick this shit up and do something with it because damn it, don't let it drop here. You got work to do. And we're already freaking invaded. They got here in 2009. Norway spiral object. It's on the beginning of our freaking show. The startup. We know that's real. We logged it. We documented. We cataloged it. We watched it year after year after year. We've been screaming this to people. Video after video. Radio Wasteland show after Fight for Our Freedom. Radio. Understanding the Skies. YouTube. Rebecca. YouTube me. There it is. That is what came through the Norway spiral. We don't know what happened on the eclipse, but they opened another damn wormhole on the eclipse. We know that. It happened again. So what left or what else is here? So when are you guys out there going to pass this shit on? Because I and they and our group, they are only limited. And the only way that you can get this is to send this video, a copy of our show, to your friends. We cannot do this alone, and this is why it's called citizen science, because it means all of us. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Suddenly we've all gone quiet.
No, I think Sam.
Well, I hope so on one hand. Go ahead, Christoper.
And we're talking about if why aren't we talking about this more to everybody? Are we feeling like we're going to be judged somehow or something? If they're your friends, then they're not going to judge you, right? Just show them what you found. Show them anything about this. Spark their interest and let them get the information for themselves. Nobody's saying that you have to go out there and pound this information into everybody that you know's psyche and make them change their beliefs. That's not what we're saying. We're trying to tell you that this is what's happening, and just like Sam says, it's documented, it's repetitive, it's a fact, it's not theory, and this is serious. It's a big deal. And this is something that we are here for this now. Why are we here during this time when these planets are here, as opposed to our ancestors? Like this is a privilege, I think.
And this is also genetic memory in all of us. This is already inside each and every one of you listening. This is your call. This is your wake up call, which is why you are here. It's not like you're going to learn any new major stuff. This is already stuff that is already pre-programmed to happen inside of each and every one of you now, and anyone who listens in the later future, because it's part of the project. It's part of all supposed to happen. And this is why I was told by the Pleiadian that I would resonate with the people that I spoke to. Now, Rebecca, I'm going to give the opportunity. Are you looking at me?
Okay, I'm looking.
Okay, when you people hear my voice, and I want you to, this is where you get to put on the peanut butter. When people hear me and I talk and I teach, what happens?
Mostly people get quiet. Is that what you mean? What happens?
No, come on. Reach. I'm trying to set myself up for a grooming of praise, no, I don't get away with it. Cool. No. Okay.
I mean, I noticed everybody.
I'll just come right out and say, if they blob me out, they blob me out. Okay, the Pleiadian told me, and I'm not trying to brag here, but this is what he told me, that I will have a level of effect when people hear me talk. They are supposed to be automatically drawn to me in a level of what you in the Dungeons and Dragons world would be called audible glamour. They would be drawn to my voice. They would be drawn to my charisma, etc. And I'm not trying to brag.
But that's what I meant. That's what I meant. You capture people's attention. People get quiet. They like to hear what you have to say. They're here mainly to listen to you talk, I feel, so.
And I try to take that into account why I keep talking sometimes while I let you guys, because I'm trying to always prompt you guys to talk at the same time here, because I want you guys to also share your opinion, because it's not all about me. It's about you guys, because, we only got here because we're a collective. By myself, I would be this idiot in the corner in the stand, with the silt board standing at the, Main Street in Higgins going, the end of the world is here.
Yeah.
Right. And hey, are you listening? The Bible says, I'd be that nut job. And only because all of us have gotten together through science and my rules. Remember my Montana Skywatcher dawning scientific collective rules, because only the greatest of scientific experiments happen in people's garages, not corporations. Have we gained our level of where we are today? Because we were very strict for a very long time to get here, to gather information that were other people cited around the world, so we knew this was real. We didn't gossip. We didn't go, oh, nemesis, firmament or flat earth or sun simulate. We didn't do any of that. We only did the stuff that we saw and everybody agreed on over discussion in the early days. Montana Skywatcher 1 all the way back to 2010, once my non-disclosure agreement ended, because we had to gather the information to see what I was seeing in Greece or in Alaska or God, I chuckle over it, or Germany. A lot of my earlier friends have unfortunately vanished because they're bored with it. Oh, they're watching. I promise you, they're watching, but they just don't need to participate with the drama. I have a friend in Louisiana named Daniel. He's a very smart, very, very wonderful gentleman. And he says, Sam, I stopped watching your stuff because I just know you're right and we're fucked. Whoops. Hey, I did it again. Bomb 2.
Got $1.
All right. Carol Ann, you have to put in $2. Okay.
Where is Carol Ann? I know.
We haven't seen her tonight.
Not tonight.
But, and I try to be as open with all of you guys as possible. And oh shit, you should see what I could do to you if you were standing next to me. Remember Star Trek and Spock and all that crazy shit.
That's another one.
I read all of you guys. I see inside each of you, and I know Nicolle is expressly interesting with her minor shield and wisdoms beyond. I mean, you are a very interesting rival for intelligence, young lady.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and Christoper, you're amazing, and Gillian is amazing, and Rebecca is amazing, and you're all amazing in your own ways. Namaste. I see your inner lights. I feel you guys. I know about you guys. I could toy like a cat with a mouse. No, I'm joking. But yeah, that's me. And that's the cool shit about what happened as of 2010 and the ascension and all of this stuff. And we talk about Buddhism. Yes, we're completely off the planets right now, and I am off topic. But by the way, as of the eclipse, I am now allowed to talk more. So one of the rules has changed. It is now, which is why the Pleiadian message. It is now. I'm stepping forward more. I'm going to be a little more.
It changed. How did you find that out, or how did you know that?
The source tells you. You just know.
Okay.
And that's how it works. You just know. Nicolle. Confirmation sidebar. Yes. No. Source. When you know information from your tarot readings, when you know information from your mythos, when you know information from your study, you just know, correct? Are you on mute?
No, not on my end. She's not. Maybe.
Oh, maybe her ears fell out. I mean, her plugs or whatever. Yeah. What are they called?
Yeah, I can't hear you, Nicolle. I'm sorry.
Nothing at all. No. Okay. Yeah.
I see Nicolle as our. Yeah, it says mute on your. Okay, there you go. I see Nicolle as our astrological. No, we still can't hear you.
No.
I see her as our astrological spiritual guide, mythological guide on this program.
Strange.
Still don't hear you, expert guest host. Now, what happened? Go out, come back in.
Yeah, maybe leave and come back. I'm going to remove you. Come back in. Okay.
Okay. Maybe it's time. Maybe the cosmos is. Maybe she has other things to do, and her old soul is actually directing it. Yet she is personally not aware of it.
Right. I'm always looking at stuff like that, like behind the scenes. Like,
good, because you are.
What is going to happen now? Yeah.
Rebecca, you are enlightened. You don't give yourself credit for that yet, but you have been. Hey, how many hours have we talked on the phone?
Right. I don't know.
Okay. Are we dealing with an electrical connection and magic?
Oh yeah.
And you're talking to the great Samuel Hofman.
I know. It's intimidating, even still. I know.
Is it really?
Yeah. No, too
lady,
bad.
lady, I could hug you tomorrow, no problem.
Yeah, I
No, you
know.
don't have anything to be intimidated by me.
No, it's
Hey,
better.
I recognize, Namaste, I recognize you as part of the council. And that is rare. And someday I will explain that to you.
Okay. Yeah, because I really don't know.
Oh, your emotional, I treasure your emotional value as a woman. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Yes.
I respect your opinion. I respect the sidebar that you sway me with regularly and wonderfully. As you know, that's man talk, and now we're going to talk about this. And I respect every second of it. Thank you.
Good. Well,
I respect you. That is why you are here. Well,
see.
Christ, look what you went.
I figure.
Tell everybody what you went through to get here.
Oh my gosh! I mean, years.
I tossed you out of Montana Skywatcher, didn't I?
I did. I deserved it. I deserved it. I was.
Well, yeah, it was okay, but I wasn't rude about it. I hope.
No, but
tell everybody.
Actually, I'm just glad you didn't block me. Can you imagine? I mean, where we would be now.
You know how rare it is that I block anyone? Oh, by the way, Karen's back.
Karen is back. Where is she?
Again. It's like 7 times. Go ahead. Tell your story, please.
No, but I was just going to say, yeah. I mean, I was removed for several months. I don't know how many months, and during that time, I put in I don't know how many requests to be a member again. I'd submit a new request, and I'd wait weeks, even, and it'd be denied.
And I may add, right, and let me interject real quick. I have only done that with maybe 5 people throughout history that I've ever let back in.
I pushed a button. I pushed buttons. I did. And
you were probably the first. So,
but you
continue.
I remember when you messaged me one day, and you messaged me, and you were like, "Okay, I'll let you back in, but you got to quit doing what you were doing." And I was like in a religious situation at that time. I was just expressing what I really thought and believed, and so I get
because
that.
I too am.
Yeah, I do get it. Anyway, but that's what happened, and so I was so glad when you gave me that chance to come back in, and I was very careful about what I said. I just put my location and what time that the pictures were, and that was it. I didn't go into any details. But anyway, long story short is that, from there, Sam started working with me, helping with comments. I'd find his comments. Anyway, correcting me, etc. And here we are,
we spent a few days talking.
Wow.
And we have a show together and a group together, and it's all good. So we have...
And people talk about in our peanut gallery, and which we refer to as our trolls. We went through a lot of them. We went through wave after wave after wave of them.
Yeah.
It was kind of fun. At first it was irritating, and then I became null and dulled by them, and later it became a toy I could play with. And perhaps that's why they've gotten quiet, because I was having too much fun with them. But anyway, including my mail. We have gone through a process of indescribable comparative around the world information that have proven to us beyond a shadow of a doubt that we were calling crap even before NASA. And we watched this, Rebecca, and Gillian's been around in the process during most of that time as well. And it's a pity we don't have Jesus right now. But there's been enough of us, including JD and Andy Pohl and Matthew Wee and Petty and Afan and all of these other and you mentioned Dr. Phil and don't forget Planet X Hunter and all of these people going back over a decade. And I hope that people take into account that we are not a small time operation. We are a worldwide faction. And what you're getting is a show with 6 or 8 panelists or our experts trying to share their rendition of what we see every day and every week and how much we love it. The point with it is we are a very large, and if you can go back to the Radio Wasteland interviews where even Chauncey, the host of Radio Wasteland, he actually did his research very, very well. And the man was an unbelievable host and interviewer. He had very good skills, and he actually would drag shit out of me that I didn't want to talk about, and he did anyway. He was very good at it, and I kind of chuckle, and I respect him for it. And and all of our experts, and I respect each and every one of them. That's why they are here. And they are here because they earned their place to talk to all of you guys in a podcast that we feel proud enough about and strong enough about, and are going to, if not usurp, we are going to maintain our placement in our opinions and our voice, because we all learned this for you at a grand cost to a lot of them. And we're sharing these shows twice a week in an effort to get you guys to actually jump on board and ride the crazy train, y'all. Yeah, you gotta get on board. You have to spread the message. You have to get other people to watch our show. Nicolle, you want to talk?
I forgot what the question was because.
Oh, I was just saying. You looked like you wanted to say something. You looked like you wanted to say something.
Well, you had asked me a question, and then that's when we found out that you couldn't hear me. So I don't remember what the question was that I wasn't supposed to answer. Apparently.
Oh, you were still back. Okay, all right. I was talking about why I was pointing out that you were our mystic wisdom, metaphysical expert in the field. That's why you're part of the show. And
thank you.
Well, yeah, I respect your opinion. That's why you've become a valued member.
I appreciate that, Sam. Thank you very much. That means a lot. Yeah.
No, thank you. Because you're here because you're supposed to be. Right?
I do believe that, and I've always felt very strongly that there was something that I was supposed to be doing, and I just didn't really realize that it was the sky. And when Rebecca and I, by the way, I did mention your paper about the two suns to my stylist, and that's when Rebecca had this great idea to make videos. And she messaged me last night, "Hey, I'm going on TikTok. Do you want to join me?" And I'm like, "Oh, okay." And so I went to download the program, and then I'm like, I don't know if I want to. So I got stuck reading the terms, and then my kid called, and my house got big.
Oh, yeah. Well, Rebecca also has had many interviews on the side, and every time, and you'll learn this because this has happened. How many interviews I've turned down. I mean, I've talked to Roger Moore a few times, and for some reason, we say non-friendly, friendly, non-friendly, friendly, non-friendly. I've talked to all of Masters and you name it, and Albers and the Money Boys, and I've been, because Montana Skywatcher has been around before any of those guys ever. We are number one. We've been here before anyone else. And you will find out that the people will want you to get on their shows. And then you'll all of a sudden go, "Oh, crap, I'm really uncomfortable because I don't know what your base, your premise." And getting on a show with somebody who's like, for example, was a firmament believer, the person that wanted to go, or the flat earther, or the sun simulator, or any of those people. Or they want to talk to you about the tri-star solar system. Well, it's really difficult to walk into somebody's program and have to correct the host. It's uncomfortable. So be prepared for that because you're becoming a celebrity. Hello.
That'd be a very unwanted thing. But I will say that my 10th house is astrologically speaking, and my natal chart is huge, and I've been told it's set up like the famous producers of Hollywood, writers, authors. Like, so I'm not necessarily looking for that.
Do you have a functioning tarot deck for you?
Quite a few, yes.
Well, no, I'm asking the one.
The one, I'm still trying to kind of narrow that down. I kind of
Bingo.
no,
Okay. Do you know the 3-card reading?
yes.
Or is there, now that we add the 3-card reading, do you have a one deck that you would read a 3-card reading from?
Yeah.
Ies tu Domine, Dona eis requiem. Amen.
Thank you. I will consult.
Think about that deck. When that deck talks to you, when we come on the show, do a 3-card reading.
Okay.
Because you are a mystical spiritual expert in this field, and you've been so for many times now through many shows, and I respect your opinion.
Sorry, I appreciate that, and
I mean, look at the talismans you're wearing right now.
yes,
Da-da-da.
monk is the key of life, or that's one
And
one
yet you're
version of it.
boldly showing, and you're wearing black, and look at the magic you're showing.
Elements of the
Yeah.
elements. But,
Yep.
Yeah,
Love
I
and elements, love and life. Elements are connected to everything, and everything's connected to it. Ta-da! I mean, you're showing your presence, your magical self with your black and your and your talismans, and you're always talking metaphysical, and you do a great job. Thank you. I just wanted to connect you. I wanted to connect you to our group, and this is your job, your place.
Well, I will take
And
that
welcome
place.
I want you to feel welcome.
Thank you very much. I do, and I appreciate the accolades.
Well, let me put it simply. I respect and count on your opinion. Thank you.
You're very welcome. Happy to provide it,
Perfect.
and lots more too.
I do too. I mean, I feel like she's a perfect fit, even though she wasn't part of the original first part.
Well, and we're going to grow and move too. I mean, over
we
time.
had her on as a guest. I actually, when I think back, she kind of hesitated at first.
Right.
Remember Nicolle? She wasn't really ready, and that's fine. But then she contacted me, and she's like, "I'm ready now. I'm ready." And
Hey,
I'm
Rebecca, do you remember your first 10 shows?
What, Sam?
Do you remember your first 10 videos, 10 shows, 10 interviews, 10 times a week?
I do. Yeah, I mean,
and all of this. No, you still intimidate me, Sam, and I was like, that's not the intention. And every time we start a show, it's like Saturday and Tuesday, and 5 minutes before the show, I'm nervous. So we all are. We're all hesitant. I mean, Christ, I've done a couple 100 shows, and I'm that crazy Nibiru guy, and I stand on the street corner and eat crayons. I mean,
right. But it is getting better. I mean, because I feel like most of the people here watching, we have connected, and you feel comfortable with them, like they're all our friends, and so
it boils back down to trusting you, and I want you to feel comfortable, and I want you to trust you, and whatever you feel comfortable. You don't have to do a 3-card reading if you don't want to, but if you would like to, it's a suggestion.
Of course, be happy to. I'll look into that.
I myself I'm too OCD to have more than one deck running at a time. I want to do my deck to be one deck, and I'm not going to let the other one lie to me and maybe mislead me. I mean, that goes along with everything I watch, even from the news all the way down to whatever shit that thing that's talking to my brain that I'm not in control of, that happens anyway. And which is why I know a huge portion of what I know, and I don't know how it works, but the old soul talks, and I go, okay, because I can't argue with it anymore.
I don't think you should ever do that, actually. I will share really quickly.
Please do.
The first lesson I got from I say lesson, but so Saturn is in the first house for me. So my reluctance and my drive for authority, but disdain for authority, is Saturn and Leo in the first house. Your first house shapes you as a person. So restricted, but also, but if you master a lesson,
you're a set of rules.
Saturn,
you abide by rules.
Yes. I really do believe that if there are rules and I'm being made to bend to them,
now we don't have any choice. We are not more than our thumb.
Yeah, but if you master a lesson under Saturn, it's yours to keep throughout time. So you really want to, when it's Saturn that's testing you, master that. But so I'm sure it was in play when this happened. But in high school, I was dating a guy, and he actually was out of a place to stay for a bit, and we let him stay with us, and he went to leave, and I got this gut, this hearing, this knowing, follow him. When he was stepping out the door of the house from my home to go wherever he was going, it said, follow him, go. And I was like, he's just going to go play pool. And I didn't follow him. I should have followed him. I really should have followed him. I would have found out so much sooner, and not so much later after it was a bad situation. But had I listened, had I followed, I would have then unraveled everything I needed to know. It's like the movie Sliding Doors. I don't know if you've ever seen that with, I think it's Gwyneth Paltrow. Yeah. But it's two different timelines. Like, he actually sees one thing versus leaving on time versus leaving late, and she comes back to find her lover in bed with somebody else.
I weigh those all the time.
But yeah, don't. I mean, it's the same thing when you're driving a car. If you've ever been had this sudden authoritative do this, listen to it. It will never steer you wrong. I have chills.
Right. And this boils back down to here. I'm this 17-year-old kid in Montana. Normal blonde-haired kid from immigrant Dutch parents, and they're telling you, well, your scores equal this, and your tests, for military scores say this, and we're recruiting you for your bloodline ability to be able to have gypsy forethought, where you could see things, and you go, what? How do I know what you're telling me is real or not? And there is so much more to intuition, and only after I got online in literally 2010 did I ever find full examples, even during my brief stay with the feds and doing the thing that they wanted me to do briefly, and I couldn't deal with it. That's why I left in handcuffs. Anyway, there is so much more to each individual person having ability that you should listen to your inner self. And once you do, and you become comfortable with it, it's a whole new world. Right. It's unbelievable. It really is.
It leads you.
You have to realize that when you get goosebumps and the hair in your arms and legs stand up.
I know.
I know you know. I'm telling everybody else out there.
I'm bad
when
with
the hair on your arms and legs and head stand up and the back of your neck is standing up, you're connecting with the electricity of Earth. And that is awakening and turning on the rest of your brain. And that brain connection, people talk about meditation and enlightenment. It's sort of like you charge the battery on your cell phone, and then before you know it, over time, you'll have a full charge, and then all of a sudden you can use the apps you didn't even know you had, and all of a sudden things become easier. You start to see more. You're aware of more problems that were once difficult to solve become easy. And this is the enlightenment, the transition of the 2010 ascension that started. Go ahead.
Kids these days, the youngins, they call it downloads. You can, they call it getting a download from the sun, central sun. There's higher self, whatever you want to call it.
It's actually Earth.
Yeah, my chemical just got a download.
But yeah, it's like when Neo gets that program. I know kung fu. You suddenly
right. But it's actually
turned
comes
on
from
and
Earth.
activated.
It starts with Earth. Once you touch barefoot, you go outside, you put your feet on the ground. You tell yourself to pull in the earth energy through your feet to the top of your head, out your body, back down to your feet in a full circle. That is called touching source. It's called grounding. Then you add Om chant, meditation knowledge. You learn the secrets of the universe through meditation, bodhisattva, Buddhism, etc. There's many paths. But you once you start to realize that you can touch Earth, and Earth will talk to you. And when you turn on and open up the door for Earth to teach you and you listen, all of a sudden you grow. And then every day you grow more and you grow more. And then you can start to see more and you understand more and everything becomes easier. And that is what enlightenment bodhisattva is. It's not, somebody opens the door to heaven to you. It's they open the door to understanding because the roles of life around you become simpler. They become automatic.
Would you agree, Sam, that it's not just about like absorbing?
No,
as
that
much
is so small. That is a small digest. The reality of what's
not
out
enlightenment. Smudging and chanting and all of that stuff does not mean that you are enlightened. Like
no. And Prime Creator is galaxies away. And you have to learn about the chakra tower and develop a mental, emotional transition in harmonic human resonance to raise your chakra colors, your aura colors. You start at the base and you work one at a time. And once you learn Om chanting for the proper chakra, because your chakra will automatically meet that which you cannot attain in development, because it starts out at base level and you start at base level. And then as you develop in your Om chanting and connection and grounding and circular, and then touching of magic and source at the achievement of astral chakra, or your floating chakra in your purple zone, learn about this. Once you achieve the floating chakra, then you have a connection to the universe and you're working on your astral chakras. And then you see vastly more. And you connect and you read everything around you, including smelling the autumn leaves and watching the birds on the bird feeder and seeing the bee fly by and the gust of wind along the hair on your cheek and the hair rising up on your wrist and talking to you, and Earth is speaking to you, and you feel all of it. And you know it. It's yours.
If you've ever missed just one piece of hair near your ankle when you're shaving, and then you go outside and get that breeze.
Yeah, that happens to men when they shave their mustache off and walk out the front door for the first time. You feel like you're walking out the front door with your pants down.
Oh no, I missed something. Yeah. There's the breeze. Audrey, I want to answer Audrey's question. Audrey Carmel, Nicolle is actually 2 L's, but that's all right. I forgive you. I'm guessing you're going to be asking about my sun sign, which I will share before I share my sun sign with you, that it is a travesty that we have been truncated, reduced down to knowing only our sun sign. We are made of the Trinity. We are our sun, our moon, and our rising, our what we project outward,
Triangles and
who we
squares of
really
the star
are,
chart.
and then our emotions, our shadow or whatever. But my sun is a very new, young Aries. My ascendant or rising is a very, very at the end of Cancer, and then my sun or my moon grounds me. It's Taurus, so that would be those three.
And that's why she's strict about the rules.
Right, and that would be the Saturn in Leo in the first house. Really
Stubborn. Good.
very, very put me in that.
And you study. You also study hard.
Oh man, I have my sun is opposite my chart of the M87, and I find that it makes my thirst for knowledge and information insatiable. So I'd rather, instead of watching movies. Now, I have watched movies that y'all were like, oh, and see, watch this, watch that. It's part of it. And I do believe there is. Excuse me, young ladies. Can you take these puppies, please? I got a loud Shih Tzu. Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, I watch all the furniture in the background on all the movies and everything in the skies and all kinds of crap.
But yeah, so I do believe there is disclosure in the movies, in certain Hollywood stuff.
Both directions, good and bad.
Right. Good and bad. There's that dichotomy there. But yeah, I would much rather research more charts, compare, or I will get an intuitive ping like, apparently I need to really look into a spectron microscope because I keep getting that. But I would like to look at my rocks a lot closer. But you'll hear things, and it's not something that you'll be thinking of. And it's like, oh, and then it's like the black cat, deja vu. It just pops
It's
up
basically
somewhere
source
else.
talking to you. It comes in and tells you go here.
Yes, it leads you. So listen, and it will open your world up. You are the one who limits yourself.
Right.
So
And you can
limit
learn
yourself.
anything as long as you listen to what. And I have found that most of my study, even daily, is where I'm being led, because I'll look this up and I'll look this up, and then all of a sudden, boom! That over here on the side of my right eye here is just the feed, and it says, "Look at that right there," and then I go, "I'll click on this," and then and this is part of how I share the music, which has been hilariously unbelievable for a decade now. And my YouTube music feed is freakishly accurate. I'll be talking to somebody, Nicolle or Christoper or Gillian online or Rebecca, and all of a sudden the next song that plays is exactly to what we're talking about. And that's why I say freakishly connective. And it's like, and this is why part of why I send everybody music all the time, because the source is always handing me the right next song. So I share it with everybody. God, look here. And I was like, Highlander song or whatever, or the Celtic ladies and all this. It's always handing me the perfect music at the perfect time when I'm talking to people. It's amazing. And if you let that part of the message and it lead you into your study, it will take you down this unbelievable, I'm not going to say rabbit hole, but it'll take you a path of discovery, because source is trying to talk to you. It really is. And once you accept that source is trying to talk to you, I mean, even, humor it for one day, and you'll be amazed where it will take you. And what the study, and, Gillian, she does that. She runs on her study group in her mind because she listens to source. Source leads her, and she obsessively has to study. Correct?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just binge watch something or just can't stop.
And it takes you if you follow what source is telling you to do, and you listen and you trust you and you follow the source of what source is handing you, it'll take you down this unbelievable, amazing, magical path of learning. And you'll never forget any of it. It's like putting it in the bank.
Yeah, it's like dreamy. It's like you go dreamy or something, and you get all these books and you start reading. I mean, I was like I was led to Zachariah Sitchin books, but it was an accident that they were in the section that I found them in.
It's,
And that's the
you know,
first
it
time
boils
I
down to the
ever
Highlander
seen
music.
every.
It's a kind of magic. It is.
Yeah.
It truly is magic, and there's a level of magic, and that's why everybody's here. Everybody's listening because you've been led here by magic to guide you to this place to get this information to wake up to the future because we are part of the change of everything that is coming. And that's where I argued with, the Pleiadian going, well, how the hell am I supposed to do that? Well, here we are, 20 some odd plus years later. We're doing it. It's happening. It's real. So welcome to the magic.
Indeed. I wanted to just say, sorry, Audrey. Audrey's aware that there's the three main thing, but yeah, definitely sorry. Blanket message. You might be like me, not so good at those. Yeah, it doesn't apply to you, but it feels like maybe they. But yeah, I want to say that she's got a moon in Cancer. She shared that her sun is Capricorn, her rising is Sag. I have found a lot in this community that are Cancer. It may not be a Cancer sun. It might be your moon. It might be your rising. But I often find that if you're in this new world, bad word. But
New age.
This
New age mythology.
That's not even. If you're
Metaphysical.
Yes. If you're highly metaphysical and into esoteric studies, perhaps, and a part of this change over from the old guard to the new guard, essentially,
Dun dun dun.
you're going to seemingly have something in Cancer, or you'll have a lot of planets in Cancer.
Guess what my sign is?
You are a Cancer sun for sure. I have not.
Bingo.
I'm not sure what your rising and your.
I believe my moon is in Aries.
Well, then that would make a lot of sense because the way you feel about you simply know something, and so what's been coming through so I had shared about your letter, or not your letter, but your paperwork about the two sons, and it just was simply to you. The way I explained it when I was talking to Rebecca was the way I understand it is that Sam just kind of knew from, as a teenager that, because we have such a behemoth of Jupiter, which protects us from a lot of that incoming debris and everything, but it was too big for our one star it didn't make sense. It couldn't.
Yeah, the overall mass and placement of the larger masses versus the overall atomic mass of our small dwarf yellow star told me that there was something that was wrong in the equation. It just didn't fit structurally.
Wow.
And that's I will learn how to speak that like that. But for me and my little hair washing
according to gravity, the heavier planets should be closer to the sun than far away. Why were there three gas giants which have enormous mass? Because their mass is so dense on the inside. That's why they draw the gases out of space to become gas giants. Because they have an electron cluster, and I don't think, frankly, modern science understands what gas giants are.
Agreed.
And they're electron clusters. They're planets, but they have multiple inner electrons, like multiple inner manipulating core that are separate elements in some electrical atomic value in them. It's like if you go through chemistry. And the first shell structure can handle a proton and a neutron, 2, 12, 16, 32, 2. So I believe that the gas giants are in the 16 proton neutron count ring, as well as the 32 proton-neutron count link in basic chemistry of the cell structure of an atom. Proton-neutron count according to modern basic chemistry. It's that simple.
I got a lot of that. I don't know about you guys, but I still kind of feel like Penny when they're all sitting there and Sheldon's talking or something.
In atomic structure, you have the atom in the center. Okay, on the first ring, a orbit ring around it. Atomically, in chemistry, it can only hold two, like two protons or a proton and a neutron or two neutrons. Okay, that's all it can hold. Why, I don't know that, but that's basic mathematics laid out in 1445 AD by this guy named, God, I can't remember his name. Anyway, so it's very functioning, very well prominent, proven science, and it's so simple it fits with the periodic chart and everything else. Okay, the second ring, it goes 2, 12. It can hold 6 protons, 6 neutrons, or a variation in between. Become a different compound. Anytime you take a proton and a neutron away or add one in that ring capacity, it becomes another element of the periodic chart. It's called shell structure. Okay, the proton structure, neutron structure of known average chemistry goes 2, 12, 16, 32, 2, 12, and so on. You build compounds joined with elements. Do you follow me?
Yep.
So in our compound structure of our solar system, why are the larger, heavier ones out there? Because it has to be chemistry. And yet we have this aberration, this weird wiggle off going up by Neptune and Pluto and Uranus, where they were talking about the Planet X thing back in the 70s, which everybody knows about. And because of that jog, I automatically looked to place that within what we know has that chemistry structure of this planetary proton-neutron count, and according to the periodic chart, and I knew that it had to have 2 atoms because we're producing soft metals like lead, copper, and gold. And because we're in that periodic chart, if you look at the atomic structure of gold or lead or copper, they're all within a 2-atom structure, which says we have to have a binary solar system. We have to have 2 atoms to produce these compounds within our atomic structure of our solar system. Otherwise, they would be displacement by deposit, not by secretion. Do you follow me?
Yes. That's crazy.
Yes.
And we are of the soft metals group in a solar system that does produce them. And the unification model that Einstein did not understand is that we are not rocks floating around gravitationally around some rogue, stupid-ass tiny yellow star, but we are a functioning element in space of a larger whole of our universe, which unifies all of that, the electrical solar system, the compound, subatomic chemistry, astrophysics chemistry.
Thank you. That's very,
It
ties
can't
everything.
be anything else. It all has to connect. It all has to be one rule. And that's the unification model, Hofman, 1978.
Wow.
Yeah, so that's what I was telling her about. Yes, exactly. And Rebecca had the great idea that I should start doing these videos. And I had not necessarily planned on being front and center in this, but hey, I downloaded TikTok last night.
Is that more than a hint there? Nicolle, you can appear as many times as you'd like, as often or as few times as you wish. You are not mandatorily required to be here. If you feel comfortable, wonderful. If you don't, then you are allowed to be excused. You are.
golly, if you're gonna say it like that, God.
Well, no, I mean, I'm trying to make you feel comfortable. I don't want you to feel. I don't want you to be uncomfortable. If you can even pop in for 5 minutes and then leave. You're welcome.
I'm fine. I just don't call my pictures terror clouds. Like I'm not gonna put a terror cloud up here for y'all to look at. Come on, man.
Well, who did that?
You did.
Did I miss something? Did I miss something and I don't know about?
Well, that might be a terror cloud. But I was like, no, it's not.
It's been a while. It's been a couple of weeks.
I'm lost. Okay, did I inappropriately insult you in some way I didn't mean to?
It's easy to do, which is why I don't look forward.
Sorry, I just I call a duck what oh look, there's a duck.
Quack if it quacks.
I am often wrong. I am off lately on more of these shows than I used to be because I didn't used to do all these shows. But anyway, I am wrong occasionally.
You grow up in Colorado.
I did not mean to. Don't take it personally.
No, I know. Honestly,
I always never thought about.
Did you ever see that movie 2012? Where no?
A long
oh my
time.
God!
I don't. Yeah, I was in a car accident in 1996. Wow. It was the Tuesday after a Labor Day weekend.
Okay, go to YouTube.
On the 993.
Go to YouTube and type in the movie 2012. It's on YouTube.
Yeah,
it's free.
Okay,
you can get
watch
it for free.
I'll watch it.
Okay, I am not Charlie. I am not Charlie Winnebago in Yellowstone, handing you a pickle and a beer.
Okay.
Okay, but I'm close.
Not Charlie.
Speaking of which, I have 2 cases of plastic pickles right next to me right now.
Now, y'all, anyone else
that's your homework joke for today.
Yeah,
it's a good movie. Watch the movie.
But yeah, no. Don't drink and drive. Don't drink and drive and be high and leave from a party even at 7 a.m. because I was on my way to a job and this guy fell asleep at the wheel and hit me going 55 miles an hour.
Yep, love that.
Since then, it was a T-bone and he was in the Neon, I was in a little Honda Accord. But anyways, I made it through, but because I have a fused neck from birth. And so I'm supposed to be here. I made it through that accident for a reason, but because of the damage it did, I stopped going to movies. I couldn't sit and watch a movie in a theater for so long. So, unless there's some reason that I have to watch a movie these days, I rarely. Now I'll sit here as I have for a few shows now.
Okay. Everybody who has seen Star Wars, raise your hand.
The first 3, and I just did add 2 more to it.
Yay, good for you. Rebecca, you still have to go. Guys, you guys got to raise your cultural awareness. The movie
raise your hand anyway, Rebecca.
I might as well. Okay. Well, when I was 12, I don't remember.
There you go.
Elysium,
I saw it.
Elysium.
Yeah.
All right. Did y'all watch so Elysium? We're all supposed to watch that too. I haven't watched that, but I do know that it is on our movie.com website. The Citizen Science Project.
Where is that now? Because I didn't see where the movies went to.
And one of these days we'll do a real tricky show on the powers of Dune.
They should be. I have not watched Dune.
At the moment, it is important to put that HTTPS colon.
Good idea.
Right.
Good idea.
That's important to do that at the moment.
We're
and then
moving.
as time goes, we'll get away from that. So
we're moving into the
and the movie will drop off at the end.
Channel.
We're getting there.
When are we moving in?
Soon.
We don't know.
I mean,
Soon.
we have that meeting with Jay Dreamers yesterday, and so I mean, he's got some great ideas, things that we had not considered before, and he's got a whole level of expertise, that we don't know. So it's a good connection, really. It is. So I'm anxious to see him in the work that he's going to be helping us with. So, but for now, yes, you can see our movies and some of the videos. I had a row of videos for Sam put up there, Sam. If you notice that they're
I have
gone,
not been there in a couple of days, and I do need to go
they're
back and look,
gone.
and I do
All
apologize.
the videos in your row had to be taken down. Rocket Man needs me to put them up a different way, so I get to redo.
Oh boy,
the whole
interesting,
row.
interesting
Yeah.
development.
Isn't it? So I have to
Yes.
fix those or whatever. I need to reload up those. But yeah, there's a lot of
No worries,
movies.
no worries.
Oh.
Everything's,
A lot of
you know,
movies.
we're going to
Uh-huh.
proceed
I don't know
according
how
to
many, but
design. Well, the
I think
funny
he's
thing
in-
is, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
The funny thing is that we are, you know, we're trying to move forward and trying to reach out to everybody, and we're, you know, all of these shows are going in a catalog regardless. So we are laying them down for the futures for all of those Pleiadians. You know, they're going to watch this like I Love Lucy, and because it happened in their past, and they're going, oh yeah, those guys are talking about us, and you know, they're up there munching their Cheetos and drinking their beverages and energy
they're
drinks,
eating
and you name it.
Cheetos.
Yeah, they're talking about us again. And you know, that's how they knew this shit was coming down. You know, because they heard about it a long time ago. I Love Lucy. You know, that comes back in the 50s and 60s. And if
Got
you
some
don't know
explaining.
about the show, look it up. Jesus, there. You know, I mean, I am dating myself here, or you know, or the honeymooners, or how
To the
about
moon, Alice. To the
The
moon.
screen board. Yeah, that's what it looks like at the moment. But it's getting ready to change again.
good,
So
good.
yeah, can't we got all these new ideas now. So
You know, and that
But-
top picture comes from the Thunderbolts project.
that's true. Yeah.
Oh, we're allowed to have it.
But it's nice. I mean, I added a new row. I have a row for Christopher and his videos. I'm going to do one
cool.
for Nicolle when she gets her videos rolling. So, you know, it's going to be.
I still think we ought to add Nibiru Citizen Science Project, not just Citizen Science Project, because it'll come up on, if you type it into Google,
There are
you get about
hundreds of
5 or 6 different connections, exactly the same word for word. And if you were to put Nibiru Citizen Science Project, it would come up by itself.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
of note there,
I-
Citizen
I-
It's not too
Science
late.
Project is a valid website currently. .gov.
Right. Bingo. Because I looked it up, and there was like a shitload of Google references that was not
Yeah.
in my, because if you type something in, you want it to come up number 1.
Right.
Right.
And that's
That's
why I
why
say
so
we need
many
to add
businesses
Nibiru
started with
Citizen
A.
Science Project.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Like the first thing
And
I
unfortunately,
I
and I apologize, Christopher. Unfortunately, that was Rocket Man's suggestion, and I have been not in favor. I'm not going to say against it, but I have not been in favor of it since day one.
right.
Of Citizen Science Project. you
Because
mean?
I typed it into Google and I went there immediately the moment he told me, and I saw the listing, and I went,
Yeah.
"Shit, we won't. We'll be down on page 2.
Yeah.
I
If
do
we put
believe that those
Nibiru
things
Citizen
have to be
Science
agreed on.
Project, we will be page 1.
Right.
Well, those are things that should be addressed, and like I think that the 3 of you should be agreeing on those
Well,
things before those crucial decisions are made, wouldn't you say?
I try to put my 2 cents in, but I also try to stay semi.
Right.
I mean, Rebecca's got this on lock. She's got this down.
Right.
And I
But
think
the moment he, on air, I typed it in immediately. I went to another
did see
page
that,
on my
yes.
computer and typed it in, and I found, 6 listings right at the top of the page that were all
There's a
government
bunch.
related. And I went, nope.
And if you search it in YouTube, it comes up with a bunch of different channels that are all named that. But you've probably
Right,
not seen the
bingo.
message, Sam, but I would go to GoDaddy.com because when I was searching and researching to see what, like I thought, I'll just see if GoDaddy has drnibiru.com open. Nope, it's parked. I searched Montana Skywatchers. Nope, it's parked. They're all, it's as if someone has gone in and reserved these sites. So it's like they hold them hostage for $3,000 or $5,000. So before settling
Wow.
on something, before we want to go into
I'm glad you're doing the
particular,
research.
like to a .com. Well, I am creating my own website for my
Right.
own business, and it's not
Freedom.
necessarily easy. So we do need the recommend.
Keep up the good work, Tom. It's good to know because we were just about to embark in new stuff, and our peanut gallery has been mighty quiet, and maybe perhaps they're going ahead of us, which is okay, good for them.
That was an insight that Leandra had, that perhaps somebody who was, and maybe it was James, somebody was working with y'all before that had like purchased or had, bought the site name for like maybe Montana Skywatch. I don't know what it was. Or maybe, I think it was Samuel Hofman or something. But she thought maybe he had gone in and bought a bunch of these names up so that it would, at the time it was maybe in good faith or for a good cause that ended up
maybe factional bad faith.
Right. But so I sent you a message saying if you want to lock in on Dr. Nibiru as a personality,
which we don't have to do. It's not set in stone.
But you could totally do that, or maybe Dr. Amaru. But I say that because drnibiru.com is also taken. So it's not too costly to. So yeah, I was doing this. You can go to GoDaddy.com and search domain names, and then you can find out whether or not the one that you want is already taken. Kind of like when you set up.
Surprising that it is. It really is surprising because we unfortunately I mentioned it too early, and now they've gone in after the fact. And
it's possible. So I think we might need to get creative.
Hey, don't you wish they would spend their money on us rather than it being stupid or hiding it, or even if we go to the dark side and we talk about the faction that might be against us, or multiple factions that are against us. Wouldn't it be freaking cool if they actually promoted us with that same dollar? I mean, oh my God, let's go to the truth rather than trying to stop us.
And instead of sending some prank mail, send a money order.
Yeah, God, yeah. Those people that have spent all of that money for mailing me gag
money,
Christmas cards or fake money, and what for that same postage, why don't you send me a $10 donation? I mean, shit, come on. I can buy my kids some new clothes,
That is
definitely something. Yeah. It's terrible.
Everybody knows how bad we're hurting for money. Everybody hurts right now for money. The economy sucks, although it's not. It's world economy. We're trying to recover from the virus. And the United States has the best worldwide economy around the world. I did study that. I do my homework. I don't just study this. I study everything.
Right.
I'm kind of, obsessed and all that, a little crazy. And, is the doctor? Oh, yeah, I can't use Dr. Nuber anymore. I'm going to have to come.
No, you can totally use it for you. You can totally use it.
You can be Dr. Nibiru, but we just don't have drnibiru.com. We don't have.
You just want to be able to.
Yeah.
No, I believe that Nibiru Citizen Science Project would be it's a mouthful, but I still absolutely love Nibiru Followers Anonymous.
Right.
I think that's the best domain name I've seen yet.
Yeah. That's cool.
Yeah.
Because not only are you talking about Nibiru, you're talking about skywatching and following. And then you're throwing in on top of it anonymous, being that we're not going to hold it against you,
right?
And yet, you are allowed to participate at your level. And the day you came up with that, I just went, "Wow!" I went, "You lucky duck! You got a great name." I think it was almost jealous. I was, I was. I was not bad, but remotely jealous.
Yeah, it just popped in my head. It's like the first thing. It's one of the first things that came into my head, and I was like,
Anonymous is perfect.
I thought you guys were this I don't know. I thought you guys were this super duper funded team with all these scientists backing you. I had no clue that Rebecca did it all by herself. I was blown away, dude.
That's pretty cool.
It was cool. I thought, who was this lady? She's talking about planets in the sky. I'm like, what is going on?
Yeah,
it made total sense. And then, I thought it was, I really thought.
Chris found me one night. I was live on TikTok, and that's how I
Right.
found Chris. Yeah.
Do you hear
So-
somebody in the background talking?
I did for a moment there.
Sounds like somebody snoring. I don't know.
No, it
Now
was
I
actually,
do have my little.
it was actually somebody talking in a rather cryptic discussion. It was like, whoa, I hear you. I hear whoever you are. Wow, that was weird.
Yeah.
Nibiru
female
Guru, I
or-
like that. Thank you, Karen Clark.
Yep. The Berry Guru. Yeah.
I do have
Yeah,
my
well,
Huggy Wuggy
I
snoring
don't
next
think it's
to me.
too late to change anything. We're not
Oh,
like
well, nothing's
set
set
in
in
stone.
stone. We haven't done anything yet anyway with that. Um,
No.
and that's why I was a little surprised that Rocket Man wanted to change the name away from Nibiru Followers Anonymous, because that separates you from all your past work.
Yeah.
And I never believed in that for a second,
Well, didn't
because you
say
should
Right.
continue
change it
Nibiru
all,
Followers
or-
Anonymous, blah, blah, blah. And it should just be one line.
Are
You
you,
know,
you're
I've always-
talking about for the website, right?
I'm talking about for everything, because
the
I've
Nibiru
gone,
Followers
look, I went
Anonymous.com.
from understanding the
about-
skies.
Montana Skywatcher. I mean,
Yeah, I went
There
from
you go.
Understanding the Skies series to Radio Wasteland to Montana Skywatcher 1 and 2 and Montana Skywatcher Anonymous, and I've broken all, and then now I'm running on Nibiru Followers Anonymous, so I'm disconnecting each time behind and making link issues for everybody who's new.
Yeah.
And you
I would
want a collective that leads in one path. And that was why I was very surprised when Rocket Man suggested, first of all, Citizen Science Project, because
Yeah.
we started out with podcast and we moved to project, and I've always believed that Nibiru Followers Anonymous or now Nibiru Citizen Science, because I've always talked about, as you can see in my picture, Citizen Science works, and it
Right.
does. That's where we've gotten because of what we've gotten from people around the world, which is why we are here today. Because all of these people put in as citizen science pictures from what they captured, real science from real people, not masked by the government, not corrected, not manipulated, no photoshopping. And we've had strict rules, no filming through glass for thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of pictures over the 12, 14 years.
Guys,
Oh, and go ahead.
I
Go
need
ahead.
to go to bed.
Good night.
oh, okay, Jillian.
Mhm.
All right. I forget it's so late for you now.
Yeah, it's 1:45, and I'm supposed to be up
Oh,
soon.
no, you gotta go to
I didn't
bed.
You're right.
realize I can't believe how fast the time's gone. It's not fair.
All right.
That does that very quickly.
It really has. 5 hours, 40
Yeah.
minutes. Flew by. Well, I'm glad you were able to
Go
be
ahead,
here. We're winding down anyway, but you're not going to miss
I
anything.
digress into insanity. No.
Yeah.
Please, bro.
right.
All right. Well, then go to sleep and do your
Night,
homework.
Gillian.
Bro.
Good night.
Yeah, no, it's going to be like a commiseration with my pillow. Well, these horrible dogs have already run away with my toilet roll. So,
What?
yeah. Yeah, they borrowed the toilet roll. I apparently left it after the baby downloaded something on the carpet. I tried to tell you.
In today's world, that's a crime. That's physically
That
a
is
crime.
You better put the foot down tonight, Jillian.
Yeah.
You can't let that
Toilet
happen.
roll is too expensive. You can't do that.
No.
Oh, good grief. Yeah, I know the horsemen of the apocalypse ran away with some too, didn't they?
Now, I have that picture and I
remember-
post it regularly.
Yeah, we can post that one again.
Great.
Can put it on, get horns on the horse and have them on top with Ozzy riding on the top, beating them. Oh, little devil. Anyways,
Well, I found good news. Good night.
Nicole? What?
Well, I found some good news.
Okay.
I'll keep it quiet just because because the whole domain name prospecting thing and everything. But I think
Okay.
we've got quite a few possibilities that we could use.
Good.
Oh. Okay.
Go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. Right. We don't
So
want to
sweet
let the cat out of the
dreams.
bag.
Yeah, because
Yes,
that's
so with
a super
that, sweet
magical
dreams.
name. A super magical name that brings people speedily to our door, not knocking around looking for the door.
Right.
Rebecca, I
Right.
sent you a picture on Facebook PM.
Okay. Facebook PM. What is it? Can't wait.
Clouds, clouds, clouds.
It's got to be something good.
Clouds,
Okay.
clouds, clouds.
Oh, yes.
Inside
Sam.
joke.
Sam.
Come on, I can't giggle and
I
then
know.
not tell.
I know.
Right?
I should.
I know, right,
Oh.
Gillian?
You're okay with me sharing that, right? Right,
We
right.
Yeah,
need a
that's right.
chortle. Come
That's
on,
why
we
I
need a
sent it to
chortle.
you.
Yeah,
Before
okay.
Gillian goes, so you'll know what
Give me
we're
a second,
talking
and
about.
I'll have it loaded. That's cute. That is so cute. Hang on.
Yes, Sam has thousands and thousands and thousands of pictures saved.
And so does Chris, and so does Jillian, and Jesus, and Rebecca, and
I
me
know.
too.
I don't even want to talk
That's
about
the
how
fa-
many I
That's
lost. I
the
lost
5
a
phones that I've
Uh-huh.
killed since I came here. It's like one a year.
when my phone died. A lot of pictures went with it and
It's
projects.
sad. Very sad.
Yeah, it's just bye-bye. Bye.
Bye,
Oh,
bye, Piggy Pig.
No,
Into
again.
these there. And
Come on now. Come on now. It's not loading. It's getting there. It
Work.
wants to.
Pig,
Work,
Piggy
I
Pig,
tell
Piggy Pig.
Work.
Come on, Piggy
Talk
Pig.
nicely to
Piggy
it.
Too
Pig.
bad. There's got to be a faster way than this. I'm going to talk to Daydreamers about streamlining, because he's a professional. He knows what he's doing. Learn it. Now it wants me to back out. Can I show it to you like this?
Yeah, if you want to.
Let's try.
A little closer.
Yep, that it is.
Sad.
That it is.
That's terrible.
What is
We
this?
could do better than that.
The
Sorry.
writers of the apocalypse, and one of them under his arms, he's got a toilet paper, and they go, "Really?"
Yep. That's what I was talking about because now you shared me that one when I was grumbling about being in the
He
care
says,
home flat and I didn't
"Seriously?"
have
Oh
any
my
toilet
God.
roll.
Why does it look blurry? But anyway,
That's too much.
that's
Well,
that's.
Great.
Oh, get that away. All right.
Yeah, I have
Anyway.
quite a few colorful pictures saved that I use repeatedly, and I do talk in metaphors to a lot of people because, Christ, if I actually sat here and tried to tell you guys everything I've known and seen, including use of magic that I've learned, holy crap, they would come up with that, the white truck and the guys with the extra long sleeve shirts with the buckles in the back. And I would have my own padded cell and wouldn't be able to talk here on the microphone. So I try to limit some of this content to my personal idiom or insanity or obsession or whatever you wish to call it. And hi, and welcome to the Nivarro's Electric Universe. And Samuel Hofman says, "Woo! Wow, yeah, it's weird. It's weird being me. I have to admit." And every show it gets weirder.
I don't think so.
well, hey, I like that the
I will
well,
take that as a compliment.
maybe it's not.
Yeah, I
really
sit here and
hard to
I wonder if people are listening and if they get what I'm trying to share and they
There's
say
one we found in an old abandoned Scottish house, like a brass one with a
oh,
ball
look,
roll.
they still have wide
Yeah.
roll. Our companies are
Yes.
shorting us and making ours smaller.
Those are
Somebody
fancy.
said they had to get into polishing, and I thought, oh my word.
Well, now during World War II, I will admit that during World War II, toilet paper was gold, and you used whatever, And with those of you who are old enough to remember the Sears and Roebuck catalog, prior to plumbing and the outhouse and where they put the hollyhocks, which was go ahead, Rebecca. I mean Nicolle. Excuse me.
Sorry, Sam. I just wanted to. Karen Clark mentioned that she's interested in all of this, and earlier I noticed she had commented that she was not sure. Let's see. I don't want to misquote her, but I think it was that I haven't a clue what I am supposed to be doing at 6:19 is what Karen Clark said. And she just commented that she's very interested in all of this. And to that, Karen, I would suggest that perhaps this is what you're supposed to be doing. If you're on the Facebook pages, please contribute your photos and keep on coming back to the show. And sharing your photos on your personal page also helps, because when people wonder what's going on with the sky, they're going to ask you, because you're the one posting all these crazy sky pictures that are your own captures that you've taken. So I propose that you, this is what you're supposed to be doing. This is what you're here
And
for.
find the dark areas, and on the right hand side of the sun, and then on the left hand side of the sun, and then look straight up, and then look beyond the sun behind you, and look for the dark areas first. Look beyond what's above the immediate normal clouds. Don't pay any attention to the sea trails at all. Forget they're even there. Look for a very sharp, very large edge of a dark planet above you. Big round edge. Once you see that, you see a planet. Look for the circular asteroids above us, leaving trails behind them all the time. North, south, east, and west. Currently, we are in between all the planets. You can't miss them. Some days are better than other days, and it's not always that we see them. When they get and they come in and they get bigger and bigger, they happen, there they are. Some of the views change over time, the transition of the light. You have to understand the light. You have to look for the dark areas first. After that, keep following the weekly shows, or join Nibiru Followers Anonymous on Facebook, etc., and work through the past shows that we have. Work through Rebecca's material on YouTube. Nibiru Followers Anonymous on YouTube. Give her likes. Watch the show entirely. That way she gets credit for it. Like, subscribe, keep your notification bells and all of that. And over time, and then you have to learn to go out and look for the dark areas. Go outside regularly. Go when you hear the dogs in the neighborhood barking, when you hear something's wrong in your ears, if the cat is behaving funny, if you ache or you feel funny, go outside, look up. Anyway, I'm gonna go get another Coke. I'll be right back.
Okay. I Rocket Man asked me to share this. This is what Durango, Colorado looks like today. He went out, ran errands, and I think this is from his back patio, though.
Look at the light blue. And that's not even sky blue. That's not even sky blue. But light blue towards the bottom and darker up above, right, Rebecca?
That's it.
Okay, here I go. Night, everybody.
Good night.
Bye. Bye.
There she goes.
And we're on the road.
Yeah. But all those streaks and stuff, I mean, that's a perfect picture taking day. That's for sure.
Yes.
I would be going live if I had that out in my sky. So
you're definitely going to find stuff in those.
Good day for live. But
and not
cool,
just
Rocket Man. Thank you.
Yeah, that was a good video.
Right.
Sam, I sent you a message on your messenger, and just so you know that it's there, but perhaps big changes wouldn't necessarily be made. And wow, look at what Chris is showing us now.
Yeah, I just thought I'd go outside for a second.
I know, we like it.
It wasn't here 15 minutes ago. There was nothing out here 15 minutes ago when I got up. And
don't you love it when that happens? I do.
Yeah, it's wild. I figured if we're about to end the show,
I know, right? Well, what time is it there? It's 2 hours.
God, I don't even know.
Like 6 p.m.
It's 6:56 here. So is it 5:56?
Before, yeah, probably.
Yeah, I see.
Yeah, we still got 2 more hours of sunlight.
Yeah, it's almost dark here.
Okay.
Yes. Perfect.
It's all foggy, white, gray, like everything. It's snowed overnight.
Right.
It was snowing when I woke up. We have lots of accumulation, even though it was just 70-some degrees. But yeah, I've got nothing but white fog. Not even fog, but whiteness everywhere to look at.
Yeah, that's kind of what we had the other day. We had nothing but blue today and no planets. But that was when I was looking. That doesn't mean that later on it changed.
I agree with
Tara.
Tara.
Nice to see you again.
Yeah, Tara. That's it.
Tara, you're right. Yeah, I even did it wrong this time.
Sarah.
Tara, Earth lady.
Sarah, like Tara. Yeah.
Yep.
Tara
Good to
is an
see you,
Earth
Tara.
lady.
And yes,
Him
I
or her
do
do
know
Messier
you have
respect.
this window of time where the sky is picture perfect,
And that
ideal.
is the side of the bottom of Uri and the Salamander asteroid group coming in with dead center in the middle is Tan asteroid.
And then the sky turns white. It just turns into this.
Oh God!
Like you
If you go back to the
Sam,
pictures of what we caught this in 2018 and 19, oh, it was so freaking spooky back then. And I'm looking at it right now, and my memory goes immediately back to it. You wouldn't believe what is right there inside that. That is freaking intensely insane. The amount of asteroids that are in what we're staring at here, and this is the ship that's going to hit us in the 180-day cycle, and it's going to be right over the top of it. It's going to be electricals as hell, and I expect that about somewhere about midsummer. Dun dun dun. I know. I'm being silly. I'm being silly, but damn. Well, people. Well, it's coming. It's here. It's now. We're already watching. It's already starting.
Yeah. I'm going to give Karen some examples so she can see that the planets are always there, even on the days when you don't see any clouds, and the sky is just clear. It's like, well, where are the planets then? But they're still there. They're just further away where you can't really see them as well. Let's see. Let's find a good one. The shadow, like this one. Like, see, there's no clouds there. There's no clouds, but something is there. Where the blue is, that's a planet.
That's Uri. That's Uri.
Let's do another one without clouds. Here, this one has no clouds. Well, a little. But you see, there is a, dramatic curved shadow. So they're always there, even when you can't see them.
And the reason that we see this is because they are between us and the sun. So we are seeing the dark sides of them. We're seeing the shadowy back of them. And the light blue area along next to the blue is the atmosphere glowing around it. Which again this is Budapest. This is September of 2021. And we are looking at a Saturn's yellow moon in the dead center above the center TV antenna. That is a Saturn's yellow moon and a Saturn with Nibiru behind it.
Yeah.
And I was looking for, and this as well. You can just about see right there at the edge in the middle, dead center is
you guys
where
still there?
Amel, Saru, and Nana are supposed to be.
We're here. We're still
here, Chris. We're
here.
Yeah.
Okay, I just like I don't.
Okay, you're looking at asteroids there, Christopher.
Yeah, I'm
Let's go back
like,
here.
this is wild.
That is the if you go up.
15 minutes ago. Nothing.
You're underneath.
Minutes ago.
You are underneath Uri and the Salamander asteroid group, sir.
Definitely.
There it is live. Here we're talking about it. There it is live, ladies and gentlemen. See those asteroids? There are thousands of them.
It's incredible.
Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands. We have footage of it coming from the ISS going back numerous shows. This is the 180-day cycle. And those are the god dang asteroids directly freaking flying past us every day. And they get closer and bigger and closer and bigger until they leave all the way literally up till October.
Yeah, this is big. Big.
And they're electrical, and they change our weather, and they create high winds and blow your roof off and your trees and your cars and bring you a year's worth of rain in 24 hours. Well, wouldn't we see the effects of them there planets by now? When have you ever gone outside and seen asteroids flying over the top of your head every day?
Never.
About that, is that why that one song, the Crowded House song, talks about the things going right over, like barely missing the roof of your head or something?
I really wonder how many actual songwriters throughout history are connected to source in ways they don't even understand, including Kansas Leftover or Bad Company, or the Who, or I mean, I could go on and
Led
on and on. How
Zeppelin.
many artists? Or Yes, or Rush, or I mean,
Styx.
or Zeppelin. Oh God, Led Zeppelin. I mean, Led
I know.
Zeppelin.
I just said Led Zeppelin.
Led Zeppelin. Led Zeppelin changed my life.
But
I had someone look at me very, very, very strangely when I said I love Fool in the Rain, and he said, "Why?" And I said, "Well, it's very upbeat." And he said, "But it's about like this girl breaking his heart." And he was just looking at me like I was crazy. But if you do go and listen to the lyrics, I mean, it's the most upbeat, broken kind of hearted song you could come across.
You know, that's part of why I post a lot of music to people over the years. If you want a really interesting 1976, 1978 lesson in back in the hippie movement, when these people were actually touching the true source of the dawning of the age of Aquarius, where they were actually tuning in and turning on, as they said, in 1969 through 1975, 76. 76, everything changed. We went through the gas crisis and all that, and I was part of that. And I am definitely and absolutely 100% a hippie. So the message is, the information is right before us that all of this is transitory, and they have the secrets, and the secrets are all available. It's inside all of us. It is inside you. And that is part, I am pushing a little bit more metaphysical than I used to, but that is the transition of the sixth seal, which is part of my set of rules where I'm allowed to talk about this and I'm not allowed to talk about that and all of this. Somebody's dog is active.
Sorry.
Yeah, that is okay. Christopher, just turn it just slightly left up.
okay.
And a little higher. That is right there. Dead center should be that 5 cluster group, including Pape. What is it?
Yeah.
Nicolle, come on. You're correct.
Poppy. Sorry, it's Poppy. Poppy
Right
Chulo is what she said it was, but it's Poppy.
In the middle left is that asteroid. And there's even a smaller one there as well. But in the middle above, center, out of picture, is where the Dan asteroid is, and then Big Sister and all these other, and Lorraine and all these new. But that is part of the Salamander asteroid group and the side of Uri right now. That is the side bottom of Uri.
Awesome.
This
Hey,
is so
Sam,
crazy.
Tara's got a question there that I know you can
What
answer.
is called
See you later,
when there's
Audrey.
an thunderstorm?
Show.
Yes, bye, Audrey. Good night.
Good night, Audrey.
Near constant lighting flashing in the clouds, almost like a strobe. Generically, now if we want to go to the extreme, it's going to be close passing asteroids. When it's non-stop lightning and it's in one source, or you also have to take into combination the Attu and Attu's moon, because the asteroids are directly connected and orbiting below Attu's moon and Uri. There's a combined group scenario because they're oddly, which is really weird, 2 gas giants parked next to each other and yet completely always attached. I don't know how, but why, or if we could even call one the moon of the other, because when it comes to gas giants, they have numerous moons because of their atomic weight value inside, which is why they gather in the gases. They're like electron clusters. We talked about that earlier. They're a sort of a weird on-deck proto-planet, yet future coming stars, because when our star dies, a nearby gas giant, the mass will ignite the inner core to cause fission or fusion. I still argue between the concept of both of those, where that it's an on-deck coming star, and I don't think modern science understands that. I hope they're listening. Anyway, gas giants are on-deck stars. Same thing with Imaru, which holds the 2 stars. It's a massive gas giant, but it's that orange brownish thing behind our stars. But if ever those two stars died or dwindled or enforced themselves into the side of Immeru, then Immeru would become a proto super like blue star or something like that. Wow. Remember, it's massive. Our soul is very small compared to real stars. And I recommend that you do go to YouTube and look up star size comparison models and planetary size comparison models to what's out there and what we know. And you'll be amazed by how tiny little Earth is. And then while you're at it, look up Carl Sagan, Our Tiny Little Earth on YouTube. It's a great video. It's a very strong video. And they actually show far more in that video than I think they even understood at the time. Christoper, I love it when you go outside.
It's been a while. I love it.
There's a red juniper standing there. What is that?
I just turned the mic off because there's like a bunch of dogs barking. So,
show me the bark of that tree.
Which one? This one?
Yeah, at the base. I just want to see the bark. Go down. Okay. All right.
Okay.
Okay. I was just trying to, I know trees. So I just wanted to see the bark on that tree. I used to work for the Bureau of Land Management. You wouldn't believe how many trees I've cut down in my time. Okay, where's the sun from you right now?
Right here.
Right or left?
It's my right.
Can you show? Okay. So we're looking at the left area. Go back to the left. Yeah, that is the side of Uri right there.
Okay.
And the Tan asteroid and the Now, the reason it's called the Salamander asteroid group is because way back in 2018, 2019, when Uri was much smaller and on the right-hand side, according to Montana Skywatcher, we go back many years on this information, it looks like this semi-submerged yet not submerged group of asteroids that forms the visual outview of what looks like a lizard or salamander holding onto the side of the planet Uri. Now, the blue area that we're looking at now in the upper area is the stripes of Uri. And the cloud inclusion on the left hand, from middle to middle left, is the Salamander asteroid group, partially exteriorized outside the base cloud of the stripes of Uri. We have cited it for many, many years, and we know it's there, but now it is so close and so huge. And if there, can you pan out, Christoper?
I think that's probably as far as it goes. Let's see.
Okay, can you drop down to the bottom and then to the left and then the top and then the right? Go down. Okay, that's the edge of the bottom of Uri. Okay, now go left.
Of course, there's a tree. I'll get out of the way of the tree.
No, just beyond the trees. Just go hard left.
Okay. Oh, hard left. Here we go.
Horizontal left. That's the other edge of Uri right there. Now go up and back. See okay.
Yeah.
And now you've got you've got another planet in here above on the right. But go back to left again because you went full 360 on me, didn't you?
Sorry.
Okay. Okay, that's the side of a Saturn right there. And a Saturn's yellow moon. See that big blue area and the hard curve? That's a Saturn.
Okay.
And the white blotch on the right is a Saturn's yellow moon.
Wow.
See that blue, deep blue area in the middle left right there? That's the edge of a Saturn.
That's beautiful. Wow.
See how round and big it is?
Yep.
Yes, I do too.
God.
And, guys, and I'm not trying to brag about this, but I just know this shit. I just know it. And I see it. It's plain as day to me.
Right? Wow.
You see that blue edge, round circle? Go up just a little bit higher, Christoper. Focus up higher. See that rounded edge of dark blue right there?
Yeah.
That is Saturn.
Unbelievable.
Go down and up along that black edge, the blue edge. Go down, go up. Go up.
Go up.
That is the rounded edge of planet Saturn.
Wow.
And above it right there is a mix-in from what's going on above you. And it's very confusing. And that's the crazy thing that's going on. Yeah, look at that. Do you see it now? Do you see the darkness? It's the back edge of the shadowed part of a Saturn.
Wow.
And the wisp off clouds from the sun and the heating up of the exterior and the wispy ion tendrils, as Gillian calls it. They come off the planet. You can see the difference in the clouds. You can see the difference in the base clouds. You can see the colors. Now, granted, I am looking at guys. If you're watching this shit on a phone, you guys are missing so much. I'm looking at this on a 43-inch screen. That is the backside of the planet. Go back to where you were.
Okay, back to Saturn.
Show me the sun. Show me the sun. We start in the middle on the sun.
Start with the sun.
All right.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Yeah, I see the curve now. Wow. Yes.
Okay. I got lazy and stayed inside the complex I'm at. So usually I walk over to the church where there's no trees or.
Yes.
You know. But,
look at the size of the aura of the sun.
Yeah.
It's huge.
Now, normally, people back in my era, the sun. Now, granted, in Las Vegas, the sun is much brighter and much bigger than what we see up here in Montana. And I learned that the first time I went to Las Vegas and fried my ass off the moment I walked out of the casino. Oh, my God. But that sun right there is so large because it's being cut off, refracted, and enlarged because there's a planet on the left and a planet on the right that are cutting into the light. Your pines really suffer down there because they don't get enough water.
Yeah, well, they just
and whoever cut that tree was an idiot. That guy was not an arborist. Those poor trees have been butchered. Okay, look at that. Okay, excuse me, Rebecca, you have to take over. I have to cut pizza.
Okay, Sam.
It happens every show. I have to. How come
I know. Well,
every show. What is
right.
that? What is that about that crazy
time? Yes. No, but this is very similar to what I saw last night too. So I was just paying attention to that as well. But yes, it's always coming in, at the lower left, those asteroids. And that's what we're seeing, that little, how it's coming in and curling upward, and the lines are also a signature of asteroids. But you can actually see them with your eyes when you understand what you're looking at,
Yes.
like those little dark spots there. Those are from asteroids. So yeah, I can see what Sam is saying. Oh, that is Uri. Wow. That is great. I'm curious what the right side, I'll be curious. I guess Chris is walking that direction. I don't know. I'm curious what the Isatum might look like. So maybe we'll get to see. Because a lot of times it's identical, it's like a V on this side of the sky and a V on the other side. And a V mainly means, because we all see those big U or Vs in the sky. And a V is basically, it's a moon in front of a planet. So if you see a big V shape on the left, it's Atu's moon and Atu. And a big V on the right is Isatum's moon and Isatum. But that's what you're seeing is those, planets in general. Okay, here we go. Here's Ice Adam coming up. Ice Adam's moon. And Chris. Yeah. Perfect. That looks so close. You know, all of that. It's hard to even make out what we're seeing, but I was thinking maybe we'd see a long box cube, maybe. Looks like that kind of, that time of day, that look. But yeah, that right there is Ice Adam's moon, Ice Adam, and then Nibiru, which is just behind. We don't really ever, I mean, we see Nibiru occasionally, but usually what we see is it peeking out from behind other planets, you know, meaning Ice Adam, peeking out from behind Ice Adam. What does the sun look like, Chris? I don't know if he can hear me or not. He can. All right. I'm just curious to see. Yes, for sure. How pinched it might look. But basically, you know, we got Uri coming in on this side and Nibiru on that side. And probably, can't say for sure, but it looks like probably Nepicity is above the sun. It's just not real noticeable, but that's why the sun is pinching out on each side like that. What's behind you, Chris? Turn around and see what this east.
You're frozen on my screen.
Okay, boy, that's a little bit of everything. I mean, because I would say if you don't see Nepicity above the sun, it could be right behind you, across from our sun. So I'm still thinking it's above the sun. It's going to be one or the other, you know. It's just good to see Chris outside again. It's been, I don't know how many weeks, hasn't it? I don't know. A good while. And I don't know if I think he muted himself. Oh, they did. Okay.
I did.
Yeah,
It was so loud with the traffic.
I'm back.
Yeah, I'm not.
Oh,
I'm
look
not
at that
buying
rainbow
anymore. So
Look at that rainbow. Yeah, that is asteroid material.
they get kicked off. No?
Now remember, the rainbow occurs when light in space refracts and breaks into a prism effect that the human eye can see. And if it doesn't break down, we cannot see it. And we only see the illuminated sides and the gaseous clouds and everything else. And this is part of why we do the site drawings. And I draw in anticipated illuminations because of the refraction angles of the asteroids, etc., and the debris coming around the dark sides of the planets, so that we know they become illuminated. And this is where the rainbow effect is coming from. This we talked about at the beginning of the show, and I hope everybody watched the beginning of the show. And this is how we know what we know.
I'm also going to, let's see. Well, no, I'm going to wait. Anyway.
Very strange. I'm on my third Coke, and I don't usually drink this much pop. But here we are.
There you go. How many
There
cough
you
drops?
go.
Still on 2 cough drops, 3 Cokes. Okay.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Keep a tally.
That appears to be Nepicity
No
based.
Claritin today?
God, no, Christopher. That's like maybe twice, 4 times a year if I'm lucky. I do not succumb to allergies that easy. But boy, and I only took that Claritin. It's a joke. It's a private joke. You guys have to go back a couple of shows to understand the joke behind that. I took a Claritin. I usually take half a Claritin, but rather than, for expediency and laziness, I just threw the whole thing down my mouth and swallowed it. And then we were supposed to have a staff meeting. It was on a Thursday. And the staff meeting never happened because Rebecca was busy shopping and doing her work. It's just a busy life. And so I didn't find a problem with that at all. But anyway, so I sat there from staff meeting time on Thursday all the way till literally midnight in a Claritin. Apparently antihistamines have some level of speed, or I don't even know what you'd call it in today's terms. But there's a antihistamine effect that I wasn't prepared for because I don't take them very often because I don't do well on them. But I took a Claritin, so I had this nonstop sneezing event. And I was coughing and sneezing and sneezing and sneezing and blowing my nose. And I went through the entire, like, 2 boxes of tissue. And I said, the hell with this. And so I took a Claritin. And then I posted and I bombed everybody. Everybody I knew. I was sending music all night long until like literally midnight. From like 5 o'clock in the afternoon, I was just posting and posting and posting and suffering the Facebook creature venom addiction, whatever you want to call it, into cosmic nutville. And I was trying to, spend the next 3 days apologizing for everybody I bombed. Anyway, and we lost Christoper.
I thought you were just happy. I had nothing, no problem with it. I was like, well, it's good to see Sam.
Well, I was happy. I was just in a Claritin mood that I wasn't.
I love it.
And the next day I woke up and I went, oh my God, what have I done?
Nothing.
It's like the commercial where the family goes, Dad, what did you post last night? And he says, don't worry, you'll be happy when it goes viral. But I was like, I felt embarrassed because I was actually behaving under a drug-induced antihistamine.
I understand that, yeah.
And then literally the day after that, I was like walking around, and that's what happens. I don't do well with antihistamines at all. And the next day afterwards, I'm a zombie. I was like, I want to sleep. That's all I want to do. Don't even talk to me, And literally I was. And I was like, oh, God, what have I done? Oh, I'm going to sleep now. Goodbye. It was hilarious.
Oh, I can't take anything like that. Either it makes me sleep for days or stay awake for days. I'm like ultra sensitive.
I either speed out or I go to sleep. Yeah. And that's what happened to me is I spent 8 hours speeding out and then I crashed afterwards, although I stopped sleeping. I don't even want to take an aspirin, let alone I don't do NSAIDs like Advil or any of that because it's really bad for your kidneys and for your liver. Don't take Advil. Find herbal remedies, please. If it's nature, it won't kill you. If it's fake, like the plastic that modern man introduced in 1973, it will kill you. Do not drink your water out of plastic bottles. Oh God, no. Yeah. And if you buy bottled water at Walmart, oh my God.
I know.
I dare you to read the label of where that water comes from.
Sam, literally all our food, a lot is wrapped in plastic.
Right.
A lot.
Right.
I get this sick feeling every time I look in the trash can and I see plastic. Because
let's talk basic science. Plastic. What happens to plastic over time?
Nothing.
It breaks down. The validity of it over time does break down, right?
Yeah.
And we talk about chemistry. We talk about the solar system, right? Okay. Now our solar system is God, I'm trying to think of the right proper word. We don't break down. We've been here for anywhere, depending on which scientist you listen to. We've been here from 8 billion to 4 billion years in between. I'm believing 6.6. And there are other universes around us that are much older, which is what they're finding out now, which is what's blowing the Big Bang Theory out of the water, thanks to James Webb, blah, blah. You go study it. Go look it up. Point is, plastic is the same thing as the electron cluster between the planets. There's a breakdown in the particulate. Okay, Mother Nature argued by jamming petroleum oil and ammonia and other gases together, which creates plastic, which is the new age of plastic. It will break down over time and it puts off a radioactive decay ratio. Same reason why you do not leave a bottle of water in the back of your car to get hot and cold and hot and cold and hot and cold. And when you drink that bottle of water, you're handing yourself a carcinogen, a radioactive destructive materials into your body that will affect you. They're toxic. It's carcinogenic. Do not drink water out of plastic bottles.
Yeah.
Get fresh water. Even if you buy Culligan water and it has sat in a larger plastic, which does not decay as fast. Less radio, okay. Let's talk about radon gases. Radon gases are a radioactive material from the breakdown of rock over a billion, 500 million years old. These products are breaking down, and that's a decay in the radioactive structure of breakdown of the compound. That also occurs in electrical, when we have these electric fields around our brain, like the headset that you're wearing right now. That electric field is affecting that's why you're scratching your chin. You feel, the electricity's there. That's why you just scratched.
It itched. Yeah.
Yeah. You know.
Hey, Sam, check your messenger.
My messenger on Facebook from you.
And I'm sure Rebecca's already seen it.
I'm being silly. Was it available? Can I?
Oh, she had not seen it. I was wrong.
Rebels? What are you talking about? Disclosure or the round table?
No. It just sent you a photo. You should be able to see it. It's a screenshot, but it was able to.
Okay, I'm going to quote directly what you just typed. I see it says, "Look what is available." Is that what you're talking about?
That's not the most recent one.
That's all I have.
Okay, hang on. How about now?
Sorry, people. Let me re-scroll Facebook and see what happens.
Okay.
Now remember, we are flagged and banned.
Well, Rebecca's welcome to share if she would like. I think it's.
Did you send that on your link?
Yes,
or
I sent it through. So it should be from me, and it's
Okay,
going to be a photo.
Is that CSP?
And no, no.
Oh, okay. I found something on CSP.
Okay, yeah, no. You're okay. Yeah, it doesn't show that it's gone through yet, but I was actually able to grab something that you already are using as Rebecca's main
the Hallelujah
website
song and all that.
Sure.
Yeah. The Hallelujah.
Celebrate good times. Go for it, Rebecca. Tell him.
No, I was going to tell Sam that I've been chatting with Rocket Man, and I've expressed our concerns. I'm not going to go into details because we don't want to just spill the beans, But anyway, he's perfectly cool with whatever we want. So, absolutely.
I really do think that if you're going to do a Google search, or if you're going to do a Bing search, or you're going to do any TikTok search, that we should not come up 8th or 10th. That we should come up number 1, because we are number 1. Hallelujah.
Yeah.
Agreed.
We are right. We are the only the one and only.
ES2 a Domine Donway's Requiem.
Yeah. We will have the ability when ready to
and I totally I see it now. I totally believe that we're going to fall into place exactly where we are supposed to.
What?
And I'm going to come back away from Facebook now and go back to StreamYard. Oh, there you are. Okay. Now we will. We've had a lot of people and factions. Oh God, you want me to tell you stories? God, I could tell you about when I was 12.
Jackie.
I could tell you when I was 9. Oh yeah, let's go back to 9. When I was 9 years old. Oh my God, here we go. Clear the throat and cough and swallow a couple of times. When I was 9 years old, there was an attempt on my life, and a lady chased me around a farmstead for about 2.5 hours with a hatchet, because she had to kill me. Otherwise, I might do something in the future that her faction did not want me to do.
Jeez. Talk about childhood trauma.
Yeah. After me running around the farm, hiding from multiple building to horse pasture A and cornfield B, and then neighbor's farm, my siblings ran to the nearest farm that had a phone, because this was Minnesota and we didn't even have a phone on this farm, and they called the sheriff, and that person was taken away and sent to a mental institution for many years. And I do not wish her any harm, and I to this day revere her as a person. But her and a few of her friends were taken over by something I can't account. But there is so much more going on. There really is, and we experience when we're talking on our shows, where I start to give answers and we warble out, or I warble out, or Jesus warbles out, or Christoper warbles out when we're telling the truth and the stories. We're trying to describe things, and they don't want you to. There's that big magical they, and I'm not trying to blame a government or an agency, because we still haven't figured out if it's the they way up there or the local they. We don't know who they are.
Right. Which
and this is why, those people, they go, oh, the government's out to get us and they're doing this shit and we got to behave and we got to fight the deep state and all that crap. You can't go there, because you cannot attribute it not to maybe even a higher they. So we have to be aware of that, and that's why you have to be in the middle of the road. And you have to be sane, not insane, and ride through all of this, because it's like, and it's happening, and here it is. We watch it show after show after show, right about the time that we hand out answers to people. And it's not like we're making. I mean, you can't make this crap up, and yet it happens time after time after time. And you'll see you sitting there just smiling his ass off, going, "Yep, I know. I know." And it happens, and it's like, geez, guys, go get some donuts and some Starbucks, and leave us alone, because we're doing our thing, and it's not like we're not breaking the rules. We're talking about our opinion. So how dare you limit us in our opinion? Yes, I'm embedded in information that I gathered on my own. So you don't have the right to actually blurb me out. You can't blurb Christoper out when he's telling you what he's. Let's call opinion. It's not all classified. She locked up there for a second. I mention you, and then your whole bank. Yeah, tell me that didn't, yeah, spooky. Or is it me, or am I zapping the system just by thought process? Like, where do you go from here?
I wonder if that's a literal question, or if there's a little bit deeper to that. Like, is the question who?
Beck and I have talked about that, where I wonder sometimes if I myself am screwing it over, because I hit a stage of fear or embellishment or embarrassment or whatever, and I somehow electrically zap this out too, because I zap the shit out of everything around me all the time. I mean, I in order for me, if I go to the store and I walk up to the machine and the guy says, okay, that'll be $16.25, and I slide my card into the machine, it won't work.
Oh, that's about right.
Yep.
I have to reach over. I have to tap it on the counter.
Right. It's
in front of me. I have to take the chip card and I tap it on the counter, and then I put it in the machine, and it works.
Right.
I've had it declined, and I hate being declined. And I'm like, dude, you said that the cash was in the freaking account. It is. What's your problem? My card won't work.
You know that those
It's
chip
absolutely
cards.
embarrassing when it doesn't work.
You know that those chip cards are read by a computer from space, and they know where every freaking one of us are.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, it's great. I've got about 15 of them now.
That microchip, according to your name and your bank account, is produced as a icon on a supercomputer from space for every freaking place you go 24/7. As long as you have that credit card or debit card in your pocket.
Makes you want to walk out of the house
You
without
don't even
anything.
need your phone anymore. They have, that is your, for your religious folks out there, that is your mark of the beast.
And they
In
put it
your
in their pocket
hand.
without even knowing it.
Yep,
And
the
they all-
microchip. That microchip is read by a astral. Okay, I see Lana. Hi, why don't you reveal who you really are? Ooh,
That's what
you
I
see
was
that?
reading, Sam. Yeah, Sam.
Oh boy.
I'm wondering if she's asking when you were asking Rebecca
Well, just
and Gillian.
Lana knows. Lana knows who I am.
So then,
It's a mystery still for me.
Lana is an ordained minister. Lana is one of my oldest friends. She lives in Arkansas. We talk as often as we can. I don't talk to her enough because I'm caught up in other things, unfortunately, and I apologize. She is one of my dearest friends, and I thank her for her guidance because she helped raise me up through some of the crap I went through in the early years, and I always will appreciate that. Thank you. And she is one of my dearest friends. And she is prompting me because it is sort of time for me to say kind of, and I can and I can't.
please do.
And this is why I've been promoting the Pleiadian message. I am here to change things.
Yeah.
And I'm not Joe Facebook. I am. When I had the meeting with the Pleiadian, I was elevated. I was changed. You guys are having meetings with me. I am elevating you and changing you. I'm not trying to brag. I'm trying to share with you the facts. I'm elevated. I was a child. I'm a child prodigy. I'm an indigo. I'm a free thinking. I'm a Dutch blood, RH negative, Sumer bump, Gypsy, Roman, Northern Germanic tribe, puzzle pieces from hell. We go all the way back to Constantine. I have a title. I don't want to brag about. And she's like going to tell people, yeah, it is time. But if I do, I'm letting the cat out of the bag.
So why do you want to keep it in the bag?
And this is why you guys all. Well, you got to chase. You got to cherish the mystery behind this. I'm openly admitting this. Sometimes you have to ask you to come back for the next show. The answer lies in the next episode of Underdog. You know.
Oh, come on. That's like commercial, right? At the best time.
Okay, well.
For me, when I'm listening to a great song in the car.
This is where I always go. This is where I always go, well, this is the time for you guys to tell me what you see, what you know, what do you feel. You know, I'm not going to sell you Kool-Aid and be Jim Jones. I'm not, I'm the great almighty Oz by the man behind the curtain and all that crap.
You did share that if you look up 10 miles, that's not
because of my point of view, my perspective, my knowledge. I have been, and I sent each of you guys videos this week about the chosen. And I'm not trying to brag about that. But I was chosen not by some mystical god, but by higher races where they came and talked to me.
Hey, Sam, we've spoken about the Antichrist in a previous show or two or three, and you've mentioned that Christ is it's an office, not a name, but a level or form of office that one would hold as a position.
Right,
and
the leading opposite of Rome.
And you said that the Antichrist is not what a lot of people might associate with that. So if it's like an office or a position, then the Antichrist, as you explained, was essentially tearing down the established
religion of man,
Yeah.
which I have the answer to already, which is part of what I hesitate to share with people about the facts that I was given by the Pleiadian as to what we really are. And she's being distracted. I was told truths. I was told histories beyond our current modern religion. I was told histories beyond the status of Earth going back multiple generations, including the beginning and the dawning of the ownership of Earth, which goes back 300,000 plus years, which is part of why the Pleiadian message is so strongly important that we share it now that the eclipse has occurred, now that the opening of the sixth seal, now that the dawning and the beginning of the Antichrist, which means the beginning transition of some of these negatives to be more negative and other of these negatives to be removed. It's a dual-sided coin. We are also going to emanate into a furtherance of our psychic abilities. We will get smarter and wiser. We are going to be able to read the circumference of the emotions of the planet of man. We are going to start feeling others' needs, not just our own. It's a dual. It's good and bad. But we are in the sixth age now. We are starting. The negative people are going to be negative, and the positive people are going to grow. And the question is, where do you want to be?
Right.
And only through effort and time and trust in yourself, not the negative, not the fear, not the the catastrophic this, that, and the other thing going around you, the distraction. If you avoid that and you go for furtherance of the truth and the logical and the rules and the trust, and when we can go into religion, and if you follow the covenants of treating people with respect and all of that, which is direly diminishing in our age right now. People are no longer as respectful as they used to be. They just want to make money for themselves. And that's the greed. That's the negativity. So let's defeat that part of the opening of the sixth seal, which is now, and why I'm stepping forward. And this is why Lana's going, so Sam, why don't you tell them who you really are? And I am one of the keepers of the flame. I am an indigo. I am gifted. I am high-rated IQ. I am recruited by the government. I am recruited by other factions. I am priorly visited. I don't know any other way to tell you that. Then I don't want to, brag about it. It's not a question. That is warn you, because I know, and you need to God, you need to sit down and fucking listen to. They're all third bomb. You need to listen to this shit because I only got one voice and it's running out.
There are various names being presented in the chat for you to.
No Kool-Aid. Yeah, Jim Jones. Oh yeah, Moses. Well, Moses was another. I have, in front of witnesses, performed 3 out of the 5 miracles that Buddha performed, and I'm working on number 4. I can do shit. I'm sitting up here in Montana trying to lead people about what my study group is and what I'm trying to teach, and I show all my close friends that I can draw shit in advance. I got a decade of proving that. I don't jump through hoops, but I am very concerned for everyone, which is part of why I was contacted and talked to, because of who I am, what I will be, what I was.
What were you?
Well, I don't know. The Pleiadians come, they're from the future, and they told me I would.
Right. I was just thinking it might.
Before then, I was, a guy that, I wrote a paper. I had no clue how important it was, but to me, it was so unbelievably obvious. I had no choice, and then I've never been able to walk away from it.
About that. But Chris has something to say first.
Oh, I'm just thinking this man has, the his responsibility has to weigh more than any of us can even imagine.
Well, it's like the Matrix movie, right?
I sat there for 25 years after the Pleiadian told me what their actual circumference of planet Earth religion was all about, including Buddhism, Taoism, Hinduism, Christianity, theology. And I was told the truth beyond that. And I found out about Factory Planet Earth and self-replicating biotools and creation of this generation of mankind as we know it, that I am, that was created from a people that would visit us very soon in a collection of commodities from Factory Planet Backwater Earth. I found out religion wasn't anything that I could want to hurt anyone over, and yet I knew the truth and the falsity behind it, and the deception of Rome, and how they're collecting money to this day, and they're one of the largest, most independent countries on their own, the Church of Rome, and the power that they have, and that they become that which they sought to destroy in the beginning. So I spent 30 years trying to keep my mouth shut about what I saw as a catastrophic scenario. So perhaps that is the Antichrist.
Well, I would say that you're certainly not what I would have considered to be what people say.
I don't see myself as personally the Antichrist, but the Antichrist means the destruction of the office of Rome. And let's all hope and pray that we find out the true value of that, so we stop handing them our money.
Right.
And start furthering ourselves and believe in ourselves and our own personal religion and our own personal source and our own personal enlightenment, to see that there are more races out there with that which they call demons, and scare you into handing them money every Sunday, and yet Monday you could go out and be the capitalist all you want and rob and steal and cheat and lie.
Ooh, I got that. I don't know if you've ever been to a lot of church ceremonies or sermons, Sam, or Rebecca or Chris, but
I've been to many churches.
Yeah, I dated someone. I was engaged to someone who was a Lutheran, and we went all the time, every Sunday. And one day I was saying, I don't remember which sermon it was. It may have been the Sermon on the Mount. I'm not too sure. But I've never had the feeling of I have to get up and run out of here screaming. I just suddenly had this feeling that something that they were talking about in the sermon was just really rubbing me the wrong way, and I suddenly felt like who in their right feels like they need to just get up and run out of church screaming.
Every time I went to a Baptist church, yes.
I did.
I've been to Protestant. I've been to Catholic. I have been to
Alien.
I have been
Mormon.
Methodist. You name it. Mormon. Yeah, I was raised Mormon. My father handed me books on Buddhism all my life.
But then you can go out to the parking lot and you almost get run over because everybody's trying to get to Sunday brunch after we all just heard. Be good, treat each other, do the Lord's service work.
How do they buy those clothes that they're wearing on Sunday only to steal from people on Monday? That's I run out of the church because you're seeing a hypocrite. And
they're highly, yes.
I mean, we don't even want to talk about the Catholic Church or the Protestant Church. Oh my God.
No.
I mean, I don't know. I liked going to the Greek church with my grandparents because
they're cool.
I didn't understand anything they were saying.
They're cool because actually the Greek Orthodox and a lot of Russian churches separate themselves, and they have the Holy Room, which is like that on the Temple Mount, where they have the room that normal people can go into, and then there's the area where nobody gets to go to except the priest, which creates this air of mysticism, which is beautiful and reverent. I would ask that people actually try to find that in our shows as well, that we're talking about something that is beautiful and reverent, because we're talking about way bigger, way bigger. I've actually met upper races. I've actually seen races above those upper races and races in between. And yes, I am that good. I'm not going to brag. I'm not bragging. I've seen them. They see me. They come to me. I've been met
So,
by 4 factions because I'm apparently important enough to come talk to. I'm not trying to brag about it. Again, I say it over and over again. So it's not like I want this to happen. As a matter of fact, it's a mind F from you know where. And I'm not going to do a fifth F bomb, I hope. The ones holding back the truth would be the Antichrist. Well, no. There are Antichrist-like figures in history, and there will be another one or two, because they unfortunately be a part of a really nasty process that is sort of kind of mandatory. And unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, there's going to be a lot less of this, of us, when this is all over. We are going to depopulate very drastically. I'm sorry, but that's coming.
Yep.
Go ahead, Rebecca.
no, I was just thinking about how you said that there's, races above races above races. Well,
There
are there
are.
any races below us? I mean, we can't be the
Yes,
starting
there
point.
are. There are, and actually,
Race.
let's even discuss that there are probably prototypes or copies of each of us. If you have had a extraterrestrial visit, there's a very probable chance that you have a double equal clone working somewhere else out in space, either as a fighter pilot or a ship driver or a factory planet worker mining ore, just like in Star Wars,
Yeah.
because we are a product, and sampling and DNA cloning and genetic duplicating of us is within that license. There may be 5 of you.
I told Sam I could use their help right now, my clones.
Yeah, me too. I want
And
them to come in and
he
clean
didn't
my
think I would
kitchen
get along
counter.
with it. I said I would.
Hey,
I'm
scrub,
sure I would.
you clean the oven this time. I'm done. Yeah.
I know.
Like the
'Cause
movie Duplicity.
yeah, they would all know what I want, right? I think.
Well,
So,
again,
anyway,
I'll mention
do that.
Lazarus syndrome in sci-fi. We are a finite group, and we're a specialized breed, and we're actually getting to a point where we're actually a really very well-bred commodity who freaking needs robots. We already got a genetic prototype biological replacement unit that does it all by itself. We don't have to build it. It builds itself, and all we have to do is watch the herd, and we can pick the ones we want. I mean, how do we know we haven't been sampled now? But when we're not here, they could just reintroduce us, because yes, their tech level is that high.
How many of you have been approached and told? I used to actually think it was pickup line until I got it from like a woman and her daughter versus like some guy. But well, you look just like somebody I know in a different state. Or
Yeah,
but then I had this
see that.
mother. I had a mom and a
Well,
daughter, like a
you are
younger.
now you're elevated high enough. You see genome recognition. You have to give yourself more credit, young lady, because you are already higher than in harmonic. Because when you start to see nationalities and judge the facial expressions and start puzzle piecing the faces together, you are already ahead of the curve.
Wow.
Yeah, like I can see that.
Yeah,
I
you're
was looking at the
recognizing the
podcast.
bloodline connections.
I was
You
looking
are
at the
seeing the
podcast when I
genome.
was first on, and I was like, "Oh, look, Sam has the same forehead. I have the same forehead as him." Oh, look, I think that most of us have we all kind of have a way that we look like, but yeah, they told me that
the
I had the
ears
same.
and the nose and the jawline, and
Yeah.
once you start to recognize the different races, and I look at people and I see their races automatically going back generations.
It
To
doesn't
me, it's like a
necessarily have to
song.
be just races, though. Do you also see that there are? So they're here. They've been here for as long as we've been here, and I do believe a lot of us in human body carry lineage, i.e., from the Pleiadians, from the
Well, yeah,
Arcturians,
we're a
from
mixed
the
race.
Pagans.
We have the 12 separate genome splicings in of
And
12
some of
separate
us really
races.
look more like those
Well, we
than
look like
human.
them.
Yes,
Yeah,
only in our
and
human
actually,
form, but we look a lot more
to
like
them we kind of look weird and we're ugly and we smell funny. And
same way
they have a
that
level of racism towards us because they know we're short-lived and they know we're stupid. And I mean, because we haven't lived the
in
2,000 years
comparison.
they have, and we're not that wise, and we're like children to them. And this is why they don't pick everybody up off. Oh, take me with you. That's why that doesn't
We are
happen.
also their children. But
Yes, and that is why some of the factions, and if you go back to the Pleiadian message, there are factions that want to further us, and then there are factions that do not. There are factions that will look down on us, and then there are factions that see our ability to grow. And that's the ones, and believe it or not, the ones that believe we're going to grow are the ones that are right. Control will not always be, but Earth will go on as the factory planet until they can change their policies.
There are also those that see we can evolve, but not for our own benefit, correct? They want to exploit that ability.
Right. We all have to go through stages. And only through exploitation and suffering, if you go into Buddhism, once you realize the level of suffering, and we all suffer, and then once you realize the need for suffering, and then the way to separate yourself from, which is the stages of Buddhism. Once you go through the stages of Buddhism, reincarnation, the different zodiacs, we go through multiple zodiacs to learn all of the placements of the 12 zodiacs. And when you hit the 13th zodiac is when you evolve, which is the same thing as the Baktums, the 12 Baktums. And once you hit the 13th Baktum, you enter the time of no time, where then you can be representative and picked up by the green man and taken and recycled either to a forward progression or recycle and sent back down to start all over again.
Hey, before we, your article, your paper that you wrote when you were 17, that you knew how the setup was, what kept coming to me was out of the mouth of babes. You know the phrase where someone just like some little kid, like, and it's like, whoa, like they have no filter. And
right, because it's self-evident and they just tell you what they think. And that's what I saw in the chemistry.
Yes.
In the chemistry equation, I knew in order for us to have a molten iron core in our planet, we had to exist in a level of the periodic chart. And if you go up to the periodic chart and you look at the shell structure on the atomic value of iron or gold or lead, they all have 2 atoms.
Right, FeAu, and what's lead?
Le, I think. I could be wrong. It's been I have not been allowed to have one in my house for many years. I have it somewhere now, but I have not looked at it in forever.
I know iron is Fe because I take slow Fe because anemia and everything. But and gold is Au, and there is a popular trend of making Au as like
now they have
gold.
They have removed. It used to be in the 1950s and 1960s periodic chart. You'd look at a big thing on the wall. They hung in school. And underneath the symbols, they would have the atomic structure. They would tell you the shell structure, 2, 12, 16, 32, 2, etc. And they would give you the proton and neutron count in each one of those structures so you could see that gold has 96. I mean, I'm wrong on the count here. It's been forever since I looked it up, but it has so many X90 positive particles and 100 and some odd, I think 150 or so negative. And Earth and our solar system is much bigger than man even accounts for. And they don't count the planets. They don't count the moons, right? It all has to do with Pluto, and they're wrong. I know that we are of a much higher electron and proton and neutron count than they give credit for. But I'm not going to go into detail and distract people, because we're going to, just deal with the binary system and start there, and I won't go in too far. But the reason Earth produces the gold that it does is part of that. And I saw that as a basis of what we had to be. We had to have two atoms, and that's why two stars, two solar systems.
Oh.
And it was so basic, out of the mouths of babes. Here it is. It's so basic, it has to be that. And I wrote my paper, and it was, like 15 pages long at the most. And it wasn't that big of a deal. And it was written by, some idiot male guy that doesn't want to write papers. And I'm not a literature student, and I couldn't spell for shit. And I wrote a paper, and yet the government came in and took it. And you wouldn't believe how many people, can I have a copy of your paper? It's like, yeah, right. I was 17 and I'm now 63. Do you think I have a copy?
We didn't even have floppy disks back then.
Yeah, it's not even paper anymore.
Right? I mean, we don't even use those anymore. I don't even remember what we used to call the little
fiber laying on the tabletop. If you grabbed it, it would fall into pieces like the Dead Sea Scrolls.
So true.
I do exaggerate. I apologize.
No, it's true.
Yeah. Lana, tell them who I am. Oh boy, guys, I'm special. I'm here. I don't even like saying that.
You are.
I'm here to wake you guys up. I'm here. I'm the one. I'm the early indigo. I'm here to wake everybody up and get you going. And I just handed you the binary solar system, the planets, what they look like, where they are for the last 14 years. Run with it, baby. Do what you're gonna do.
Well, okay. I mean, we took a big step tonight, right? Right, Rebecca?
Oh, yeah, I hate it. Now watch tomorrow. I am going to take care of the, oh, wait, God, I said way too much. Oh shit, what have I done?
I mean, I understand that. I understand you saying that, because when I shared what I can do, or what, the passing, I don't meditate often because you fly by stars and galaxies, and who does that on a normal
nobody with any sanity, and, nobody does that. Yeah. And and here, all of my everything we've talked about for well over a decade is all shit, pardon the expression, all stuff that we have gathered by watching, and we pay attention. What have you been doing? And I throw that out there, but the point is we have been paying attention. I saw them come in. I knew they were coming. Oh crap, they're here. And I've done my best to tell you. And oh my God, all those damn spacecraft and the cubes and the long box and the Star Destroyers and there. Oh my, and where have we gotten? And I'm screaming, my God, look, there they are. And what do people do? We get, on our YouTube videos, we get 5 comments. Hello.
Start going to Office Depot and just making a flyer about the Texas Cube.
Yeah.
It's here. 20,000 copies, and just start going door to door.
Hi, have you heard the word of God?
Or something, just leave it stacking 100 sheets of paper at the local.
I've been. How many cards I've handed out over the years? I'm on my. I'm down to about 50 gold cards. We're almost done with them. I need to print new business cards and add way more, and including including the movie.com and then Never Followers Anonymous and YouTube and all. I mean, the year's worth of work. We need to keep the list keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger, which is good. And we're adding exercise. Go ahead.
I wondered, Chris, could you find out how much it costs and the terms and everything to advertise on one of those trucks that drives around on the strip?
Oh yeah, it's got to be on the strip. To advertise on the strip, it would have
More money than we got.
I mean, but they drive around, right? So
I would think a few $1,000s.
So maybe we get you out there first.
Cool,
we got to get Christoper out there, like the local DC Spider-Man guy or the naked cowboy.
I did see a guy driving a motorcycle, a crop truck, actually. With it was like he had stuck his back. It was like he had stuck his iPad facing outward through like a clear screen on his backpack, and it was like flashing an advertisement as he was driving. I was
advertise here.
Yeah, so I was like, maybe we don't need a big truck.
No, he needs to get a purple sign that he holds over his head that says Nibiru is here, and then he goes up at the what do they call it? Is it the Sphere or the Orb in Las Vegas?
The Madison Square Garden Sphere.
Are you kidding?
Sphere.
That's what they call that.
He needs to go stand at the Sphere with his camera woman, his wife, and his umbrella and his microphone and his little purple. And I mean purple. If you make it purple, they'll notice you. And you have to check.
Why is that, Sam? Please share.
Purple actually affects your inner soul.
Yeah.
And when you see the right color purple, you know it, because there's variant colors of purple. When you see the one that grabs you and physically changes your texture, when you feel different because you look at it, then get your little small, 20 by 24 sign or whatever, 18 by 24 sign that says Nibiru is here, and your umbrella, and go, hi, have you seen that Nibiru is here? And if you film that, and you get people, if you do enough of it, maybe you'll make the Las Vegas news. And then you go from there and you get famous. Or you even call the Las Vegas News and tell them you're going to be down there asking people about Nibiru.
Yeah, work the paparazzi like the stars.
Yeah, work them. Let them know that you are a reporter of the Citizen Science Project from extended. We're worldwide. We are a worldwide function now.
We really are.
Claim your placement. You are the number one reporter here at the Sphere. Talking to you, sir, citizen. Are you a tourist or are you a local? Have you seen Nibiru today? And then you hand them the mic.
Robin Wares is asking Rebecca, what is the email?
If you ever real media coverage, off you go. You are instantly famous. And then hell, Jimmy Kimmel will call you and go, Christoper, we heard you're asking these questions. That's a fear of it, off you go.
That's the best idea. I really, really do. I know I'd watch it. I would,
I would too.
Yeah, I put out and talk to 3 people a week.
YouTube channel, like you
We
need
look
to.
forward to seeing whatever the hell they had to say.
Skypicsforsam@gmail.com. Is that what it is?
That is right. Hang on a second.
And you just claim your reporterhood. You're an internet reporter, and you're qualified. You see the planets. You know what you're talking about. You're educated, and you just go up to them and say, "Hi, I am a reporter." And you can just go up to the Sphere and ask people, "Well, hey, this is really cool. What do you think? Well, what would you do if I told you there was another planet right next to Earth, and have you seen Nibiru? It's here, and there are people that live on that, and they're right here, right now, and they're on the right-hand side of the sky. Do you see? I mean, have you heard about us? Do you know about us, etc.?" And off you go. And I'm telling you, I wouldn't have mentioned it this many times, except I foresee something for you to do this.
I actually messaged Chris. I actually messaged him about his wife and mentioning the various crystals that may provide some soothing frequencies for her. And I too actually just
amethyst,
I don't like to push people into anything, but I was like, you should totally do that. Are you gonna do that? Walk the strip and everything, or Madison Square Garden.
It's not
So-
stressful if you actually look at it in a humorous point of view. If you
But
come
yeah,
on
I
as a
mean-
comedian and you go, "Hi, have you seen Nibiru today?" You know, and if, you know, yeah, it is a little the guy going, "Oh, the end is near," you know, on the street corner. Yes, it's a little bit like that. But you see him smiling. He knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah, you know, deep
If
inside,
you
you can
just went
feel
up
it.
and you can create
You know,
this
I think it
character.
would also be cool if, you know, there was like not like an office, but like some kind of space that people could go to. I don't know, like a gallery or something. You know what I'm saying? Like an information center, maybe like a building with an, you know, like an information center where people could go and like
brick and mortar. Now
Yeah.
that's what's money. That's the real dough for a brick and mortar place.
I'm thinking like, you know, like anytime you go to like a state park or something, like my dad took me to
visitor center.
Arizona and do what?
The visitor center.
Yeah, like a visitor center, you know, and we could have like pictures everywhere and, you know, like everything about what's happening. I think that'd be
Ooh.
I think
wonder-
that'd be kind of neat.
It'd be really cool to put all of like the best pictures we have on the Vegas, whatever that walkway is, where it like, you know, it projects over everybody walking underneath.
Fremont Street.
Sure.
It's called. Yeah, that'd be neat.
Been there a million times. Don't remember any of it. No, I'm kidding. I remember.
It's something
I
else.
cannot
that-
even tell you the last time I walked down Fremont Street, but I have been there.
Man,
God, that was in
I
the
fried
80s.
my right. Those people movers are hot. Don't take your shoes off on those things. You'd be jumping up on the side real quick. I'm on fire.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I think frankly, if you hit at it in a simplistic manner that is cost effective to you, and you know how these performers, and I know I don't want to link you with any of them.
Right.
The performers in Las Vegas do exist on the street, and they do it in Hollywood as well.
Right.
And they do it in front of Jay Leno. They do it in front of all the other shows in the front downtown Hollywood. But if you go out in front of the Sphere, if you spent a week, just try to see what would happen in 1 week. If you went there every day or twice a week or whatever, or once a week for a month, whatever. If you went out there when you were comfortable doing that, and if you held up a purple sign, that purple affects people to notice it, because purple does that. And you say, Nibiru is here. And you could say, excuse me, my name is Christoper. You don't have to give them your last, or CK, or Dr.
we're gonna
CK, or, as far as a character you want to create. Your persona is up to you. But if you want to be yourself or a character, go ahead.
Maybe we should change our names completely from here on out.
Well, anonymity, because you may want to level about, because you are becoming a public figure now, and a few 100,000 people have seen you by now, and you are going to gain fame, and I'm semi-famous, and you will be. So you choose to take that, you put that character like Shakespeare upon your mental. You take on that persona, and you walk up and you say, "Hi, I am a reporter. I am Dr. CK from Nibiru Citizen Science Project, and we are a worldwide organization of citizen science. And we are just wondering from the man on the street, have you heard of Nibiru? And did you know it's right there?" And you point to the right side of the sun at the horizon level, and you won't be wrong.
Right. It was absolutely there the other day.
And then film people, no matter what they say to you, it will be entertaining.
Right. Yeah, it's gonna.
It'll
be cool.
And then there'll be people that go, well, you can't use my name and you can't film me, and don't, so you couldn't use them. But you ask them, would you be terribly? Can we film you on camera? And we would just like to know if you've ever even heard of Planet X Nibiru, or anything that you feel that you could come up with for a questionnaire. And you and your wife could go out and film that as a team. And I see that as it's in you. I don't know why, but I do see it.
Hey, we'll see what happens. I
Well, you're
hope
laughing
I
because you
shoot
know how
before it
humorous it's going to
becomes
be.
summertime.
Yeah,
It
but
has
you know,
to
if you
happen
go
before
out,
the
then it'll be too
sun.
damn hot. You better hit it before it gets too hot.
Right.
Yeah.
If it's gonna happen, I should start thinking about it.
You don't have to go
Because-
out there to a pain or or degradation to your soul. But I mean, you are in Las Vegas. You've got the Sphere. It's already brand new. It's like wow, look
Worldwide.
at that.
People
So
from
you've got
all over the globe.
celebrity right there. And if you claim, and you are a reporter because you are a live reporter, you do it for us all the time. You are a professional now, and you are part of the Citizen Science Project, and you are a Las Vegas reporter. So you are allowed to use that as your title, and just ask anybody generic questions about the binary system that you think that you could use. I mean, you can start as basic as we want, or as technical as you choose,
Okay.
or even a series of questions, or one or two, or just hi, I'm so and so. Have you heard about this? And no matter what their response is, it'll all be important for us to see, and you can share it every week with us here.
Okay. I think like having a pamphlet for them if they don't know what's going on would be beneficial.
Yeah, well, be careful on your cost.
Right.
I've been doing that with my cards. I've spent quite a bit of money on it, doing it with my cards as well.
Yeah,
And have your name, and if you want to give out, your email address or whatever, if you have second thoughts, and you can contact me, blah blah blah. Because after I've handed my cards out to many people, I've often thought, wow, I wonder if they want to talk to me later, and which I've tried to expose them to Montana Skywatcher 1 and 2 on Facebook, and it's gone wayside because there's no way I could possibly answer everyone that talks to me.
Right.
I can't. I have hundreds and of not emails, but PMs that I try to get through as many people as I can, and I have tons of friend requests that I could nowhere meet.
Yeah.
So
Well, I've also been seeing on the Facebook groups though, like there's just not much. Is it just me, or is there not much activity happening? Or
I
it went
think
down. I don't know why.
Yeah. I think
don't know.
the algorithm locks us all out because like just a few people will see my stuff.
Yeah. Like you'll get maybe like, and I'm not like, I don't care about likes or comments or anything, but if we're gonna do this, I mean, don't just like click the like button and then move on. If you're interested in a picture and you think you know what it is, even if you're wrong, talk about it in the comments, like engage with it.
Yeah, I think we're really being shut down. It's been, I mean, I used to get 2,000, 3,000 likes on a photo, and I'm now getting 12. Like what?
Weird. It's just
Yeah,
weird.
and we watched it over the years just get worse and worse and worse, and we are being suppressed. We are.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which is
why
I'm not just saying that.
Like,
I am
Nicolle,
not
your photos
saying that.
this morning. I saw your photos this morning. They were really, really cool, and I'm just like, she's got likes. She's got no comments yet. Nobody's talking about her photo. This is a really awesome photo. Why aren't we talking about what's going on? So I
see posts that I'm sure that I commented on, and I'll scroll through and I'll run across them again on the newsfeed or on the site, and my comments are gone. They're not there when I know I commented on them, and they're not there anymore.
That or reactions. I will go through and I'll like, or I will at least, because I do feel a lot of the new members are like, why am I doing this if no one's going to like, if you like my picture, or please don't use the care thing. I hate that thing. But if you like my picture,
what thing?
The care emoji, because it's like if you hover over it, it says care, and like it's not. It looks like a heart being hugged by an emoji, but it means care. I don't like that thing at all. But do what you want. It's a free world. I like the love button or the like button a lot, but if I interact with their pictures, then they know, hey, I'm doing something right. Hey, they're seeing it. Somebody's seeing it. So I will, I'll definitely do that. But when I do go back through, they're gone.
Are you serious? I gotta check this out. I gotta go
and
back.
It doesn't matter. Like I do notice if it's like my iPad will notice it. Like it, like
Yeah, because I spend a good amount of time
Looking
going
for
through
my mailing
it,
address, snail mail.
commenting and all that. So
Sure.
yeah,
yeah. It's terrible.
Yes,
They're all
Dusty is.
gone.
They are watching, and they muddle out when we give answers, and we start telling you stuff
Not
that's
just us,
embarking on classified. Then they bomb us out, and
but anybody who is sharing high truth and knowledge is also essentially bleeped out or whatever. So
say that again, please.
it's not just us that get bleeped out. If it's anyone who is speaking of
Sure.
this
Right,
higher
when they talk about
knowledge.
their photos and stuff, yeah, they give answers to what they were seeing, and they're chopped out too.
Yeah,
This happened with JD. It's happened with Jesus. It's happened with other people. It's happened with Christopher. It's happened with me. Yeah, when they think that we're saying too much, they cut us out.
Absolutely.
This is my mailing address. Write me a letter, send me a donation, send me a card, whatever. You'll get mail back from me. That's how we get by here at the Hofman household, is by minor donations, and we do get minor donations currently. But the more you send, the better. Oh, thank God. Fixed income and all. So, and even if you have a story to tell or whatever, I will read it and we'll go through it.
And you get a business card back.
Yeah, the big magic gold card.
Yes, it's bright gold.
Because it's all about gold.
The golden cards.
It's like the golden ticket.
The golden cards.
Right, it is. It sure is, because the more contact I'll brag. This time I'm bragging.
Yeah.
The more contact with me you have, the higher upgrade you will attain. So get your gold cards. There you go.
The gold card. Yes.
The magic gold card.
This is special. This is a special one with the actual autograph on back. Yeah.
It's a good one.
There's 3 altogether. 3. I got 3. So
She's got triple the magic.
got a collection.
May I ask,
delicious.
if you guys, Rebecca,
Still
Chris,
up
have
now
you
right
noticed what Sam speaks about being leveled up essentially?
Christopher, write me your address and a PM on Facebook, and I will send you. How many cards would you like?
So, have you guys noticed?
I just sent Gillian, I think, 4 of them. Do you want 4 of them? Okay, all right, there you go. All right. And wait a minute, we have to give one for your dad too. So.
Okay.
I don't get it. I wrote letters. I sent donations. That's how I got my cards.
I never met you a gold
now.
card.
I got my dad on the podcast last weekend.
Yeah. I'm trying to get my mom. She's like, wow, it's great to have someone to talk to about.
Now your trading card. Yeah, there you go.
Soon my mom might join, but I'll give her a card anyways. But I would be curious
Christopher,
to
send
know.
me your address on PM and on Facebook, and I'll send you a letter.
To Sam's point earlier, yeah, please do that. To your point earlier, Sam, when you level people up, when you interact with them, I was curious to see if Christopher and Rebecca could point out any changes that they've noticed since interacting with you.
Excellent question.
I want to know what yours are. I know
You're
what mine
so
are.
smart.
But what are yours?
You're so smart, Nicolle.
Yeah, if I could just get a word in edgewise. I'm kidding.
Never.
So did you notice anything? What have you picked up on, Chris? Have you noticed any of that?
Ourselves or
Are you
I think since I started with the group, I'm more capable of just I have an ability to just know what's going on around me with all manner of things, like situations that are happening that I don't particularly am told about, or I'm having
You're having Sherlock Holmes moments.
I'm having
claircognizance.
a lot of deja vu, and my dreams are just out of.
Do you
they're-
feel like something is pushing in on your ears at night when you're trying to lay down?
sh-
I'm not saying that that's you, Sam.
know.
I'm not sure.
I've been waking up. I used to sleep. I've talked to you about like what's wrong with my back, right? I could sleep to like 5 o'clock in the afternoon. You know, I've suffered with like depression since I was a teenager, and I think a lot of that's going away. So
it'll get better. It'll get way better really soon. I promise you.
Yeah, and so that's hard. That's not easy to talk about, but yeah, I feel like I think I'm seeing things a lot more clearly.
Nice.
Definitely.
You are about to step into a new area in your world that you've never. The meaning of the word exhale.
Yeah.
And you are right there at the beginning of exhale, where you let your shoulders drop. You let your shoulders drop. You exhale. You calm down, and you trust you.
Yeah.
And when you have that time, you see everything going on around you. You appreciate the people around you. You appreciate even the fly that just flew past your face. And then after that, you'll start to notice the spirits walking around your home right in front of you.
I've seen them for quite a while.
Yeah. And when the ghost, when you start seeing the spirits, you step forward into a larger, more visible awareness of that which is going on around you. That is being part of the now, of the moment, of learning to savor the moment.
Yeah,
and
definitely.
then you're not living in fear. You're not living in doubt. You're not living in the self-depression because of your fears of what will happen or what did happen.
Right. And also, I feel like, I have just a whole bunch of gratitude for everything.
Right. You learn
every time I take a breath.
treasuring your surroundings.
Yes, absolutely. I'm so grateful to have met all of you, and it's just
even your appreciation of your wife will increase. For her companionship and her camaraderie.
At the level that it should be. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, do you know how lucky you guys are that you both are seeing this at the same time rather than having the one spouse or the other spouse that's doubtful and telling you you're out of your freaking mind? And how many people have we? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I
we
don't
have
think we're there
seen so many relationships go south because of this, and you are so lucky that you're in a small percentage.
I'm sure. Yeah, Jackie's like totally taking pictures now, and she's like, "Wow, what's that?" And what's
I love the fact that your in-laws have going. You used to be you're a crazy man, Christoper. You've fallen into a cult. Don't drink the green Kool-Aid. And I saw the planets, Christoper. I love it. I love it.
Oh
no!
Wait, that happened for you? Nice.
Do what?
Did that happen for you? That's great.
Too. I'm just like, she was the last person I thought that would engage with this. Jackie wants you to know her mother's name is Mary Jane.
Hello, Mary Jane. We love you.
Yeah, Mary Jane.
Yeah, we won't make no jokes about Mary Jane.
No jokes about Mary Jane. She just
not that is Mary Jane, but back to Mary Jane. It's wonderful to have you on board, Mary Jane.
So she's seeing changes in the sky too. So
She texted me at midnight.
Well, the thing with it is like anybody above 40 knows that these are not the skies we grew up on, and I encourage people to go back and look at old videos and look at the sky, and it's like it is completely not even close to the same ball game. Like we're talking oranges and diesel trains, completely and we spent the last 14 years doing all the homework for you people. You got to get on board with this because it's so proven. That's why we're doing this. Otherwise,
Right.
we wouldn't embarrass ourselves to be silly fools.
And just the whole notion of the fact that there are planets passing between Earth
God,
and
how odd!
oh my gosh, it's
that's
just
crazy.
beyond
It just sounds-
crazy,
I don't think
mind
it's super
blowing. Like it's awesome.
How about you, Rebecca? Have you
Which
noticed
part?
any upgrades since your interfacing with Sam has begun?
Yeah, do
Or
tell,
even-
do tell.
Even
Oh my
more
goodness.
sensitivity to stuff?
I mean, I've talked on this before a little bit, but I mean, it's pretty extreme.
Go ahead.
I-
I bared my soul tonight.
No, I know.
Lana made me tell all the crap. Now your turn. Let it all out.
No, but
Embarrass
I mean,
yourself. Let it out.
I can relate to each of you on different levels, like Christoper and Nicolle, and honestly, because I feel like each of us have had like a difficult road.
Yes.
We've been through some really difficult times. Like it's just like, because there's those people out there that just have this charmed life and they don't really
What's that like?
experience- Yeah, and then there's people
I don't know
like
it.
us who have had, I mean, like painful, heartbreaking, years, not just moments, years, so
You earned every second of it.
yeah, but since I come into contact with Sam and all of this, I mean, it wasn't overnight, but looking back on it now, I can see like, wow, man, that was like a whole different person, like the me back at that time, 2014, and then progression, 2017, 2020, those are kind of each pivotal, but overall, yeah, I mean, I definitely think my connection with Sam played a role. I know it did. And me being a part of this now, and it's because guys, like I mean, I won't go into details, but we all got a past, life experiences.
Man.
But you know what I mean? But yeah, it's like no comparison. We'll just say that. Really.
Yeah, I watch you guys all grow, and this is why I've had a little hand in why you guys are here on the show, and I suggested right off the bat that Jesus would be a very good co-host, and Christoper, you have earned your place. Nicolle, you have earned your place. You guys both have a very strong DJ. I'm going to call you a DJ because you're a personality that we count on, and we appreciate your opinion. And there's different stages to both of you, and I revere and respect each of your stages, and including all of the people that are here tonight listening to this program, because each of you are here for, and I've said this before, we are all here for a reason. This is part of the coalition, and this is part of the ascending message that has been long in a process of developing through our ancestry and all the puzzle pieces that build what we are, who we have chosen to be in this lifetime. Yes, it's metaphysical, silly, but we are, all of you people, all of us, have earned this place to be here today to grow farther, and that's what's coming right for us. But we have the sixth seal, we have the sixth age, we have this age that we have to grow, and from this, and Nicolle's cards will tell her that we're going to see destruction followed by renewal, which is I think it's the Five of Kings, but I'd have to look back at whichever tarot. I haven't got my book right here, otherwise I'd look it up right now. But anyway, we have to go through destruction followed by renewal, and this is the next stage, and this is where we're going to be enlightened and transitioned and changed, and the people who fall behind will fall behind, and the people who grow will grow. So we are at both sides of the coin right now, and it's happening right before our eyes. You see climate change. Go ahead, Nicolle.
Sorry to cut you off there, Sam. Didn't mean that. It was just very much came through. It's the two paths. not right, left, or middle, but it's the separating like that. I mean, if you could apply the Hopi prophecy at any point in time during the conversation, now would be that, because that prophecy is the splitting of paths. Some go on and some go a different direction. So some are going to level up, some are going to continue not going. They're going to go the opposite way.
Factory planet Earth will continue for the next cycle.
Right.
And each time the factory planet Earth goes through the cycle, there are less of us on the herd, pardon the expression, but we are a patented herd. We're a herd of animals compared to the people above us. The higher races, we are less than they are, so therefore we are animals until we prove we are not. And that's part of the prime directive as well. If you treat and you meet an extraterrestrial and you treat them with hatred, animosity, fear, whatever, that is what you're going to get in return. But if you, according to the prime directive, treat them with respect, they, by law, must treat you as a higher sentient being rather than an animal. That is the prime directive dealing with humans. So if you fear them and you fight them and you go against them and you hate them and everything else, they will know that before you can say Jack Robinson. Because I've been there. I've met them. They are so fast, you're a bumper sticker. They can read you. They know everything inside you. They know they can see you coming. You're a child to them. And I have learned because of my elevation, my transition, how to read people equally. I knew things, and I'll talk to okay. I knew about John Atkinson 20 years before I ever met him. And if you know the story of John Atkinson, Montana Skywatchers, he was a friend of mine, and I trusted him deeply, and I gave him room. But I knew that he was coming. And I knew what he was going to do afterwards. And I knew that he would turn against me. And I told people, including Lana, this year's, I know what's coming. Doesn't mean I'm going to react to it. It means I'm going to be observant of it. And I know the coming equations. So, and each of you are going to gain these things. You're all going to, we talk about it in the mystic world. It's called the tap on the shoulder, right, Nicolle?
See?
The tap on the shoulder when the old soul or the beings or the prophetic angels that watch over you. And I posted this week a whole bunch of, and I do have to account for it and apologize at the same time. It's called the Chosen One series. You have to, if you're religious, you're going to go, oh, God is signaling the chosen one. But if you're not religious and you think scientifically, extraterrestrials, higher level beings have chosen you. You are the chosen ones because you fit into history to evolution. You fit into the history because they see it coming and they have chosen to come to speak to you. And those are those many numerous people I talk about on the earth right now that are there, and you know who you are. It's all inside you already. It's inside you now. And you just have to open up and go, okay, I accept this. I will listen. And then before you know it, it's going to be teaching you all kinds of taps on the shoulder. It will teach you, will guide you. You go through misery, you'll end up crying your ass off. You'll go through pain. You'll go through enlightenment. You'll go through torture. But guess what? Later on, you will be better off and enlightened in ways you can never, ever see until tomorrow.
Right.
It is happening now. And that's why these people are here. And this is part of me stepping across that boundary. Now that the 6 seals open, now we went through the eclipse. And I know this, my message has changed. This is happening now. Nostradamus, we're all elevating to a new level of psychic ability. We will start reading the people around us. We will see more. We will know more. It's the evolution of the human overall collective. We've stepped into tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
It is now. And that is why I'm talking about it now.
if you haven't already experienced it, your diets will change.
Yeah, your sleep will change. Your requirements for food and sleep will change.
Yeah, you
You'll go
won't need
way
as
off,
much.
and you go, "What the hell?" You
But
won't know it. You're
yeah,
right.
yeah,
Please
yeah,
continue. I'm
and
going to go to the little scientist room. I'll be right back. I'm on my
your
third. Hey, I'm on my
third
third
Coke.
Coke. You know,
Third
3
Coke, 2
Coca-Colas. You
Pop-Tarts.
gotta go. You gotta go.
3 Cokes.
It can't
Pop-Tarts.
taste very good. You know, I mean, that's gotta taste icky.
What's
But
that? Pop-Tarts and Coke?
and
Yeah.
Coke, yeah. But you'll find that your dietary intake will change when you begin to move into your enlightenment phase. You are not going to want to eat so much crud. It may start by, if you can afford, you may start moving more towards the organic produce and fruits and things like that. You may not. I ended up developing. I used to always love steak. When I'd go for a fancy dinner, it was steak, and it was like, you know, a fillet or something like that. But I can't really even bear to. I have developed an aversion to a lot of different protein sources, and they smell like rotting carcass to me now, and it's not fair because I used to be able to eat all of this stuff.
Well,
And
then your inner senses are telling you exactly correct, because you know what? The number one, what my far-seeing abilities, my remote viewing first is my sense of smell.
Oh.
That is the number one first thing that I key off of. Is I get this. I smell what people are eating for lunch across the planet. I smell, you know, Afan. I hope you're listening, Afan. Afan and I were talking, and I spent 5 minutes or so talking to him on Type in PM. And then all of a sudden, I got this unbelievably strong coffee smell. Now, of course, that to his country is normal because they boil the crap out of their coffee. And it's raw coffee, and it's like, you know, really strong. And I got such a strong sense of smell from him. This is just, of course, one of many scenarios. And the sense of smell is telling you not to eat that. Do not, if it doesn't smell right to you, stay the hell away from it, period.
And that's not just like, oh, it's gone bad. No. The stuff is like brand new, you know, like the deli sliced meat.
You do not need that.
Right. So I'm not saying that you have to go vegan. We've got Tara's like, no, I'm a Texan here. I love my steak. I'm not saying you got to go vegan or anything like that. You, like Sam says, trust yourself.
If you're craving cucumbers out of the blue and you have no reason why, go buy a damn cucumber.
Chakra.
I was like 18, 19 years old, and I had a date with this gal. And she's, you know, I still, anyway, Angelica, I still miss you. Anyway, and I was going to go meet. And all day long, I was thinking about the date. You know, I was in school, and I thought, okay, I have to meet her parents. And then I started smelling strawberries. And they weren't in season. Why am I smelling strawberries? And I was like, okay. And then, you know, about lunchtime came around. It's like, I'm smelling strawberries. What the hell? What is that? Okay, nothing. All right, 3 o'clock in the afternoon, 4 o'clock. I'm walking home. I'm smelling strawberries. Okay. I get home, borrow my dad's car, go drive over to my date, meet my date, walk in there. Hi, welcome. Nice to meet you. We're gonna have some cake and ice cream, and here it is, strawberry shortcake. So there's so much to the abilities that we have that people they're completely disconnected from. And I've had a lifetime of, you know, since childhood, even seeing spirits and ghosts and things. I've had connections, and always have, always will. But it's all innate in us, and some of those, if you start to follow and trust and see the inner, what your inner self is telling you, if you smell it and you like it, eat it. If you're craving it, eat it. If you're thinking about it, follow it. Follow where you're being told, where you're being led.
Yes.
Listen.
That for sure, Sam. I want to hit on that really quickly. There are points in the astral chart. You don't the astrology
Go ahead,
chart, but
tell us,
either
please.
way, there are certain markers that you can be an avatar of something. My daughter was so cute the other night. She asked me, "Do the avatars really exist? Are those really real?" And I knew she was asking about the movie, and I said, "Well, probably not in the sense that you're asking. No, they're not big blue beings walking around like the movie, but there is such a thing as avatar. These beings that have ascended through evolution phases and things like that, and have mastered things, they no longer require to come down here to the physical level, so they will send like emissaries, like representatives with chock full of all of their streams of consciousness. And so that's who you'll have down here on the planet is representatives. That's your
And they have been
avatars.
coming for many, many years already.
Yes, absolutely. And there's a mark that you can find that if you're looking at it and reading it in an esoteric way, a starseed kind of way, you'll find that if you carry this degree and you'll be called to go somewhere, go there, because what you're basically being pinged or tapped on the shoulder to do is to share your frequency and to activate the other people that would be there wherever you're being told to go. They're going to be turned on, activated by you just being in their proximity.
That's why it goes back thousands of years for all of us to generationally mix with the genome variety of the multiple. There's like 7 different puzzle pieces. And if you have 5, you see one thing. If you have 4, you see another. If you have 7, you see ultimately whatever. I think I'm short one, but I don't know if I have any American Indian blood in me, but I do believe that, that is one of the puzzle pieces. But if you have all of these puzzle pieces, you become astrally empowered. Your connection and your chakra towers are easier to connect with. Your 2 helix stream is easier. And a lot of this is all old genetic memory because we were raised. All of these thousands of people, thousands of generations before us, and all that collective memory is available to you if you believe it, if you trust you, if you listen to it. It will speak to you. You just have to accept that it's there, and that's why we talk about all the information is already inside you.
It's really not so hard to believe, though. I mean, if you look at the female eggs, right?
The library.
I mean, your grandmother is carrying like the daughter, and the daughter is carrying her daughter, and like the grandmother was carrying all of that going down.
And we even have a smaller lizard brain
going forward, back, and it goes backwards.
65 million years, and then we have a lizard-based brain, and then we have lobes that have grown on afterwards and corrected and connected. And if you go back to the Pleiadian video, we are a genetic manipulation of 12 separate races, and we were created to and added to what already existed here so that they could mine and gather the commodities in a fashion that we were bred to be able to communicate of intelligence enough. And then we were given a food source in order to survive on, and then a mandate within our genome that tells us we have out to want and crave and do wrong, and no matter what it takes, we will gain that gold that we will share to the higher races, which is the quest of the factory planet Earth.
And they bleeped you out right then. So Sam was saying that
I was telling secrets again.
Yes. Take it away,
I was
Chris.
telling secrets. Well, okay. We were genetically manipulated to want to gather gold.
Read.
That is original sin. We are flawed to want to gather the commodity.
And our
DNA
races was flipped so that we're more easily controlled.
And we don't self-heal and live for 2,000 years.
Like they do.
Correct. Yeah, I tell secrets and we get gurgled out.
So that's why we gotta like say it for him.
Holy cap! I am smelling bubble gum. Why am I smelling bubble gum? Holy cow! I mean, it's not here. Where the hell does that bubble gum?
Who's chewing
Who
bubble
out
gum? I
there is
have bubble
chewing
gum,
bubble
but
gum?
I am not chewing it now. So
Somebody. I mean, I am smelling bubble gum. I have, pink bubble gum, bazooka bubble gum. Wow.
Oh, wow.
Very
Somebody's got
flavor. Weird. Okay,
will
one of you
say
guys
that-
out there is doing that. I smell you.
Hubba Bubba and Bubble Yum are two of the only ones I have found so far that do not have any aspartame, which is a neurotoxin.
Right. Well, that's
bad
gross.
for you.
That stuff is just.
Most all of them contain something other than a natural sugar, aside from this Hubba Bubba and Bubble Yum, which is the kinds that I grew up with. And you would chew them for like 5 minutes, and then you'd be like sore, but they could make some massive bubbles.
Oh yeah.
Right.
But if you want something that's not got all the chemical sugars and stuff like that, those are the only two that I've found. FYI.
Yeah, careful what you put in your mouth.
Please,
Okay.
please.
I
be
was telling
careful.
secrets again, and they warbled me out.
Yep. Which is why we're here to learn and share that for you too. So in case you get flipped out, we can say that for you.
Yeah.
How about Big League Chew? That was a good one. Anyone still chew that? You can find it in candy stores.
I
I
remember
missed the
that
ones
one
that
as a
used to have the
kid, but-
cards in them with the guys that were driving the cars that were melting, and they were going so fast they were melting. I can't remember what the name of those cars were, but those were cool. Way back when. Bubblegum
Yeah.
cards.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that.
The bubblegum cigarettes.
They still have those.
Yeah,
My
yeah,
kids,
yeah.
I had to get some of those for my kids, and they were all upset because they're like, "Mom, there's supposed to be some kind of powder that you can go, and it
Yeah.
like blows like smoke." And I'm
Yeah,
like, "I
don't
never
even
had
go
those
there. Don't
kinds.
smoke. Never smoke. Yeah.
Please
Oh my
don't
God.
smoke. Please
I
don't
did-
smoke."
Yeah, we were so pulled in by the media so that we could all kill a generation of people.
Well, and the stars never. I mean, like you were told in the 30s that it was like the thing to do.
Oh, yeah,
you
all
were
the way
gonna
up to
be
the-
hip and cool.
all the way
smoke a
through the
cigarette.
70s. Yeah, they showed on TV all the way to like 1973.
It was
that
only
smoking
in like
was
what
cool.
late 90s that they banned it from being shown in movies.
Great Britain has decided that they're going to ban any future sales of tobacco products to their next generation. Period.
Wow, I think that's great. Is Chris frozen or is he just
They
really good
they
at
tax.
mannequin
Jillian had the TV tax man come into her house and judge how many TVs she has.
Oh gosh. So judge being judgmental is a very fast way to drop your frequency.
Yep. Oh, anytime you point your finger at anyone else is you're dropping your frequency. Anytime you blame anyone else or you make excuses instead of owning up to your own personal destiny, then you are dropping your frequency. You can't
wants
hate
to-
anyone. You can't malign anyone. You have to live in the higher frequency. You have to be I care about you and you're entitled to your opinion and in your conviction. I don't agree with it, but that's you, that's me, no problem. Have a nice day. And anytime you direct war or aggression or hatred or anger or belittlement or bullying or any of that, you're stepping down.
Right. Egg wants to know if we can repair our DNA, but I'm going to answer Bubble Yum is yes, still around, Rodney.
Yeah, all you have to do is believe that you are healing. And I recommend 528 Ohm chant, going out and putting your feet on the bare feet on the ground, and you tell yourself, I'm taking Mother Earth and I'm now healing. And you can repair
Intentions are
anything.
powerful. It's very
Anything.
powerful. Mm-hmm.
The magic is, and the reason that Jesus could come down in here and heal people is because he had 12 helixes. So he had the enlightenment and the ability to self-heal and the ability to heal others around him. So how big do you want your helixes to grow? Because now's the time.
Right.
You can add as many helixes as you choose to grow. And Earth is telling you that that is the connection to our future. We are going to break out by just doing it, even though we're told we can't.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to be enlightened. We're going to grow. We are going to evolve because we choose to, not because we are told we cannot.
Yeah, that's the first thing. Don't tell me I can't do something, because that's when I'm going to go do
Which
it.
is why I got thrown out of every school I ever went to.
Well, hey, that's okay. I
Yeah,
was, you know, you learn how to play the role and not step out of line.
I'm sorry. I do not see that as a bad thing ever. I see that as a loss of their control, not mine. Yes, I was a tough student. I was Mr. Know-It-All. My mother called me that since I was very young. And, I was uncomfortable and I put them on the spot. It's like a comedian standing on stage talking to the audience, and they weren't happy about it because they weren't in control. And
Okay.
it boils down to who you give control to, or whose problem you take upon your lapel. Do I take this as my problem? Am I going to let their problem become my problem? If you separate yourself from it, not from arrogance, but from competence, then you're free. It just depends on what you choose. This is why we talk about people going into the rabbit hole. And if you pull on this negativity that they're trying to spread out like a peanut butter knife and hand you, a peanut butter and jelly sandwiches of lies, then you earned it. But if you don't take that on and you actually right in the middle, you'll see the truth. The truth, your BS meter will go off and you go, excuse me, I don't believe you. Or yes, I do believe you. And then you will further yourself and then you will evolve because you're seeing the truth. And when you see the truth, you grow up and up and up and up. And when you're in the middle of the road and not mad, you're balanced. And when you forgive the transgressions of other fools, suffering the fools, as Shakespeare once wrote, I suffer the fools in life. You lose your anger toward people who are making mistakes. You let them go and you let them be. And then you're not dragged down by their problems. You evolve up. A balloon with no one hanging on the string.
Exactly.
Anyway, drink him, sip the old pop here.
Well, I don't know. I know that Chris went. He
We
got froze.
lost. Chris went somewhere, and then
He got
Rebecca
froze,
wandering around.
and then and I don't think that even if he is in the back waiting room, whatever, we can't let him on until she's back, right?
Something like I don't have the control over that. So it's
Me
just you and
either.
me, kids. We're going to talk.
Well, alrighty then.
Metaphysical time.
My dad I've got to call him up and ask him why he always called me and my sisters Nimrod when we would do something that
That's a term
seemed,
from the 60s.
it seemed like, well, yeah, I mean, but he was a master mason, brick and stone mason. And I wonder if is it just from the 60s? But
Yeah, it's Nimrod, meaning Ralph.
okay, because so is that when you put it
Benny,
into context
Ralph.
as like you're a Dumas? Like, why'd you do that? You're so
Well,
like,
it is
no
slightly
better?
belittling, but it's not a bad Nimrod, meaning you're undereducated.
Okay, thank you. That then, but my dad does say and has always said that negativity breeds negativity, and it doesn't need help to spread. So I just always try to.
Forrest Gump. Life is like a body. Yeah, I mean, then I'll go to the other extent of the word is like magic is as magic does. Magic is magic. If you believe in magic and if you seek the magic will seek you. It's a point of if you want to be dumb, if you want to be silly, you're going to be dumb, you're going to be silly. But if you want to be magic and you want to grow and you want to be powerful and you want to learn, then you will. It's what you believe in. It's what you focus. The more you focus, the more you see. The more you see, the more you focus.
Energy goes where attention is focused.
Correct. And the Wayseer Manifesto.
Mm-hmm.
Type in if you folks are new out here and you're just new to listening to me, go to YouTube. Type in Wayseer Manifesto. And it will teach you a lot about you and what society has taught us and where they pushed us, and where we are according to the church, and where we are according to society, and where
There
we are
sure is.
according to moral value.
There is a lot to sort through.
Yeah, and why we are suppressive and self-doubting and depressed. You have to learn, you have to learn, you have to learn that you are more than what everyone around you has told you. This is why I
Exactly.
talked about earlier. I finally found out who I was, because I found out, the government gave me all the information, and yet I never, ever really worried about it. And then years later, when I finally got on the internet and I found out how much more I knew compared to everyone around me, it shocked me. It really shocked me. And I did learn that I have my abilities to do work. And that's where I got my level of tranquility, which is why I talk the way I do, and what we talk about, why we spent the last 14 years watching all of this and, correlating the information for you. Your turn, Rebecca, now that you're back.
I'm back. Yeah. Well,
I don't know. Did you see Chris
What
come
did I
back at
miss?
all?
no, I don't see him here at all.
Okay, I was wondering if he. I
He's
mean,
in the back room waiting to come back in. He may have been bumped off.
No, he's not.
Okay, and
He got
if
bumped
he
off, I
lost it,
guess.
he
but
looked really tired. He may have just decided he had to go.
yeah.
Maybe. I think he would have said something, but we know how he drops
He
off.
was really, really tired. Maybe he couldn't, which is
Yeah.
okay. And Christopher, if
That
you have to leave, you're excused, no problem.
He's excused.
Not that I
right.
control it, but
Right. Because
and
we're
even
going to
if
go
he
all
was
night.
trying to say something, he
Yeah.
was frozen when he was.
Hey, look at the
exiting.
clock.
So- and we won't go all night. I was just
No,
gonna say
We are
John,
1
we're-
minute away from 8 hours straight. So I mean, duh,
That's a job. That's a job.
That's crazy. This is one of the longer ones. Yeah.
No,
I think
well,
our longest,
we've been professing what my job is all night.
Yeah.
9
Yeah.
hours and 20 minutes. That's the longest one.
Which is still like a full-time day at work.
It
really.
is.
I mean,
It's an
so
8-hour day. Yeah.
It's very.
Hey,
this
no
is
wonder my
very
butt
nice.
hurts in this chair.
Right.
Um,
We're
but
so
this
obsessed,
really-
we torture ourselves,
This really is a job, though, for us.
Yeah.
We
Yeah, it
see
is. It truly
it's a
is.
passion. It is a calling.
Well,
It's
in
very
1980,
important.
they told me I couldn't say jack shit. So I had to hold my breath
Right.
all
You
of
got
that
30
time.
years
So
to
let's see,
be
1980 to 2024.
And you wonder why he's a chatty Cathy tonight.
Yeah. I have things to tell you, people.
How many Claridans have you had, Sam? No.
Now that we know.
I'm with you forever. I know. Actually, I just, I'm on my third Coke. So yes, I am suffering from caffeine. So I was in a good mood when we were all late today. We're all stumbling over ourselves trying to get started, and now I'm going, Yahoo!
I know.
Yeah, I can't do caffeine that
What
way.
else?
I won't be able to.
I normally don't drink, but the only time I ever drink a pop is so that I can do the show, so I can keep talking, because my throat freaks out, and with the the CO2 or bubbles and all that, it just like clears my throat. Otherwise, I'd be drinking water or coffee.
I call it that catch in your throat. That's what I call it.
Yeah, I found I can't even drink coffee anymore. I mean, it's like too much caffeine after 2 cups. Like, oh, I gotta quit. So before I used to live on coffee all day long and espresso and no problem, but not now. When you get older, you can't do that stuff anymore.
No, you can't. Because then you just lay there tired. Your legs kick around everywhere.
If I drank one of those new energy drinks, I'd probably be puking everywhere.
Or with massive heartburn for 8 hours, which is what
which we don't want.
5-hour energy did for me.
Yeah, I don't do the energy drinks or anything. So, it's rare. I had 3 Cokes tonight. It's rare that I would even get through number 2.
Look what the ingredients are that you're putting in your body. Be very mindful of what you're putting in your body. Or on it.
Yeah.
It's true.
Yeah, Rodney Letman, you're new, and nice to see you. At least minimum wage increased. Yeah, okay. Yeah, at least minimum wage increase for the country, and we'd like a minimum wage increase right now. We're currently making next to nothing, and And donations would be very nice, people. We've given out our address. Please think about it in the future. You don't have to do it this show, but when on our next show. By the way, let's see. Today is Saturday. So on Tuesday, we're going to have another show. And we'll be coming back to talk about all the new cool things we saw this week and next week. And the planets passings. And for you guys. And hopefully you'll move on to the platform when we go over. And until then, I want you to go to Rebecca's channel, Neighborhood Followers Anonymous, on YouTube, and watch her videos and give her some likes and subscriptions and notification bell, and that way she get the views.
You'll find out.
And we're hoping that she gets 1 million views. We have ways to go. We want to up her up to get her a plaque. Yes. She wants her silver plaque.
I do have, like on TikTok, it's like nearing 600,000 likes.
Awesome.
That's pretty good. 600,000 likes. You know, that's pretty good. So
I'd like to see you get famous and make the connection with people. I'm not necessarily worried about it for me, but because I can't monetarily even sign up because they've got me so blocked. So I sort of put that on, on the sidebar. It doesn't matter to me. What matters to me is that you get your silver plaque from YouTube. Yeah. And we'll go from there.
Awesome.
The only way that's going to happen is if you people out there, if everybody shares, go to YouTube, share her videos.
Yeah, if you're watching this, please share it.
At the YouTube award show or something, I'll be holding my plaque.
And and then we can, and then eventually someday we'll all be able to sit in the same room and have a microphone in front of us and do a full show where we're all there together.
Yes.
And
I'm still counting on that.
And actually professionals, which we already are, except we're in different parts of the world. And,
I'm already getting congratulated for my plaque. I haven't got it yet, but thank you guys. Thank you, really. Yeah. No, I appreciate it.
I think, really. I think they're saying well done on 600,000 likes on TikTok.
Oh, that's
huge. Yeah. I really do think that's huge.
It is. It's pretty cool. It is.
And my name has been looked up 5-6 million times or something like this. Rebecca's always telling me I never look it up.
Thank you, Rodney. Thank you so much. Yes,
thank you, Rodney. Hopefully, we'll see you again soon because we hope we've earned your subscription, and then you will visit us. We're on twice a week. We're trying to share with everybody the stuff that we see each week. And it happens fast. There's a lot of stuff going on all the time. And most of the time, our problem is we're all obsessed and we want to talk to each other regularly. So we do it live. And we hope that you enjoy this, become attached to us as we are to each other. And that's what we do. And this is why we're doing it. And we are number one. We are the number one informative Nibiru website out there. There's nobody else that has the information that we do, other than perhaps NASA, and they're not telling you. Well, we're here. That's what we do. We're good at it. We are the next Art Bell. I hate to say that all the time, but we are. We're the real deal. We're the real McCoy. They're not themins. And regardless of what happens in the future with whatever, we're going to keep doing this because we're going to keep. We're all obsessed. And we want to share this information. It's exciting. I mean, it's phenomenal. It's the greatest show that you ever saw. And if you haven't been watching this guy as long as we have, maybe you should listen.
Yes. And thank you, Tara, for sharing.
Unbelievably cool.
I agree.
And Tara, for example, she's new. She's learning stuff. She's having a great time. And Aaliyah is, oh my God, yeah, we are still going.
Yeah, look at that, Aaliyah. I know.
We're nutters, as Gillian would call them. We're nutters. We keep going and going and going.
Kind of. We got the DNA too, so.
That's it. We can't help ourselves, really.
Yeah, no, I'll keep talking to you guys when you have to shut up and go play Star Wars. So I'm here, and I'm going to run again. I'll be right back. Go right ahead, ladies. Talk.
Okay, Sam. Okay.
Do you have any more? Do you have any more material that we need to view?
Nothing that's I haven't shown really.
Okay, I just figured I'd ask.
Right,
anyway.
Doesn't hurt.
I will be right back.
I mean,
awesome.
here's my list. It's messy, but you can see where I cross things out as I cover it. So I have it's
Well, 8 hours in,
like
I assume you'd be done.
chaotic. But yeah, I did. I scratched everything out as I went down the list. So I covered all our videos and most of the pictures.
Nice.
So it's been a good show. It really has.
It really has. And I see Aaliyah says that I have my parents and partner on the Nibiru Follower Anonymous train. Wonderful.
Perfect.
And honestly, this is the precipice.
I have to remind people that, everybody freaked out about the Miami sighting of aliens.
Thank you, Aaliyah.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. Really. Thank you so much.
We are standing here giving it to you straight that we have observed at Nibiru Followers Anonymous and Montana Skywatcher and all of our other sister sites, Skywatch Africa, everything, all of these people.
Years.
Every day for the last, God, I don't even know how many years now. Every day we have sighted the Long Box Cube and the Texas Cube from around the world. People around the world are sighting the cubes and the Star Destroyers, just like on Star Wars, the movie, the big, huge triangular craft, and all of the smaller stuff that most everyone else talks about. We have been sighting those every day for probably 3 years straight now. And we know when they went to park in 2019. We saw them offloading the Star Destroyers by the hundreds. I don't know, thousands. I don't want to exaggerate, but I want to tell you and I want to inform you that there's an entire fleet of ships over the top of us. And we also, on the eclipse, we watched a new Norway spiral being formed again from the collider. So if you guys aren't listening to this, then you're burying your heads in the sand. And it is so seriously, drastically time for everybody to know that we are freaking not alone. And we have an entire fleet, if not factional groups of fleets over the top of us right now. And you have to share this information with everyone. We studied this. We earned this. You earned it. You're here. Share this information. It's going on right now. It's not a joke. We're not talking out our noses. We actually see this stuff. We've watched it for years. There's no other way for us to tell you. I'm the guy in the Nevada desert in a phone booth in the rainstorm screaming on the Art Bell show, going, "Oh, I got to tell you this right now because they're here and they're going to kill me if I get it." So damn it, people. We are already invaded. There are fleets of ships above us. The planets are above us. It's going on right now.
And yes,
Wake
you
up.
can see them. You can see them. We see them. You can see them too. We're
Every
trying to teach you
day from around the world. People
around the world.
see them. They're sending Rebecca. They're sending me pictures. They're sending everybody we
Australia,
know pictures
Africa,
of these craft.
Scotland, Canada, the Azores,
Holland, Germany,
North
Sweden,
America, South America,
Iceland.
everywhere.
Yeah, we talk to people every day around the world. We are not just 8 people in a room talking on the phone. We are
a
collective
community, like you just said.
That's
a community.
Really,
like
across
Eddie
multiple
and
platforms.
Planet X Hunter and on and on and on and on and on.
We're linking to all the others.
This is not all we do. These shows are not all we do. We work every day. Every day. I get up early in the morning. I get up, 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning. And I start my day and I start looking. I check the earth reports. I check the earthquakes. I check the sun. I check the weather. I check, weather over Oklahoma and over Colorado for my friends. I check the weather in Scotland. We do all this homework for you guys every day. And we've been documenting this for 14 years. So you tell me, who's your news source? Where do you gather your information from? I hope it's you. I hope you go look for this information. Don't just listen to me. Listen to you.
Agreed.
Dun, dun, dun. I'm getting hoarse.
Well, and you know, I have shooed off my one kiddo. He's like, "Hey, I want to talk about this thing that I want right now," and I'm like, "It's like a birthday gift kind of thing," but he just keeps interrupting me. But the others are like, "Hey, your food's getting cold, so perhaps
maybe you should go. Maybe we should quit in the evening.
Yes, food sounds good. Right.
Rebecca can
Yeah,
go if we
Aaliyah talking about the duties.
Huh?
Aaliyah saying the duties of being a citizen science are indeed not to be undermined. And
Agreed.
everybody out there, everybody, do your homework. Look at the skies. Let us know what you see. We'll get together. We'll correlate the information. We'll share it on the next show. It's just real. It's happening. The whole Earth needs to know this, not just us.
Right.
Tara is asking a question here real quick. She says, were you documenting, I think she means the planets. Were you documenting anything before the non-disclosure agreement was released? Or
I was studying Buddhism. I was studying religion. I was trying to, after the 80s, I was trying to come to terms with the information that the Pleiadian had given me, which is not easy to swallow. Because Rebecca and myself are both previously very religious people. I'm a collector of religious art, and I have many religious antiques, including many Bibles. I have a very old parable Bible that was printed in 1885, but it also has 1635 texts, which I use often with gloves. It's the same one that Indiana Jones used in the Raiders of the Lost Ark movie. I have that one. And I was on different topics doing background study prior to back up and to prove to myself that the things that I knew and the visitations that I got were real. Because there was a period of time when I had self-doubt that had lost my mind. And getting through we talked about the Antichrist information. When I got through understanding what the Pleiadian told me about the realities of Earth, it took me many years, over 25 years, to swallow and deal with in comparison through my religious upbringing, because I was raised in a very religious scenario, and I had to go through all of that.
Right. I agree.
I take copter up number 3.
3. Wow. It's a long show. Yeah. But I agree with Tara. Yeah. I mean, it's there's a lot of change, things. It's not literal, but
exactly, it is all connected. And I've had almost 45 years to gather all of this together in a cohesive way to hopefully share this with people. There's a lot more information I cannot talk about here, and that will happen when whatever else is about to happen comes to fruition, and then people are supposed to flock to me in one way and another way. And when we are standing across the campfire sharing coffee, then there's more of the story. And that will only happen if the shit hits the fan. And I want to be wrong. I hope it never happens. I don't want to be right. But I know what's coming. And that's why I'm here to tell the tale. And I hope people decide that they're going to listen. And I'm not trying to, achieve a level of celebrity. I'm trying to achieve a level of informative ability for you guys, so you grow. I'm already there. I'm tomorrow. If I'm done, if I don't wake up tomorrow, I'm happy. If I have more time to talk to more of you, then I can share what. And there's more stages to come. I was told I survive. I trust that. I'm going to keep doing it, although I'm burning the candle at both ends to do this. And my friends know that. I'm suffering from issues medically, but I'm going to get through it. I've already healed, improved, done this, done that, up, down, up, down. But I'm going to do this as long as I dare. So I hope I really hope this goes viral. I want people to listen. I'm not trying to do this for personal gain. I'm doing this for your gain. And I've told ask Rebecca. I've said this for a decade. It's not about me. It's about you. It really is about you. I'm like, crap. I could have taken the money back in 1980. I would have done that back then. I went, oh, okay, no problem. Yeah, I'll go work for your lab. I'll do what you want me to do. No, I knew better. I knew I had to walk away. I knew I had to warn you. I knew I had to do this, and that's why I'm doing it. I'm doing it because they told me I couldn't.
Right. I don't think they ever really expected you to come forward probably after that long,
Well, with all the threats and the end of, the end speeches, I'm walking out the door. Well, go ahead, tell. No one will ever believe you anyway.
Taunting you to
and
say
it
something.
Echoes in my brain to this day.
Right. But it's the drawings that still, that I don't think they, saw that coming. That's like something up your sleeve.
I think actually there is a level of fear. I think that actually, because of who and what I am, and Lana said, "Tell people who you are," and I didn't. I think there is a level of fear. I mean, why else would other factions off Earth come approach me? I'm not saying out of fear. I maybe respect, maybe reverence, maybe timely, or just I'm just part of the puzzle, so that they contact me as part of the puzzle. And this is the future opening of the rest of your life. And it boils down to if you choose to listen or not.
Agreed.
I can't magically make you believe, but I can visit you in your dreams. Hey, Nicolle, how many times have you heard people accusing me of invading them?
A few.
Yeah. We had people that went, oh, that Sam Hofman guy, he attacked me in my sleep with, oh my God, and we went through that for I don't know how long.
Wow.
But there are a lot of people, I will visit you. Enjoy it. Don't fear it.
Oh, I can't say I've had that experience. I may, if you did, I don't remember.
Well, then you're lucky. Yeah, I mean, I got to sleep one time. Leave me alone, damn it. Let me stop working on my pillow. I do that. The other day, Tuesday night, I was doing the show until about 7:00 in the morning, all the way through my sleep. I was doing the show the whole damn night. Even after we got done with the show. It was a long show, and I went right to bed. I didn't turn Star Wars on. I just went and laid down. And I was literally clicking and talking all the way till about 7:00 in the morning when I got up. And it's hard. This is hard on me. This is really psychologically difficult.
Totally understand. Yeah.
Absolutely. I've been programmed my whole life to give you people a message, and this is why I'm saying it that way now that the sixth seal is open. Prior, I wouldn't have never said that way, but I've been programmed to share this message, and I have to. And it's not easy. It is really weird, and it's like beyond you. It's beyond me, and yet here I am doing it. As foretold. Holy crap, the guy was right. What do I do? What do I do? I mean, Christ, I'm arguing with the Pleiadian going, no way, man. Nobody will. I mean, who the hell am I? What do I know? Right. How can I change the world?
Yeah, what else did he tell you? I'm curious that hasn't played out yet because,
some of the catastrophes.
Yeah. I don't need to know about that.
Rebecca and I both reacted the same way.
Yeah, the crap you don't want me to tell you at all because I know what's coming.
You having any good stuff?
Well, I talked about, go to Radio Wasteland. Look at my shows. The predictions from Samuel Hofman for 2020. The predictions from Samuel Hofman 2021. Predictions from Samuel Hofman 2022, 2023. And on this show, I've talked about the prediction of what's coming for 2024. And everybody knows my accuracy ratio. And this is sort of why I'm, semi being careful and not over accentuate and yet warn you we are going to fry, and we will. We're going to see storms we've never seen. We're going to see hurricanes we've never seen. We're going to see crop failure we've never seen. We're going to see rivers fail we've never seen. We're in trouble. Welcome to the year of the dragon.
I just shared an article with Sam that they messed up the valves or something to do with the Lake Powell, the water flow. They were testing it, and during testing it, they damaged these.
I think I saw that in a feed today. I do.
Yeah, I sent that article to you in your messenger as well. But it affects people downstream. Like they're now hoping that they never ever have to use them because they can't.
Oh yeah, well our infrastructure, everything's broken, and we are in Mercury in retrograde, and that that goes across infrastructure and politics and our economy and our lives and our relationships and how we walk the dog even, and be careful of the street you walk down and be careful of the choices you make, because we are in Mercury retrograde. It's a strong time period, and we're about to embark on a new one. And the moment we get out of retrograde, oh God, look what's going to happen to people. Everybody's going to hit the ceiling. We're going to be like exuberant and crazy, and watch, it'll happen. And I'm usually not wrong. And I don't want to brag, but I'm usually not wrong. And when I know things, I know things. And I, again, am not trying to brag. Hey, Thunder, I haven't seen you yet tonight. Nice to see you.
Yes, hello, Thunder.
Thunder. Yeah. Hey, you've estimated before, Sam.
The binary system.
7 years.
About 7 years, 6 years, 5 years, somewhere in there.
Yeah.
They will be fully leaving within 7 years, where they will go out of view. They'll be close for about 10, but I think about 7 or 5. I don't fully know. I don't know I know the halfway point, sort of, and we have to weigh, the sun's joining, and the mix up in the back blow CMEs of 2012. And we know that it took, 5 years, whatever, viewing time to get here. So 5 years viewing time to leave, maybe 7 years viewing time to leave, maybe 10 years before we can't see them anymore. I don't know. Nobody gave me this background information, but we'll see what happens. But yeah, it's going to be at least 5 years. We'll watch them get smaller and smaller. Oh, you have a new friend.
Baby.
I've not seen this one before.
Look at that.
Well, this is Kula.
Mom, I need attention.
Yes,
Mhm.
treats.
I was throwing her a little baby toy earlier for her, so she gets a lot of attention.
I could tell. I
Furry-
could tell.
furry children.
I know.
Well,
My
yeah.
cats are waiting for some treats. I know what
Yes,
you mean.
yes.
Like,
Yeah, the Mercury retrograde is always hell. It depends
Yes.
on how much you're focusing. And yeah, we stumble and we'll walk into, the countertop with our hip, or
Everything's
we'll use
wrong.
our debit
Everything's
card to open
wrong.
our PO box, and or get our car keys inside the ignition at Walmart after we lock the doors and close it.
Or we put the keys in the freezer.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Putting the bread in the refrigerator is always a good one. Yeah.
I actually found my son's socks in the the vegetable drawer. He was 2. Guess he thought that
I've
was a
been
good
there
place
too.
for them.
Well, hey, when you're a parent and you have 2-year-olds, you're tired, you're exhausted.
Oh,
You do
yes.
screwy things you don't even account for. Yeah, I've
Yes,
been
and
there.
the thing-
I have kids too. Yeah, diapers.
Yeah.
Whee! Yeah.
Yeah, Yeah.
And no babysitter, so I was Mr. Mom all the way across the board. And,
Mad respect for all single parents.
yeah. Oh boy. No
Mad
kidding.
respect.
Me too. Me too.
And I had that thought walking out of the store. I was walking out of Chuck and Don's. It's a little pet food store. I saw a gentleman carrying a baby, an infant's car seat, right up to the store, and I thought, oh wow, how cool! He's like, I was thinking, good job, take the baby away, and like run errands while mom's resting, because so many new moms need rest. But then I thought to myself, well, that's not very cool of me. How biased our world is to think that. Oh, good job, Dad. Take the baby and go do some errands. Like how many, like I thought that knowing that Sam is a single dad himself. I have a very good friend who's also played the single father role. Like his wife actually just a 2-year-old and a 6-month-old decided she didn't want to be.
Yeah, that's what happened with me. And I had a 2-year-old and a brand new newborn baby, and mom bailed and vanished.
I don't understand how.
I don't either. I cannot answer that for you. I don't know how anybody could do that.
As a female, I can't see walking away from a child. I had a
28-day-old baby, and she walked out the door and never came back.
That's insane to me. So chills all over again. But still, I have nothing but a huge amount of respect for single parents and those that are able to make it successful and come out alive with themselves intact and their sanity intact, and the kids are upstanding adults. And I mean, it's incredible where we are possible and capable of wonderful things.
Sanity? What does that word mean?
I don't know. I just know what it means to do something again and again and expect different results.
Yeah, I went through, my unfortunate income. I'm on my disability income, and I raised 2 children on nothing. And
I don't know how you did that.
Well, I sold everything I owned, including my guitars, and down to Nards, and we got by, and we're here, and a lot of it has been thanks to Montana Skywatcher 1 and 2 and Rebecca. And Rebecca has been very helpful over the years by sending me a little money from time to time that she has raised for me. And I'm here laughing because everybody out there that has helped. And I have to thank everyone for every dollar that anyone has ever sent, because I wouldn't have a car right now. I wouldn't have a stove right now. I wouldn't have numerous things that we use every day. Thank you, people who have been so kind. And sorry to say, but we still do need more donations to keep going. And you know why? We're all broke. And anytime you want to buy me a cup of coffee, mail me $5. Jesus, if I had 100 people do that, I'd be awesome.
That's exactly what I was going to say. If every single one who watched this podcast or who was a Facebook member, if you could just send $1, that would be.
Yeah, anything.
I mean, there's actually now I don't know how many are bots, but there's 90. What are you up to? 90,000 on Nibiru Followers Anonymous on Facebook.
Yes, yeah,
that's a lot of. I mean, if every single one
would,
of those could send $1.
Yeah, write me a letter. I'll write you. I always write everyone back, and you get a gold card.
And whether you send a card
or not, I mean, write me a letter. That way I know you're out there. I know you're listening. I know you care. And for
nobody
the rest
has to know about it.
Talking to nobody. I wonder who I'm talking to.
And you don't have to. If you don't want electronic record of it, just hit the ATM. If I can, I would, when I was pulling money for bills or whatever, I'd pull an extra 20 and I'd tuck it away for Sam, and I would send it out to
wrap
Sam.
a $5 bill in aluminum foil and mail me a letter saying, "Hi Sam, I thought of you. Have a nice day."
$1, a couple of bucks. It
P.O.
really
Box.
goes a long way.
Yeah, it's a really simple address. P.O. Box 625, Lolo, Montana 59847. Write me a letter. I'll send you a card back. You get a gold card. While supplies last. I'm running out, and they're not special, but they are. Is it kind of
Tara
magic?
would like to know, Sam, as an add-on to Tara's question, Tara Nelson is asking, are there any items in particular you and your fam need? And I would want to add, do you have an Amazon wish list? And if you don't, maybe if you could put that together,
Well, there's no
then
way
we
for me to order online. I don't have any banking on this computer
well,
and like
here's
that
what I'm
because of what we've gone
here's what
through in
I'm
the past. But um,
so if you put that
God,
wish
wish
list
list,
together,
Amazon wish list.
other people
Me and
could
Led
buy that for
Zeppelin
you.
t-shirts. But
You
I,
can create
I
a
don't need
shopping
any
list
food through
for
the mail.
people.
Please don't send me anything consumable through the mail because I don't know people and I don't trust it because we've had a lot of death threats.
Yes,
We
yes,
have.
exactly.
I'm up to 5 now.
I'm
Um,
sorry.
I could
so
wish
if you
list.
can, yeah, if I'm not warbling out.
No.
My wish list is that you send me $5 or $10, and that way I can put it. I have house taxes coming. I need to
Sure.
buy the girls clothing. They need new shoes. Um,
Now those are
best,
things.
best thing that you could do right now would be to send me a few dollars, and I can further it to make our budget better. Because we're literally by the end of the month we have $5 in the bank account, and we get by. All the bills are paid. I don't have credit cards. I'm not in debt. I own my home. I am on, unfortunately, rented property. I rent the place that I live. We went through an eviction last year. Thank God everybody helped me. And we had to pay lawyers and everything to get out of it. I have car repairs that are beyond your wildest dreams. I don't know how to keep up with all of this. So I do actually need people's monthly help. I mean, if you're really wonderful, send me $5 a month.
I just want to comment
Go ahead.
here really quickly.
Please do.
Aaliyah said, I'm sorry, I sent candy canes once, LOL. It was Christmas time. I was feeling jolly. I am positive, Aaliyah, that those candy canes were well worth it and enjoyed.
Yes,
and
we
please
enjoyed
do.
them. We did.
Yes. So not at all. No need to say sorry. I too send stuff like that. I mean, it's go with the season, right?
Extras are okay. Just remember that we have to be careful, and if I know you, that's a different story.
Yeah,
So-
absolutely. But yeah, and Tara had mentioned, hey, she's a single, a broke single mom. Tara, many blessings to you. But,
Shiloh was asking about her birthday and if anyone has sent anything. The only one that did send anything for Shiloh's birthday so far, by the way, which is next month, was Irene Belcomo in Florida. And I have it in front of me, and I've held it back from her to hand it to her on her birthday. But
I will be sending something. I just didn't
Okay,
send
excellent.
anything yet because it's next month.
My children do appreciate all the cards and letter, and we have every time we get a letter. They get a geography lesson where they are in the United States or around the world, and we do get packages from Scotland and Holland and thank you, Jerry, for the phone. I'm still trying to figure out to use. I don't have anybody to call, but so I'm learning slowly.
Middle May, Aaliyah. It's the middle of May is when Shiloh's birthday is coming up.
Actually, at the end of May, but that's okay. By the end of May, or
So with
even
the post
even
office system, sorry, I was
even
trying to
just
make
birthday
sure it's
card, you
there
don't have
on
to include
time.
a donation or anything, but even let her know that you know about her, and
Well,
she'll be
absolutely.
15.
Sam, I just wanted to say that I feel a very strong bond to your girls just because I don't know why, but I feel I want them to not. I want them to receive a card from me and a Christmas gift from me and a birthday card, and for them to know that I may not be their birth mother, I may not be their mother or anything
Well,
like that.
they
They all
are
know I'm
aware.
not, but I do want to let them know that they matter, and somebody does think of them too.
I tell
Because
them
they
all the
are
time that they're kind of known about with the Skywatcher fans and the folks. I mean, hell, they've grown up. They were little tiny babies, and Rebecca's known about them since they were in 1 and 2 and 3 years old, and they've grown up with this. So, thank you. And they have actually come to the point where they're going, well, hasn't anybody sent me a birthday card? And I'm going, oh, yeah, okay, it'll come. I will mention it again, and that's what I'm talking about tonight. Shiloh is really shy. She doesn't really want people to know about her.
Yeah,
Nova, however, is on the other side of the street going, yeah, that's cool. I'm, okay. And,
Right.
but they do actually count on hearing from you folks. So
Tell us how old she's going to be again.
Shiloh is going to be 15 this year, and she actually started out. She was like this tiny little thing in diaper next to me in the little rocker while I was doing the shows and typing away, and they were in the room with me, and they're so bored about the planets. They go, well, God, Dad, everybody knows that. I mean, come on.
Right.
Of course, I'm doing the Valley Girl on purpose, as a joke.
Right.
If they're bored and they roll every time we talk about the planets, they roll their eyes. Oh, by the way, I made them come out yesterday and look at the storms going over Illinois yesterday, and the green planet and the base cloud close passing planet Nepacity, and they went, "Duh, Dad, we've seen this forever." And then they walked away, and I went, "Okay, you saw it, good,
Gosh,
put it in your memory."
18 girls. Gosh, that's hard. Teenagers.
Well, to them, the visiting passing planets are normal. They were not raised in our only Earth is the only thing sitting in the middle of nowhere. Einstein dinner plate orbitation model that most people are, carry for their science, and so they grew up with the planets, so they think this is normal.
Yeah, my kids are learning the same. So,
well, we've had enough evidence that you cannot argue with it. You can't.
no,
They're there.
no.
The base clouds, the green, the purple, the red, the blue. All of
good,
this.
Chris.
The striped Uri, all these years, and you can't argue with it. And they never did because they went, okay, this is normal.
Well, I mean, who's going to argue with that? But,
Well, they saw it. They didn't necessarily have to argue with me. I would show them.
Sure.
Oh, look, planet Uri. Oh, look, planet Nepacity. Oh, look,
nothing to argue
Hatu.
with her.
Hatu's moon. Asteroids going around. Oh, Dad, come on. Do I really have to look at that again? That kind of thing.
So I think Chris is commenting in the comments, and he's sorry that he just doesn't know what happened. His phone just kind of went dead, and
They got him.
yeah.
I mean, you can't really expect your cell phone to, even if your phone is plugged in, if it's running, it's still draining faster than it's charging.
Yeah, that's why I
Right.
mentioned he needs a computer.
So, yes, he does. I
And you
have
got to
that.
pass anyways.
I have
It's
that
all
on the
good.
list. I really do. I have ideas for all kinds of things, but that's one
But
of
yeah,
them.
please do consider an Amazon list for what you and the girls need, and then we will also make sure to continue with those cash donations for those other expenses.
I
Right,
can help make
Rebecca?
a wish list also.
If I was actually going to say what I want, I have been thinking about like a mini cam that I could actually go out and hopefully wear gloves and not fry it. I don't know. That's what scares me. And I have bought so many cameras and fried them, and I would love to have. It's called an Insta 360 camera, and I tried to mention that to Rocket Man, but he wanted to get me the laptop. If I could, if someone, and by the way, thank you, Nicole. You really furthered me. The greatest Christmas present ever is what I'm talking on right now. The
You're very
microphone.
welcome.
It was a great Christmas present. Thank you. It was perfect. Source provides. I would like to have a GoPro of some way that I could talk and point and shoot, and then maybe get uploaded. That's the problem, is uploading, and I don't want to ask for something I can't use. So
Sure.
we're still in transition to see what's going on, what I'm going to be limited at, or what I can do. So
Got it.
and it's kind of pricey, and that's why I don't dare ask.
It's just under 500.
Yeah.
Well, the Insta 360 is about $300 or less. know,
I was looking at the Pro,
yeah,
and it was $3.99.
it has the flip. Yeah, it has the flip forward, so you can see what you're filming.
That's cool.
And
It wasn't.
yeah, it's top of
That
the
looks like
line,
fun.
and
Yeah.
it's used by a lot of YouTubers. And I've done a little bit of homework on it, but if I was to get that's what I would really like, or a Led Zeppelin T-shirt.
Right.
Well, I think you're going to stick with Dr. Nibiru because I think we've found a way to make that happen. Not drnibiru.com, but something
Oh
else.
well, yeah.
Oh,
I
no
mean,
worries. We'll figure it out.
yeah,
Just
because of that. That's
Just
not
because
all
of the
about,
website. It doesn't
it's
matter.
the comedian
Right.
side where I can
Right.
take the time with the whiteboard and teach on video a simple equation about what I'm talking about, and I draw it with my hand and wear my silly white coat and come up with a comedy level and base. Remember Beekman's World?
I remember, yes,
Slightly.
but no.
Slightly. I know it's like slightly.
I know the name.
Well, I love Beekman's World and
Yeah.
Bill Nye the Science Guy and all of that. And I was thinking, well, maybe we could go back to like the old days in the Understanding the Sky series, where I was pointing things out, and I would go all the way down to basics on a whiteboard and draw and show examples of the orbital model of the Nibiru group and the binary system model, or something I saw this week in basic hand drawings, and do a very short clip for 5 minutes or whatever and post those.
Yeah. I like the ones. Well, it was like a slideshow. Like you were just going over pictures and
Right,
talking
and I
about
just
what
bring
was
people what we
what.
saw this week, and this is what I saw, and I could draw it out on the board ahead of time, and then just come up with the camera and say, "Hi, it's me. This is what I saw this week. I'm going to give you 3.5 minutes of this is what we see, and here's my hand drawing," and then end it short and go from there. And that way, maybe we could hit the TikTok shorts, or we could do the YouTube shorts. A lot of people don't want to listen to 8 hours and 44 minutes worth of show.
Well,
And,
But it's a good number, 88.
I noticed you're doing something with your hands there, Nicolle. Did you know that I found a new power this week?
You were mentioning it. What did you find?
I'm doing the hand gestures through Buddhist hand gestures that I've learned, and I have now found a new. It's weird. It's like cold liquid jello, and when I raise my hands in the gesture, this jello is like manipulable, and I can feel it in my hands. It's like a cold, vaporous plasma that you can't see, but I can feel it. It was really cool. And so I found something new. I don't know what it is, but I feel it.
That's good.
Yeah, it's weird. I mean, there's actually a liquid plasma like cold to it as I raise.
Liquid light?
I don't know, but as I raise my hands in the hand gestures, there's a new sensation at my fingertips between my last two fingers. And it's sort of like trying to grab ice cold jello that's floating in space.
That is way cool.
I can feel it. It is. It's weird, and it happened. I was sitting there I found it, and I was like, okay, this is interesting. And then later I came back again. I raised my hand. I was doing the Om chant and doing my daily talk to the universe, because I talk to the people above and the passing crops and the plants and all that, because I feel them and I talk back. And then I'm raising my fingers up, and all of a sudden it's like I grabbed wet, cold jello. What the hell is this? And it kept wiggling just outside my grasp in my fingers, and the more I manipulated my hands, it was really cool, and it was like touching wet cold, but I couldn't see it. It was really cool. I played with it for like a half hour. It was really cool.
It sounds like the modern day slime, kind of is
Right,
what it sounds like. Yeah.
But it was floating and elusive, and I could roll it into the palm of my hands by grasping it, but it kept moving. It was weird. It was floating. It was cold and wet, but I couldn't see it. It's really unique. I mean, that's why I noticed well enough that I'm mentioning it. Otherwise, I wouldn't mention it. But it was weird and new.
Yeah. That's kind of.
It was tangible and magic.
Definitely. Hey, real quick, I know that this is because she's going to send a card or something, but Aaliyah wanted to know, how do you spell your daughter's names? I don't want to misspell. I know Nova is Nova, like the star Nova, right?
Correct. And Shiloh is like normally Shiloh, except we left the H off. It's Shilo. Shiloh.
Yeah.
And she's loving and very shy. So her name's perfect.
Yeah. And that
is one beautiful, wonderful child. I bless every day that I get to talk to her.
That's awesome. Super
and
awesome.
Nova confounds me and argues with me and challenges me. She's like mini me.
Those mini me's, we gotta love them, right?
Yeah. You can't argue with yourself. You cannot.
It's hard to discipline yourself.
Yeah, and I didn't listen to them. Why the hell, why should she listen to me?
Gosh, it's so hard to tell them that I know when they're lying, and they're like, "No, you don't. No, you don't."
Yeah, they are definitely their mother's children too. On top of it, it's like, okay, I couldn't deal with you. How can I deal with them? Okay.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, that was semi-cruel. I apologize. It's also TMI. Too much information.
Nova's the older one. Nova's what, 17
Nova
now?
Is 7. Nova is 17, and Shiloh is going to be 15 this year. Yeah.
Nova turned 17 in February. I know there was a question whether or not she was an Aquarius or what earth sign she was.
Yeah, 17 now. Christ, 14 years ago, she was 3. She was 3 when we started this.
Wow. Yes.
And Shiloh was a newborn. Her mom walked out, and Shiloh was 28 days old. Shiloh was an unbelievably easy baby. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Jesus.
So was my second.
And Nova was a handful. And she, Nova did not require sleep. And the doctor said, well, perhaps this is a child that does not require sleep. And she would sleep for an hour and run around for 8. And sleep for an hour and run around for 8. And meanwhile, I was being deprived of sleep really bad as a dad.
That's real bad.
Nova has interesting life habits that we will someday discuss. And so I was like, and this is why I barely sleep now. It's still, I only sleep 4 hours. Because Nova took away my sleep process from me.
I don't know. I don't know that you would be sleeping much more than that without her anyway. I mean, I've never really been able to get much
we know the
more than 5 hours.
planetary changes are completely changing celestial people. And our requirements are changing, including our dietary changes, our sleep changes. We are changing.
Yes.
And if you're advanced, you're going through all kinds of crazy shit. I promise you.
Boy.
And it's exterior. It's not you. It's the cosmos messing with you. I promise.
But
I learn to get used to it and like write it off and walk away from it.
There's as much stuff that is going on outside and impacts us in not such a great way, there are a lot of modalities out there to help you feel better. Sam mentioned 528 hertz. You can find any kind of binaural beats. You can find there's all kinds of stuff on YouTube. You can actually go to a sound bath where people will play crystal bowls or Tibetan quartz bowls, Tibetan brass bowls, sorry. All of those things are very, very soothing. And with the advancements already taking place, you may find a lot of relief in them. And
or even all the way down to chamomile tea.
Yeah, you can use tea. You can use, it doesn't have to be sound therapy. Anything that you are being led to, like Sam had said, trust yourself. But you'll never know what could happen unless you try it. Like the Tibetan brass singing bowls, I had them played on my body, like on my hands, and there was one on my chest. And all of about 15
works really good.
about 15 minutes, and I found myself as an infant waking up in Buddha's arms, like I was a baby being held by Buddha. So it's incredible what you can experience by relaxing, by allowing yourself. And yes, it can be as simple as a glass of chamomile tea.
Yeah, you just have the idea is to not over medicate and not listen to modern science and here take this pill, but actually stick to naturopathic. And as a matter of fact, I have a bunch of nice stuff that Lucinda made for me. I still have a couple bottles of colloidal silver to fight the bacteria, and I've got some lung stuff where I'll take a tablespoon of the stuff she made me, which has got herbs in it that are good for the lungs and all of this. And so
Right.
learn about naturopathic, get away from the medicine and the fake or the synthetic, and go back to nature. Watch your diet, watch what you're cooking from. Stay away from frozen foods or processed foods. You'll get more from natural. And if you actually go back to, cooking from scratch, you will find a lot of better balance in your diet and your
Right.
health.
I mean, if you're surviving off of frozen meals from the grocery
Yeah, you're
store,
in trouble.
even if they look good, even if they might taste all right, look at what's in them. And a lot
Yeah.
of things are now, even Oreos, are being made with genetically modified ingredients, which messes with your DNA.
And your
That
body
changes
can't get
your
rid of it.
DNA.
It sequesters it. You gain weight because it doesn't know what to do with it.
Right, right. What was the other thing? Oh, yes, shop around the outside of the grocery store. Stay away from the inner aisles because that's all your processed. It's food-like substances that we're eating now. It's not actually real food, and that really does make a
Pay
difference.
attention to your water source. Do not drink water out of plastic bottles. Get a filtration system. Take a little time. Step
And
back in history. It's not all about convenience. It's
if
about
you
eating right.
and if you don't already know, please do consider stopping the use of fluoride toothpaste
Yeah. Oh,
because
biggie.
fluoride is actually poisonous. They have to,
Baking
the
soda and water.
people, when they fluoridate the water, they are in hazmat suits dealing with this chemical that they're
No,
putting
I've
into
been
the
I've
water.
been in the water processing plant in Missoula. I've been in there. You don't want to have anything to do with what they're doing in there.
No,
Yeah, it
and
calcifies the pineal
calcifies
gland of the human
yes.
brain, and it
And
blocks you from knowledge.
which is what the calcification of the pineal gland blocks you from knowledge, blocks you from your own internal knowing, right? The double whammy, though, is performed with the calcification on the pineal gland when you are also using aluminum. You're drinking out of aluminum soda cans. You're eating
Yeah,
out
pour it in a
of
glass with ice.
aluminum. You're getting your canned food is in aluminum. This is a big one. It's been linked to breast cancer. You are
Alzheimer's.
constantly putting aluminum-based anti-deodorant and deodorant and antiperspirant on your lymph nodes. There's lymph nodes here, so that actually will also work against your pineal gland, and it also can increase the cause of the cancer, and men suffer from breast cancer as well. These are things that you don't want to mess with.
Right, you need to get back to natural and make sure that your magnetosphere, your personal body electricity, is a circle. Go outside. I mean, how many people actually touch their bare feet on the ground?
I don't think a lot of them, unless they're going to the beach, unless you're beachgoers,
If
maybe
you're
people going
wearing
to the lake.
shoes and you don't touch, if you're wearing shoes, you get 0 from Earth. If you're touching your
Correct.
bare feet to the ground, you get 235 volts in humming. It'll go hum,
And it doesn't take very long.
You'll feel it in your feet. And then, even Tesla talked about this. This is the natural electricity of Mother Earth talking to you. You
And
cannot
healing you.
grow without Earth. Earth will teach you what she has been telling you your whole life. And the question is, did you stop to listen? It is. It's there. It's real. You wouldn't believe what I can do with talking to Mother Earth, and like my friend said, no more forest magic. You can't do that, Sam. We're not going to be here. You got to go away. I've done. You wouldn't believe what you can do, and this is where Buddha did that as well. And there, when you connect to Earth and the knowledge and the things that I've seen and done, and the people that have contacted me, and the elevation of who I am and what I can do, everybody can learn this. You just have to step across the threshold of belief.
I know that when I, sorry,
there's
go ahead.
entities, there's spirits, there's things that are around us every day that we don't even see because we're so caught up in driving or going to work or picking up the kids from soccer or whatever. You got to. There's so much more. There is so much more.
Pay attention when you get up. If you're one of those people that gets up in the middle of the night to go and use the little scientist room,
there you go.
Pay attention because you'll see stuff. That's when you'll definitely sit like you're half awake and you're like, oh, I want to deal with you today. Not right now, thanks.
Yeah, and if you do see something out of the corner of your eye, usually, and I'll talk about ghosts because I know a lot about them. If you see something fly above you out of the corner of your eye and you see a flash of light, it's real.
And it does make driving hard. That is one thing that I've noticed.
Driving
Sam,
through spirits.
is that I do have that happen more often now.
I couldn't tell you the number of times I've run over the ghost in the middle of the road trying to get my attention. And I wish I could dare to even stop and talk to them. But the problem is once you start talking to ghosts, they want to come home with you, and you don't want that. And they're lost. They're concerned. It is not what they were told that would happen to them. They expected to go to heaven, and they don't get picked up as fast as often as one would assume. It occurs, but not in the way that we were taught. And that is the breaking part of the religion and all of the stuff that I was told by the Pleiadian, that I could completely change everything, but I do not dare tell people all the story behind it.
I don't even know how I was going to go there.
Yeah, I try not to, but I've learned all these things. I did study shamanism. I have the ranking of a shaman. I can do the magic. I have taken my stages. I've learned. I've gone even to the Four Corners, and I learned from the Hopis. And they told me, this one grandfather guy, he says, "Oh, you're going to do this. Go do this up at the lake." And he gave me this prophecy to go follow. And we went up to the lake when he told me at the comet and all of this. We took photographs, and we saw unbelievable things that has completely drastically changed my life. So I fully believe in the connection between tribal Indian medicine and everything because I was raised with it also. I'm up near Montana. We have reservation. We had friends of our family were American Indians. And so I was raised with all of that. So it is real. There's a lot to it. Unbelievable amounts to it. And, the funny part about it is, we think we're only, X amount, 9,000 years old or 20,000 years old or 40,000 years old. No, this magic goes back millions of years through other races that are us, but not us. Other versions of us. There were other races that lived here as well that were not us.
That too.
They've come and gone and left and gone and and until the war that happened 300,000 years ago and the takeover of what Earth is now, there used to be a completely different thing going on, and all of that is still here. It's just separate, and the trick is to learn. And when you go out in the mountains and you feel that you're being watched, or there's something in the mountain range.
Oh, you are.
It's real, and even the Sherpas in Tibet and all this. They go up the mount, whatever, and they climb that. They ask permission of the spirits in the mountain before they ever go up, because there's a reason for it, because it's real. It is.
There's a lot about that, about Shasta.
Oh, yeah. There's entities to mountain. There's entities to the forest. There's entities
everywhere you go.
Spirit, there's entities to water and mud and you name it. There's so much that we don't see. There are
Edgar,
there's cryptids, there's Bigfoot, there's all of these reports are all real.
Edgar Casey likened it to the way we don't see it. It's very much like when you turn on a fan, you see the fan blade when it is not on. When you turn the fan on, that fan blade disappears and you basically don't even see it. You might see a little film of it, right, as it's going so fast, rotating, but that's essentially what he likened it to, why so many of us don't see it, but it's there.
It's a question of knowing it's there and
Feeling it,
very,
knowing
like
it.
I tell people in your development, you actually have to take a few steps backwards and go back to your childhood and the real beliefs of what we knew before we really knew what we were not supposed to know and
Your
what
imaginary
society
friend.
told us we shouldn't believe in.
Your
And
imaginary
and I've always raised my kids into Nova is very, very clairvoyant, and she knows things ahead of time, and she sees things, and she reads through people, and she can go, "Oh, that person's thinking that," and she's really right. And I try not to promote it in an arrogant way, but I do promote it in a learning environment.
I think it's going to keep her safe.
Well, they already know, and they're already part of the story as well. That's why I knew about them a decade before they were born, because after I'm gone, they are going to be the part of me that other people are going to look after because it's a direct connection.
Right.
This isn't a role that will continue on.
See.
It is a bloodline.
Yeah.
And Nova does have the Sumer bump.
Nice.
Yeah. And look that up if you don't know what I'm talking about.
Which is actually something that you have been very, very quiet about until, I mean,
I don't want to be arrogant about it. I don't want to create a divisionism. I don't want to say, well, we have it and you don't.
Sure.
And,
but I'm just saying, with the sixth seal, the sixth
right
cycle,
well,
the sun,
okay.
sun.
All right, cough drop. Hold on.
You're a little more loose-lipped with this stuff now, so.
Oh God, I'm at my last cough drop. Got to buy
that
more.
Was my point. But I do think that it's possible that it's probably a good thing too, because it does wear on you so much, and because
the Sumer bump is a bloodline of the RH, and where the rocket scientists come from, people with high IQs and high, what you would call a gypsy effect, where you can read tarot cards, read minds, see things ahead of time. That's the best expression I could give you. Would be the more or the Roma, the gypsies, the Jews, the gypsies, the Roma, some of the Germanic tribes. The bloodline, it's an extraterrestrial bloodline. The bump on the back of our skulls is a genetic marker for upgraded, high-grade human bloodline, and I don't want to go there. I don't want to stand there and say, well, I'm of a higher race,
right.
But we are part of the Sumer bump is it's an upgrade marker. My mother was extremely proud of mine.
So since you mentioned that, what was it that she knew about it to be proud of it? You know what I mean?
That comes from the Jewish bloodline, and the Jewish magic, and where the Esquire comes from, the family bloodline title going all the way back to Charlemagne, blah 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 blah.
Got it. Huh. Well,
and this is, of course, this is why, in after World War II, Einstein and other rocket scientists were gathered by the U.S. government to bring them into the fold. High IQs, high skills, thinking out, they're thinking out of the box people. And that was partially why I was approached, was because of my IQ and scores and bloodline.
And that is Sumer, like Sumer, like Sumeria, right?
Correct.
You are welcome, shamelessly voracious.
Let's hope you are shamelessly voracious in your studies.
Yes, that's how.
And I don't want to brag on that, but I am Dutch, and I come from the group of people where the Northern Germanic tribes migrated into this placement from other bloodlines going all the way back a few thousand years, and we hint about, yeah, you're smiling, I see you know what I'm talking about, but I'm not going to go there because then they'd really burn me at the stake. But I'm not going to tell all my lineage, but we go back, and I'll just go back to the Highlander series, and there can be only one, which isn't true. There are many, and the puzzle pieces in the bloodline, it's all part of the plan that they incorporated many generations ago for individuals to be able to think outside the box in ways that man may not be up to speed for, but are due for. Do you follow that?
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I'm the early indigo here to tell you everybody an upgrade. And this is why I'm handing out the binary and the names of the planets, and why I'm handing out the information that I'm handing out, because this is my job.
All on an indigo colored phone, microphone.
There you go.
There you go. I mean, had to have that detail included, right?
And I'm sure that you saw that my horoscope taken in, God, what year did they do that? It was literally like 2011 from Regi.
Hello, Belgium.
From the Cloud Cloak Society. She had people sent over, and they took my photograph, and I was red in the purple blue in the chakra aura spectrum. And they did my star chart and all of this, and they said that they had never seen anybody like me. And my triads and squares were just unbelievable. And there was a big to-do about that in the early years. And I've never tried to brag or boast on that. And I do have a very high government-rated IQ, according to them. I don't even care. And it's, Sheldon Cooper. You can cross-reference that with Sheldon Cooper on TV. TV character, not a real figure. But, he admits it in the show series. Go do your homework. And yeah, I'm trying, here I'm still chuckling over Lana going, Sam, tell him who you are.
Well, I'm headed to Arkansas next month, too.
Well, she's very religious, and she's a wonderful lady, and she's been horrendously kind to my children over the years.
Awesome.
And she helped me get through a great deal of those years alone by having someone in. I remember she's a minister. She's ordained, and she helped me with a lot of good guidance throughout the years, and I'm very thankful. And I would not made it without her. And got me through some really terrible, lonely times. So it's like we got here. So and I'm standing on the columns of the foundation that she helped in place. The stonework of the granite. Excuse me.
It is nice to hear about Lana.
Yeah, and she's a wonderfully elderly woman, and she's alone, and she's suffering with the loss of her husband recently, and it's a sad thing.
Right.
And financial in Arkansas. Arkansas is like a really rough place to live financially if you're elderly. And this is why I bitch about that they're not taking good enough care of any of the elderly people in our country, and we need to really, really pay them back for all the shit that they laid out for us that we take for granted right now, including many other things. People should live better if you're elderly and retired. We should take better care of them. We're not stupid. We spend more money on bombs than we do people.
Right.
Oh, it's a bad thing. That's wrong.
Very.
People that counts are people that spent a lifetime to be here. So we should appreciate them. And we're not doing that enough.
We're here because of them.
Right. Right. We wouldn't have, Route 66. I'm joking. How we're treating our world and our people and our poor and our starving. Hey, I tell you what, let's battle poverty, not the poor.
What was that?
Don't battle poverty, or let's battle poverty. Let's not battle the poor. Let's not hate the poor, because you don't even hear about the poor, and the poor are always looked down like they're wrong. No, we have to battle poverty, not the poor.
Right.
And we need to change our society. Currently, mental health is being placed in prison, not in hospitals where they deserve to be. Not
or they're on the streets.
Or on the streets and homeless camps, whatever.
Trying to survive.
We need to fund our schools. We've completely defunded our schools. It's stupid.
We need to revamp the schools and what they're teaching rather than the propaganda that they're serving up and indoctrination.
All gets more money than the schools right now. It's wrong.
It's very wrong. It's terrible.
Parks and trees, there's more money spent on parks and trees than there are schools.
Right.
Roundabouts, traffic lights, nothing for the schools.
Right.
There's children freezing their asses off in rooms where the ceilings are falling down on them.
There's children that are starving.
Yeah, there's children that are starving all over this country, and we're handing out money to Israel. Or, I think we should stop funding other countries a little bit. Let's take $1 million from every country and hand that to the public school system or the food stamp program or the Hungry Children Fund. Even $1 million from every program would fund our schools.
Yeah.
So we're wrong. I don't know what the hell they're doing. I don't know what the hell they're doing. We've had the biggest do-nothing Congress and House and Senate for a decade now, and they've done nothing except gather paychecks.
Mm-hmm.
$198,000 a year for talking.
And getting nothing accomplished.
Bingo.
But further putting us and our children into incredible debt.
Yeah, right. And we're gonna have to drag this all back. And guess what? We're about to find out the hard way.
Right.
And when the shit hits the fan and everybody wonders what do we do, who are you gonna ask? It's all by design.
See.
Not cool.
Indeed.
Not cool. And now you know why I walked. I knew I was being lied to. I didn't want to be part of it.
Agree.
I'm terribly sorry. I cannot lie to other people.
Mm-mm.
And I know and I see. I know the planets are there. I see the planets are there. I know that the aliens are there. I see them up there. I know the aliens are beyond. I know the universe is bigger. I know that magic works. I know that shamanism works. I know that Buddhism works. I know that the religions are incorrect and inaccurate because I got an off-world source. Hello. I don't know any other way to do this than to try to talk to one person at a time and share my story again and again and again until people run with this. And only you can change and be the change you seek. I can't do it alone. I can't.
No.
And that's why I started 14 years ago.
And that's why Rebecca mentioned a video, and I am going to be. Oh, hey, about the videos.
Yes.
I found out that there's another reason that I am a huge fan of droids, and I've just never ever been able to jive with the Apple phones. Apple iTunes, love that.
Mm-hmm.
Don't like the phones. Don't like the phones. Why? Why am I mentioning that? Well, I was making the videos about the watermarks, and I have one ready for the Android phones. But guess what? Apple, you can't do it. They don't make it possible for you to do. You actually have to go in and edit your photos and add your own watermark. Now, there are apps that you can get that will do it for you, but you could also just switch to a Droid and be able to do it without
And if
an
you
app.
use a home computer, you could save your pictures to a file, and then you would go back to the file in the main computer area, and you open it with Paint, and then you hand type in your watermark over the top of it prior to posting to Facebook,
Yes, you could do that too. But
which is how
yes.
I do it. You know,
Good.
the funny thing is we all, most everyone does live off of your phone. And it blows me away because I see these pictures on a 43-inch screen. And you guys are looking at them on these little 5-inchers or whatever, or 7-inch.
One of the members originally commented that it was if you could get them into a thumbnail view, a lot of times you could see things a lot easier.
There are cases that you can actually see better in the thumbnails. I have noticed that over at God, since the early days. And that's what gathered me a lot of the time was the thumbnail will actually, especially if you're looking at the dark areas first on the picture. Once you get the pattern match in your brain and you see the thumbnail, it just grabs you and you go, I see it right there. Yeah, instantly. So that too is a very prominent point of how to find the passing planets. Oh, by the way, you have a short like that, Rebecca, on YouTube, is how to recognize the passing planets. I love that video. That's a good video.
Thanks. I'm not sure which one.
Well, it's listed in how to recognize the passing planets.
No, well, there's a couple that's like that.
You want me to go and find a copy of it while we're sitting here?
You want to?
I'll go on the one I'm talking about.
I've used that title more than once. So
it's like gotten a lot of views lately.
But there is, it's like, how is it recent?
Yeah, how to recognize the planets of our binary twin solar system.
Yeah,
it's 1 month ago. I got a copy of it right now. It's got that soundtrack. Okay, I'm going to send it to you. Oh, well, you're not even on my list here. There you are. Okay. I'll send it to the same place I send you the toilet paper thing, and you can grab that link and see which one I'm talking. It's right up on YouTube.
But wasn't it this one, Sam? Let's see.
Okay, let me come back to StreamYard.
It's a race. It always is. Like, maybe it's this one.
I sent you the link. You can look at the link and see it. But yeah, that's the one with the soundtrack.
Yeah.
Yeah. I like music.
We kind of looked at this one.
It's so accurate, and it's so.
Hours, we should watch it. Yeah. I love this part. You wouldn't even think anything is there, but you see that line going across.
And you're accurate, and you have figured it out.
Yeah.
You know the parking lot 360. You've got it in your head. You've plotted them in your mind. And there again is the Saturn Zion Trail, just as drawn. And there you go.
That's the
magic behind it right there.
I got choked when I realized I was on my way to my daughter-in-law's birthday party, and I was driving when I looked at the sky, and I was just like, what in the world? Look at the, how they're doing. I knew what I was seeing, and I couldn't wait to get parked so I could get out of the car.
And that side drawing matched it within a week. Didn't it?
Yeah, it did. It did.
I drew it ahead of time, and there it is.
Right.
And that's what's insane about this is, the accuracy. It even blows me away. And I don't know how I do it, and yet I do it. Month after month after month after month after year after year. And Rebecca said, well, this truly does prove that Sam is directly linked to this. And I just go, you're right. Yeah, you know, I can't argue with it anymore.
There's no
I mean,
way.
if we would have been down year 3 and, you know, I know what I'm talking about, like the Money Boys, you know, they did that after about 2 years and went off and told everybody they knew what was going on, and they didn't. If I'd have done that back then, it'd be one thing, but no, we're 14 years down the road, and it's accurate.
Exactly. All those comparisons I've made,
Yep.
hundreds.
And I wish you'd get a whole bunch of those, and just we could spend a whole show just showing those. My drawing, your picture. Please gather a whole bunch of those up.
I have
Those
them.
are the best part of all of what we do.
Right.
And I say we because I do the drawings, you put the comparatives together, and you have led, God, thousands of us for 5-6 years now with those comparatives, and they're awesome.
Good.
I agreed.
Thanks. I agree. Some of them.
I wish you'd do way more of them, please, please, please.
Okay.
Because
I
they
will do
are that good, and that's
And
why you and I are doing this. Why we talked about you doing a show ahead of time and getting Jesus all involved in this. And comparatives, you put your captures or our captures, which we share, and then you match up that picture with the drawing, and you show everybody right there that they match, and then on top of it, that if everybody knows that I draw them ahead of time, that adds to the reality of how miraculous this actually is.
Oh, sure. That's why I always, stress with anybody I'm telling this about is that the drawings are always in advance. It's always, regardless of what I'm pairing it up with, it's always an older, it's always predates the photographs.
Yeah, and I'm sitting, at my dining room table in pre-dawn hours, drawing this out with pen in hand and crayon, or I joked, colored pencils. I don't use crayons. I've been accused of crayon drawing. My 5-year-old can draw better crayon drawings, but anyway, that's the joke behind it. And I've done this for years, and it just keeps going and going and going, and they're accurate. So we know we're right. We know we are right.
Right. That's
because they match and they match.
That's how we know. I mean, it's because I'm sure there's people out there that think, how do I word it? That what
I'm not copying pictures. I am not sitting in front of the computer and drawing these. I am drawing them completely separate. Yeah, I draw them at the table completely. I don't even turn the computer on. I go out in the living room, I draw them, and then I post them. And then within anywhere from 2 hours to 2 weeks, we get almost exact matches. And that's I'm still amazed by that. And that's why I'm running with this, going, we're accurate. Because we can accurately display what is occurring and what will occur.
That's right, Michelle. We have officially broken our
Have we? Did we?
Well, we did about 5 minutes ago.
Yay!
I know. No, I'm glad we hung on. If you can't get that close and not, not at least break it again. Yeah. So
wait till we do our 24-hour marathon.
Oh, golly. I was going to say, are we going to be like waking up with some of them that went to bed already?
That's right.
Yeah, no, we got our pizzas and our potato chips and our egg salad sandwiches together and our gallon of milk and 14 pops and,
Yeah.
87 cough drops. And all right, we're on hour 23. We can make this marathon, people. Now's the time for you to send in your donations. We have to make enough money to buy a computer for Rebecca or whatever,
Right. Yeah.
For those of you who remember the muscular dystrophy, Jerry Lewis telethons.
Easter seals.
Yeah.
I remember.
Yeah.
Jerry
Well, I'm
Lewis.
beginning to wonder what it's going to take so we can raise enough money to upgrade everybody who's working on this, so they can,
Right.
get away from using their phone or or a bad laptop or whatever what we're trying to do. And we
Yeah.
are trying to go a higher grade, and we do have to pay for all of these apps that we use. And I'm writing my $150 a month plus, so I'm trying to pay for this. It's out of pocket. We need donations, people. I'm sorry to say, but we do.
It costs money to do this stuff,
Yes.
I think people know.
And so when that's why we're hoping and praying that the site will actually run and produce, and if it doesn't, we'll still do it anyway. If we step up, we step up. If we don't step up, we don't step up. We'll just keep going, and that's what we're doing. That's why we're here. 5:30 a.m. in the UK. Thank you, Experimental.
Wow.
I'm sorry. We'll shut up anytime soon. I promise.
Told you we'd be waking up with some of them.
Sure enough.
Me,
5:30.
I'm not going to shut up until someone tells me to.
Well, I'm not going to be the one to do that.
Oh no, you guys actually absolutely have permission. Going,
I wouldn't say shut
Sam.
up. I would say it's time to play Star Wars, Sam. See, like
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
Yeah,
You
and
believe how many times my friends in the forest said, "Shut up, Sam." Okay.
Yeah.
I
I learned that
wanna
from
tell-
Jesus.
I want to say to Tara Nelson, who has been sharing this with some friends of hers, and she's been told to show them something that's not clouds.
Oh, yeah.
Oh boy,
And
I have
she's
tons of that.
Her
Yeah,
dear
we have
friend
those.
is just too closed. And I want to say that continue sharing as long as you feel comfortable, but know that you are planting a seed.
Rebecca, would you like me to send you the base #1 picture of Nibiru?
You can, or I mean, you can. I probably have it.
Well, it's
You
the one
mean-
that we also used in the Radio Wasteland, but I can grab you a copy, and if you can produce it, or even if you have to show it on your phone,
Right.
whatever. Show you a planet without clouds around it. You bet. I got one right, drop of
I
a
think
hat here. Heartbeat away. Okay, there it is.
It's the one
I
that
am
looks like a
sending
planet,
it to
right?
you.
Like
I mean, we
literally.
all-
The one that I stared at for like 3 or 4 years before realizing that his Saturn was also in front of it. I laugh at myself every
Oh,
time I look
yeah.
at this picture.
I remember that one.
Well, and there is also Isatum's yellow moon that I caught.
Oh yeah,
with,
or Nepesi or Atu or Yuri. Or,
Navarro.
yeah, we have
Um,
individual pictures of all the planets without clouds around them when they were still out in space, when they were still small. And now they've gotten so big, and we're so current on what we, try to share the current information only generically, so we don't confuse older people. This one goes way back, and
I gotta
Go ahead.
back out and come back in, so I'll be
Okay.
gone for about 2 seconds. Yeah.
okay.
Okay.
And the thing with it is we have more than one photo of what she's about to show you in different colors from the SETI twin cameras and all of this stuff from around the world, scientific captures as well that match. And we watched over many years period where the picture from 2012, 2015, 2018 they all matched. And so that's why we know what we're posting and what is what. We've had enough facial comparisons of the smaller planets over the years. No, yeah, this is this is that, this is this. And we haven't been guessing. We're not that group showing all those red, what are they, the Nibiru complex people that are running around the news feed right now. Sorry, you're wrong. You're filming the micro stuff, and not even seeing the big planet. It's bad. You're capturing asteroids and calling it the Nibiru complex system. Nope. Sorry. Went through that a couple times this week already. Have you got it yet?
Rob, oh, sorry. I was pulling it up. on my end too. Is this the one? Is this one that Sam? Is that?
Sorry, I'm just making. Yeah, there you go.
Is that it? Okay.
Yep, that's the one. And in front of it in that black area on the lower right hand corner is his Saturn and his Saturn's yellow moon. Although I stared at it for like 3 or 4 years before I saw that. It was like duh, and it has to do with the lighting. But there is the planet Nibiru with mountain ranges and oceans and people and you name it. It's one of the best close-ups we have of it. We also have this in red. We also have it in blue. We also have it in dozens and dozens of other captures where the land masses all match, time after time. And I don't use this often because I drew it upside down. Why? I do not know.
Huh.
But I drew this out of my head. I didn't draw this copying it or anything, but I drew this out of my head years ago, like 2013. Yeah. And using my skills, and we know how well my planetary drawings have turned out.
I was going to say, there at the bottom, like those fingers.
Right.
What you call it. I mean, I have really been seeing that a lot lately. I mean, it almost looks like Nepicity, but it's different.
Yeah, but they're wider apart, and it's more stout, almost to snorkel, Nepicity snorkel, but not. Yeah. It's not open core, but it is fingers. It's like a hand holding it, and it's also got a drop thing below it. But we haven't really seen a lot of it because we saw it for 2011, 2012, 2013, 2014, and then it went up and goodbye, and then everything got in the way, and then it went away from us, and then we didn't see it for quite a few years. And only when it came back around 2019, which is what we refer to the Dr. Phil era, which was another capture guy back in when this started right here, what we're looking at. That is Nibiru and his Saturn's yellow moon right in front of us, right there.
I mean, there's not too many clouds there. I mean,
you're looking at the illuminated side face of planets.
Brown, blue thing.
You're not seeing the land masses like we have. We have pictures in 2012. And I sat in my yard in 2012 and watched the planet with those land masses rotate in front of me. I was trying to scream at people, and I had 50 members back then. And then I had 1,000 members, and then I had 10,000 members, and then I had whatever. And I tried to share this with people, and nobody jumped on board all these years. I saw land masses. I saw a Nana and a Melsaru. Oceans, clouds, city lights. I try to, express this, and people go, okay, I don't believe you,
Right.
Because it was way back then.
3 horns. I see him right there.
Yeah.
That's what I get.
Oh, and then we went through the Hi, Maria. We went through the pareidolia, and people, I see faces in the clouds. Oh, it's the dragon. Oh, it's this. Oh, it's that. And we got such a quagmire swamp of, Nibiru's red, and it ain't here yet, and we'd be dead. And we went through years and years and years of disbelievers, naysayers, and trolls. And we earned our placement. Thank you. We are number 1, period. Hey, and if you're better, come on over and talk to us. We'd love to discuss it.
I don't think anybody else has anything remotely close to this information.
No.
Yeah, but we're the crazy ones.
Yeah.
Right.
Well,
we're the kooky people who are talking about something that couldn't possibly be. I'm referring to that Dan guy that recorded. I mean, I love the man. He does good work, but dude, it's happening right before our very eyes. Where you been? What rock have you been living under? And maybe you're good at what you do, and you got lots of viewers, but you need to do some homework, dude. We proved this long time ago.
That is true.
Thank you, Maria. I'm. Have you been here the whole time?
Yeah.
She's brave, man.
It's been I don't know if Rocket Man knows, but we topped our record tonight for the longest episode ever.
Yay!
Number 54. We're at what?
All right,
9
nobody
hours,
expects to see
36
me
minutes?
tomorrow. I'm going to be sleeping. You know.
Oh my gosh!
I'm pouring out all my cosmic
Who
life
does
force
that?
to you guys here. I'm going to be drained.
Oh, that's so funny.
Episode
I'm joking.
54 is actually episode 9 in numerology, and I know Sam's not a huge
Yes.
fan of that, but like 9 is the number of moon, and you know all
I
of
didn't
it
say it
comes back
wasn't.
to
Yeah.
I
9, 9, 9,
listened
9,
to it.
9, 9, 9. So
I listen to
9
it. I
hours.
just don't live by it.
okay.
You have a
Thank you
blue
for correcting
arm.
that.
Trying to
Oh
get your
yes,
attention.
yes. I
The
suddenly
magic
sprouted
blue
a
arm of destiny.
Oh boy.
son. He's
Oh, he's allowed to make a cameo. Peek your face in and say hi.
going to say hi to everybody. Yeah, no, I'm
No,
good.
not right now.
Okay, then wave.
Not ready to be
Now,
a
now you
star
have
yet.
to wave. You have to wave.
You have to wave at least.
Your cameo hand.
Okay, good.
Hello.
Good.
Nice to meet you.
It's a
Greetings from
mystery.
Montana and Montana
Okay.
Skywatchers.
Greetings from Montana, Skywatchers, and Montana.
Yes.
Yeah, they're saying hello to you. Hello back, he
Oh.
says.
And by the way, people around the world are watching your magic, now famous hand.
Yes, people around the world are watching your now famous magic hand.
That's true. That's true.
Right before all of that was going on, I was searching because you said right before my very eyes, and I was like, "That's a song lyric. That's a song." I know songs, right?
By
So
Chicago. By Chicago.
yes, because I was like, I think it's Peter Cetera. It's his voice singing it. It's got to be Chicago. That's what the song is actually. That's
Yeah.
the title of the
Yeah.
song.
I live my
Right
music
before
metaphors.
your
You
very-
bet.
Right before your
You
very
bet.
eyes. So.
Thank you, Source. Thank you, connection to my musical education. I used to be, if you ever watched the movie Doctor Strange, I knew all the songs in the 70s and 80s and early 90s, and I knew when they came out. I could remember it. And then after the 90s, it sort of went to hell.
Yeah.
Once I got bombed with hip hop, I lost it all. I was like, no, I
Music
can't go
went to
there. And
hell.
I was running a hip hop nightclub. I should have memorized it, but I didn't want to. I was too busy. I was making killer Bloody Marys and margaritas. Anyway,
Oh, hey, it's a talent. It's a skill.
oh hey, I loved my bar days. I was on stage 24 hours a day. The moment I got, I was the center of attention. Never piss off your bartender.
I do not miss
And-
my bar days.
Oh yeah, well, I swam. I swam in
Oh,
the
God.
ocean of the bar,
Like a
and
fish.
I walked away from it. I lived to tell the tale. I arg mateys. I even know
Right?
why pirates. I know why pirates had one side of their hat tipped up.
What?
Oh,
You know why?
the big hat that the pirates wore with the feather, and they were always one side was brimmed up.
Oh, okay. Yes. Yes. Yes.
Well, that way, when they rose their sword to their shoulder while attacking, if they're right-handed, they would not knock their round hat off their head and momentarily blind themselves. So they would fold up that edge. That way, when they do it a cross slash or a downward slash, they wouldn't knock their hat out of the way prior to attacking.
Well, did not know that.
And that had okay. And now during the Colonial War, they did the what they referred to as the tricorn, and they would fold up. 1776. The American troops and everything would fold up with a tricorn hat. That way, when they switched their arms on their rifle from right shoulder to left, they wouldn't knock their hat off either. And function became fashion. And it had to do with swinging your sword and mounting your rifle upon your shoulder.
Did not
And
know
that's why
that
they had a
either.
folded up hat. They wouldn't knock
Right.
their own hat off every time they raised a weapon or switched shoulders.
I was almost sure you were going to go with the Captain Morgan, everybody putting out their leg up or something.
Arg mateys, indeed it was.
Yeah. There's actually a pirate day. Talk like a pirate, and I have a
Oh
fun
yeah,
time with that.
one
It's
of
in
my
September.
favorite pirate songs is Wellerman.
Yes.
The Wellerman
Yes. That
song.
one a lot. Yes.
My daughters know that song even, and they know it by heart.
Oh boy. I'm sure we
Oh
all
yeah,
do, right?
oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Soon may the Wellermen come to
Uh,
bring us sugar and bring us rum.
Just in case you didn't have it stuck in your head already.
Right, I love that. Yeah, I post it all the time. And when I'm
Yes,
trying
you
to
do.
convey that we are part of the commodity trade, we here on planet Earth,
Yes.
and shipping our commodities off to another realm. Oh, excuse me, the pirate
I mean,
thing got my
I
throat, and I'll be right back.
don't you bet we Earthlings, don't you think we're getting commodities from another planet too? I mean, if we're doing it,
Oh, we're getting technology, and
yeah.
I mean,
But
we
yeah,
are
but
here only. We would be a lesser being with less communication skills and less intellect. Had
yeah.
not been factory planet Earth, we would not be who we are and what we are. And that's the positive side of our oppression.
I mean, we're in ingenuity. I can't even think of the word. I'm getting
Ingenuity?
tired. Yeah, I mean, we think of ways that I'm sure they're impressed with our
Yeah, we're
ingenuity.
smart for a reason so that we can get the
Yes.
commodities that they require. Now, if we go back to several cycles prior, the giants during the Ice Age, etc., they were larger creatures. They had to have warmer bodies to be able to function in the sub cold temperatures and continue to mine and process the commodities needed for the upcoming crossing of the Nibiru system. And every cycle has its new upgrades and diminishments, both sides of the coin. Control level plus gift. It's gift and a curse. And so what we are is because we have a technological ability to produce the commodities that they need. And that's why we are a controlled, owned, patented creature, a herd, a stock.
Okay.
Now, there's a face we don't see
I've
often.
accepted that. I've accepted it.
Yeah,
I'm not
you have to
gonna
get
sit here
used
and be
to
like, I can't
the
be.
fact that
Yeah.
we're here because we are what we are, and we should enjoy what we are, not fear it, not regret it, not abuse it, not over be egotistical about it, but yet middle of the road. We are here because of what the demigods have provided us to be, and we should not discount our own evolution. We are growing, and this now is the time when we start. 2024. Are you ready for the ride?
We're on it. I hope you
Yeah,
are.
but I just, frankly, there are days that I wish it would happen a little faster, and days that I wish I didn't know anything about it at all. On both sides of the coin,
Well, I mean that takes me to the movie The Matrix, when Cypher is paying to have himself reinserted into the Matrix. He doesn't want to remember any of it. Make me rich and famous, and just don't make me remember any of it. We can't.
And
do
I want a
that.
steak. I want a really thick steak. Yeah.
Yes.
And
we
I
can't do
want to
that.
taste it and know it's real, man. Yeah.
Yeah, none of this fake stuff. That makes you wonder, though, doesn't it? Especially when you put something in your mouth.
There's a huge thing to ignorance is bliss. And I often ponder, like, what if I'd never gotten this information? What if I never wrote that paper? What if I didn't perform certain kinds of magic in the forest where I had 5 people witness shit that scared the hell out of them and probably scarred them for life? I'm sorry, I'm smiling, I'm chuckling so hard I can't even talk. What if? And there is a level of ignorance is bliss. And what if I hadn't met the Pleiadians? Where would I be right now? What would I be doing? And I'm so glad I'm not living that life. And it's so miraculous what I already know. And yet I'm going to go right back to the other side of the story and say, oh, but ignorance is bliss. I can never have one without the other. It's so weird. It's so weird.
Well, maybe it's like light and
Humbling
dark. You
to
wouldn't
talk
know
with
light if you didn't have dark.
Well, it's empowering. It's also humbling.
Yeah.
You want it, and then you don't want it, and then you wish you didn't know it, and you're glad you do know it. And it's both, always back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. I would like to be able to walk up to people and give them because I mean I can look into people and I can tell them the answers to their life and go, I know what's wrong and why you're uncomfortable, and can I give you the answer? And yet they won't listen because it'll be uncomfortable, because it'll be an answer that they're not necessarily ready for, and yet it's so simple. Half the time they either will be angry or they won't listen because they'll discount it. And I can look into people and I know exactly what scares the hell out of them.
Okay.
Yeah, I know all of you guys.
All right. Well, like,
Well, yeah, I haven't.
don't put
Rebecca,
me up on
haven't
a
I?
platter. But what's my fear? What's my issue?
Lots of control.
You waiting. Okay.
Control.
Yeah, you don't want to let go. You want to be ahead. You want to be on top. You don't want to be surprised.
Yeah. No. True. Very true. Accurate.
And Rebecca and I have had these talks before, and I pointed out some of her fears. They were not shortcomings; they were fears because she is afraid to water the flowers of her destiny, and she's just about to grow even more, and finally get a little more confidence, and then find out that her opinion is valued.
Nice. That's good news. That's good
Yeah,
news.
not shortcomings.
Well,
Yeah.
Nicolle, you as well. You've earned your place, and you are in control. And that's your rules, and you have your schedule, and you follow it, and you're good about it. Although there's always, some little glitches in the matrix that you can't afford to argue with. It happens. Shit happens.
Agreed.
But you want to be timely. You want to be on schedule, and you want to have control.
Yeah. True.
And that's why you study as hard as you do, so you'll know about the secrets and the metaphysics behind the people and their emotions and the way they talk and the way they act. So you study.
Agreed.
I know you guys.
Yes, you do.
All I have to do is look at you. And this is, I am a remote viewer. I know this about people in the store as I walk past them.
Yeah.
And if I was aren't you glad I'm not an arch villain? Go ahead.
Well, yeah. I mean, I wouldn't have offered up any of the information I did if you were that way. But Karen Porter has asked your opinion. What is your take on the afterlife and reincarnation?
Nice change of subject. Okay. What is my take on
we
the
can go back to
afterlife,
it, but
reincarnation? Okay. We do not go to heaven according to the Bible. We mill around on planet Earth for great periods of time until there's a celestial occurrence where, and I don't know the rules behind it, but I have witnessed this occur in my shaman practice. I have walked the land of the dead, which is one of the first stages in shamanism. And we are taken in groups through the celestial stairway by the Green Man, believe it or not. You can look that history up. And we are gathered in mass thousands and taken up and recycled for this great experiment that is Earth and man today. But the problem with ghosts and spirits and why they're always milling about, and it's not just a person that's recently died in this house. There are millions and thousands walking around constantly, day and night. And we just see them better at night because of the light issues and the color and the movement. They're always there. They're always around you right now at every store, every road, every town, every restaurant. They're everywhere. It's just if you notice them or not.
Gosh.
And they are picked up and recycled. And currently, that's not been, from what I understand, there are less being picked up than they need currently. So there's a supply demand issue. I hope that answers the question.
Now, I have not actually gotten that from any of my readings. I don't actually have anyone come through and tell me. Readings are very not, I mean, it's like symbols, it's sounds, it's words put into your head, it's visions that you'll see on your third eye, like the screen inside
The
your
knowing.
forehead is,
You just know.
and you just know, right? But I have not actually had someone say, "Hey, man, where's heaven? Why is this not the same way?" I can say that people,
When you take
they will.
photographs in your house and the ghost jumps up right between you and everybody in the picture ahead of you,
It'll
they're
look like
trying
a
to
big
get
old.
you to see them. They want
Right.
to be recognized. They want your attention. Once you pay attention to them, you're going to have trouble getting rid of them. They need to
And
move on and carry on as if you do not notice them unless you wish to. And I don't recommend that at all because there are bad characters and there are good characters.
agreed.
So
Agreed.
be very cautious. Do not play with Ouija boards. Oh my God,
No,
no.
don't do that.
That comes back from Roma magic, and you don't want to play with it.
No, no.
Don't even touch Egyptian magic unless you're like many years in before you even practice use of. Study is one thing, trying to use is another. There are other entity forces around us immediately that can be brought in that you don't want. Careful with any mirror magic. Careful with any candle magic. If you study Wicca or shamanism, learn the background and the rules and practice them feverishly to the rules. If you break the rules will break you.
Free will is a big one, yes, Sam.
Yeah, you have to be very careful with playing with magic, but it is real. It does exist. I have done it. I've had people watch it happen around. I have witnesses. Oh God, I mean, there's so much I could, spend the next week talking about. There's a lot of stuff that the human eye does not see that is real. It's there. It happens. Spirits around you will try to let you know that they're around you. They'll knock things over right in front of you.
Yes.
So if you see something that was stable, you didn't touch the table, but there's something on the table that just right in front of you got knocked over. Well, it's because they're trying to get your attention.
It's always pans. It's always my kitchen pans that seem to like be shifting.
Yeah, I
and
find a lot of
shuffling.
interest in something moving in the kitchen regularly. Yes, I agree with you.
Yeah.
I don't know if you see something fly over your head at night in the living room, it's real.
You know, I recently had a hard time navigating the King Soopers parking lot, trying to go in front of the store where everybody's walking out and walking in. And I was at one of the stop signs and I was trying to discern who were the actual physical mortal bodies in front of me and who was not, so I could actually proceed through.
That's always it's always a good juncture right there when you stop and go, okay, now I need to, yeah. The more you learn, the more you see. And if you believe that they are real, then you will see more of them. And I see them in stores all the time, walking right next to people. And, when I was a child, they would sit down on the couch next to people and go, do you notice who just sat next to you? And people go, what are you talking about, you crazy? So I stopped talking about it years ago. Yeah. But I see people, dead. I see dead people. Yeah, I see spirits actually sit down on couches, and you can hear them when they sit down on the couch. You can hear the chair.
It'll feel it.
Yeah.
Have you had them? I had one sit down. I believe it was my grandfather or great grandfather. I
Yeah,
was
my
born on
favorite's
his
the
birthday.
ghost cat that runs across your bed at night. I love that
But
one.
you feel that, right? Like I had one sit down on the
Yeah,
bed next to me,
right.
and
When
like
you
as if
feel it,
someone
it's
actually
real.
sat down, and then they started shaking me to wake me up, like I was on my side sleeping, and like I woke
Yeah,
up
you
and I
have to pay
saw,
attention to that. That's real. It's real.
and I did see an apparition, like a full-bodied apparition, and
Yeah.
he was in like overalls and a white shirt.
And if you felt or smelled them, remember,
Mhm.
sense of smell is really strong with apparitions,
Right.
flowers, or that particular, or Captain Jack tobacco, or whatever that person is
Um,
known for, or their deodorant, or whatever, or your
right.
familiar family smell. You'll know who they are because you'll smell them.
I
And the more
also
anytime you really want to, if you miss somebody that has passed on, all you have to do is think about them, and they're there.
exactly. That's absolutely true.
That is that's proton proximity likeness identification in physics, which actually does cross the ethereal plane.
I don't know if I shared this with you guys previously, but my spouse did not. I didn't ever share with him any of the things that I would see or hear or could do or anything like that. And I was standing there just doing my hair one day in the bathroom. I didn't have any music on or anything, and all of a sudden I heard, "Are you keeping a stiff pickle?" And it was interesting. You mentioned pickle earlier in the cast, so I instantly knew that that was not a question that I was familiar with, but not personally. But I knew it was between my husband. It was something that his dad always used to ask him or joke about, kind of nudge, nudge. And before I could even finish the thought of, because I heard it not in my ear, but in my internal ear, I heard, "Are you keeping a stiff pickle?" Knowing it wasn't for me, I asked, before I could finish asking, "Who is this?" I heard Robbie. Before I could even finish thinking the thought of "Who is this?" I heard Robbie, and that is what his dad went by. So, I mean,
Yeah, there's a
they
lot to
very
that.
much, and yeah, I have a lot of friends that uh, if a loved one of one of my friends passes and somehow they find me, they don't even know me very personally. They may not have even met me in person before, but they know of me. They will and have come to me and share a certain phrase or saying or show me something. And until I actually go and talk to the friend who has lost somebody, they will continue to repeat it and repeat it and repeat
Yeah.
it, like until I share it.
When the neighbor across the street from us, Brenda, passed away, my daughters grew up with her kind of as a grandma figure. That they go to her yard and we talk, and we spend a little time sitting in her yard, so they play around her and me while we sat and talked. And then after Brenda passed away, they on several occasions came out into the living room, and she goes, Nova or Shiloh, they've both done it multiple times. They would, "God, I could have swore I heard Brenda, and I smell that Brenda's here." And this was after Brenda had passed. And so I never argued with it or discounted it. I immediately, well, you're probably right. And that is real. It is quite real. When you
Absolutely.
smell or that they're there, and if you've lost a loved one, all you have to do is think about them and they are with you. And I've had dreams about people that have passed away, and then I believe that those dreams are also connected to that. So
Absolutely.
you have
But
to
I
take that
mean,
into
that's,
account. It is real. It is real.
yes. And in your dream state is when you're easiest to connect with them. It's easiest for them to connect with you. So if you're dreaming of a past loved one, I will always counsel that is them coming in to visit with you.
And a probable omen.
So.
Yeah, they're probably trying to give you a message that you need at the time.
Right. And don't think of it as something not or less than that. That is them coming to you and letting them know, like sometimes it's
And that boils back
just
down to
okay.
discounting. Do not discount your sense of smell, your abilities, your sight, your sound, or if you're driving through the parking lot and you have to discern people versus spirits, don't discount it because you need to pay attention to that, and that
Right.
way you don't run over people, and and discount it the other direction, and of course not run over spirits as well. I try not to pay attention to them, but I don't know how many times I've actually driven through a spirit where you actually see them pass through your car as you drive over them. It's weird. I've seen it. Scares the hell out of me every time. Hey, Stardust Goddess is back with us again. Anyway,
Yes.
we hit
And
10
you
hours.
and you have shamelessly voracious asking. Do
There
you
is one
believe
more
dimensions?
question.
Yeah.
Believe
Do you
in dimensions
believe?
are
Yeah.
in the light color spectrum. That's no, the dimensions are smaller than us and larger than us, and we're a building block of the larger dimension, and the smaller building blocks are the part of our dimension. So when you're seeing light issues, a light color spectrum, you're viewing things that are occurring that the human eye does not generically or automatically see that animals and birds, etc., do. So we are limited in our vision.
Very.
There's more going on than we can see.
Absolutely.
And so when you're seeing something going off in the light or the color spectrum, or you see something, now spirits don't generically walk through the living room. Some do, but generically, for their comfort level, they work at a faster rate of speed than we do. I don't know the timeline difference, but if you see something, usually it'll be them flying over the top of you. They don't like to mix in that way they don't run into us because it's uncomfortable for us to pass through them and them to pass through us, and you will feel it. And if you're good and you're aware, and you get a tingle, and you get a burn, and you get a cold, you have walked through a spirit. It's real. They are there. Sometimes they stand there, and I don't even know if they're aware they're standing there for a period of time, and you walk through them like they're frozen or whatever. This again is that timeline dimension wise. I don't know how it works, but there have been times I walked through something that was just standing there, and you'd think they would have gotten out of your way, or maybe they wanted you to. I don't know. I mean, but I know I have walked through spirits, and boy, when you do, you feel it. It can be a cold electrical, and then when you pass out of it, you ache and burn and itch. It's electrical. It is electrical.
Yeah.
And guardian angels. Remember, the angels were created by Rome. So guardian spirits, guardians or higher races that are watching your development. They expect great things from you, or they're related to you, or they're creating to further you, or you're here because you're supposed to. There's a lot to it. There's a lot. We can't we can't attribute all the ramifications, but you are here and you're aware and you're looking in the right place right now. So that says something direly important about you. So let's hope we all have someone watching over us.
Indeed.
Okay, I'm
Surely
ready.
we do. I think so.
Oh yeah, I think we do.
I do. Right.
That's why I promoted all week long. I promoted the Chosen One series. I'm not trying to brag, but it actually defines my life in ways I couldn't express any other way. I've had things happen that I should have been dead 5 times over, and I wasn't. And I'm here doing what I'm supposed to be doing. That's why I'm here doing it. And trying to communicate to everybody, and even to the point where we can no longer even talk because we're so hoarse. We've been talking for 10 hours.
I know.
I grabbed cough drop number 3 that I did not finish.
I know. I stepped out for just a second, and Taylor is still up. And I told him, I said, "Would you believe we're still on?" And he was like, "What?" And I'm like, "No, like we're still on. Our show's still going." He's like, he looked at me like I was, had lost my mind, but
yeah. we have lost. Now we have lost our minds. We have.
Yeah.
We need to wind it up.
He doesn't know anybody that does that. So
anyway, I mean, My son was down here saying the same thing. So, Mom, you said it was going to be like 10 minutes. That was like 2 hours ago.
Yeah.
God, Mom, what are you saying? I don't trust you anymore.
I know. But 1 minute more and it's 11:11 my time. It's 11:11 now.
Yep,
Okay.
it is 11:11 right now.
All right. It's
Mountain
time.
Standard Time. All
Yeah.
right, guys.
We did it. Yay.
I'm gonna play Star Wars. Yeah.
Been fun.
Beat that record.
Been a good show. So yeah, we'll be back Tuesday night, 7:00 Central. So be sure
10 hours.
join
7.
us. I'm sure you all will be there. So I'm looking forward to it already. So, yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay,
Yeah,
guys.
you know it's time to end when I get to the ghost topic.
No.
Sorry, guys. Sorry. My bad.
No.
I'm running out of things to say. We start talking about ghosts.
Yeah.
Yes, a great show indeed. Well,
Popular. People love that stuff.
and,
More
good
going
night.
on right before our very eyes than anyone really knows. And
Absolutely.
you're all doom. No, I'm joking.
No.
I was just getting I got the thought of a McDonald's Happy Meal box. Okay, you know how small it is. For size reference only, not nutrition. That is the box that we have been all packed into and what we have been allowed to believe over the past few thousands of years. And like, just imagine that McDonald's Happy Meal is sitting on a beach, and the beach is everything else outside that you don't know, but it's actually going on.
Or as Gandalf described it, the White Shores.
Yes, the White Shores. Either
from
way.
Lord of the Rings. Anyway, good night, everybody. I'm going
Good
to
night,
leave early.
or good morning.
Yeah,
you
well,
are.
it's
Bye.
11,
Yep.
12. Okay, we had our minute 12 now. It's no longer as much fun. We got to go.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right,
Good
I'm
night,
going
guys.
to leave first.
Night.
Good night, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Bye.